shitting down somebody's throats. If you made a post, you're like, I wish that Pixie would.
Faith. I'm not criticizing you. I'm just shitting on you.
Yeah, bad faith is not an accusation. They're making a bad argument. It's making an accusation that you're a bad actor. There's a difference between me coming in and saying like, I think this person like, I don't like the arguments they're making. I think they're making bad arguments. Versus coming in and saying like, this guy's a fucking retard. This guy is a retard actor. He's incapable of making good arguments.
Let's test the feedback this time. Maybe I got the filter right.
You said that she feigns playing devil's advocate while clearly genuinely believing that.
Hello, pretty people.
She's a closed-minded ideologue who won't own her positions, but will continue.
Oh, we got a tank.
That's saying bad faith in more words.
She's driven by her ideology.
Yeah, that makes her bad faith. She's incapable of engaging in good faith because she's ideologically captured.
You would disagree with that. You would say that she does engage. Doesn't engage. But when she's engaging with you, yeah?
Yeah.
The purpose of her arguments is to further her ideology. It's not to actually have a logical conversation.
I think she's more than capable of doing it. And I think that when she comes in to talk, I've had conversations with ideologues. I don't think that she's like unyielding. I think that she like has a thought process. She's thought it through, and she comes in and she wants to.
With my wording.
What?
I do consider I was being a bit aggressive with my
wording. No, you're not being aggressive with your wording. This is what you believe, and this is what was coming out with what you said.
I don't think she's a bad faith ideologue, but I do think she argues.
You're saying she's obviously being dishonest.
From the position of her ideology.
Yeah, that's bad faith. She's ideologically invested in the trans discourse. It has nothing to do with any logic.
That's my commentary on her character. I don't think she's a bad person.
Okay. Well, you kind of do.
Because I'm just reading your post. The reason she wants to boycott the game and not the Kleenex products is because she's
oh no, it's not the same because Kleenex has more utility. That is literally just doing mental gymnastics, so she doesn't have to be tied down to the logical conclusion of her own argument.
No, hold on. It's not being tied down. That's like a fundamental concept in economics. It's called the substitution effect. If I want you to give up a product that's hard to substitute versus something that's very easy to substitute, hard to substitute might be like a napkin or a Kleenex versus easy to substitute as a form of entertainment. As a contradiction. Like, oh yeah, like hold on, like just because you're saying I couldn't give up Kleenex doesn't mean I can't give up like the Harry Potter game. One of these is very easy to substitute out. The other one is more necessary and harder to substitute out. That's a fine question.
I think it's harder to substitute Kleenex.
Then Harry Potter game? Yeah. There's a ton of shit that you can fucking play video games on.
So when you go to the store and you see the Kleenex wet wipes and right next to it is like the home brand wet wipes, you're like, oh, I can't substitute these out. What?
Okay. I'm gonna give you an charitability that you don't deserve, okay? But in the United States, when we say Kleenex, that means tissue. It's the same thing for us. So she was probably talking about all tissue paper, not just the brand Kleenex. In the United States, we use Kleenex to mean tissue. That's what we say.
Yeah, well, that's my misunderstanding then. Even in my post, she says, I didn't call Joe Biden a rapist. Okay, and then I watched the video, and she explicitly calls him a rapist multiple times, and then I linked to the timestamp. Another example of her running away from her argument. She won't own it.
Wait, do you do it in this post?
The comments. Comment is, isn't this you? Then the you is hyperlinked to the timestamp of the YouTube video where she says it.
Believe that Biden is a rapist. So then,
even in that video,
okay.
You literally say what I said about her to her face in the video about Tara Reid and Joe Biden.
The reason I'm being a weasel is because people are making it seem like I was screaming Biden is a rapist every time I mention his name. So yes, I was being stubborn when I shouldn't have been. And in the linked clip, it was me saying, do you think Biden's a rapist? She said, I think he's most likely a rapist. I didn't like her rationale for the Tara Reid stuff. That was an argument that I disagreed with her on. But I don't think she comes in with it trying to be a bad faith ideologue.
I'm not saying she comes in trying to be a bad faith ideologue.
Yes, you are. Dude, you're doing what you're accusing her. Do you understand that you're doing what you're accusing her of doing now? You are accusing her of being a bad faith ideologue. You're saying she's incapable of applying logic to her arguments. And now you're pretending like you're just...
arguments are poisoned by her feelings, which come from her ideology. She's compassionate. She wants to be nice to trans people. So she will make whatever argument is necessary so that she can boycott Harry Potter or whatever the fuck the topic of the conversation is. And she will never back down from that. She'll never concede on that.
Why can't I see the fucking
because
post
that's
anymore?
her emotion to bring.
That's calling someone a bad faith ideologue.
You agree that calling someone a bad faith ideologue has some kind of moral charge, right?
What you're saying right now is some kind of charge.
Oh, I'm literally saying I don't think she's a bad person, but she behaves in this way. I'm trying to disconnect it from the moral charge. You see what I'm doing? I said this directly to her. I said, I don't think you're a bad person. I don't even think.
Okay, you can say what I mean. Like when you're literally saying her beliefs are based on her feelings, and arguing her beliefs is fucking pointless. And hearing her try to post hoc come up with the logic behind her beliefs while simultaneously contradicting herself at every turn is tiring. How are you not? How is that not calling someone a bad faith ideologue? You're saying she's post-hocking her beliefs, she's not using any logic, but she's pretending to, and she's contradicting herself all the time.
Emotions.
Yeah, that's being bad faith.
Okay, so if I say you're bad faith, do you think I'm making the subtext of me calling you bad faith is a commentary on your moral character?
A bit, yeah. I even said this on my stream. If I'm in a
That's
debate with
why I'm
someone...
not saying that.
But you're saying it in more words. If I start saying things about this to somebody, then I know the
Yes,
conversation.
I'm spelling it out to disconnect it from that. That's literally why I didn't go in with admon, because I'm trying to.
This is like me saying, listen, I think that you probably have an IQ of less than like 75. I don't even think you can like fathom analogies or hypotheticals. I think that you have a lot of problems. And then I come in and I'm like, what the fuck? You're just gonna call me retarded? And you're like, no, because retarded is morally charged. I'm trying to like remove the subtext of that, and I'm just gonna go ahead and say that you're like sub 75 IQ.
But that's bad faith, obviously.
No, but you're saying like, oh, I'm trying to remove any of the moral charge. I'm just saying that her beliefs are based on her feelings, and arguing her beliefs is fucking pointless, and hearing her try to post hoc like.
I think on this topic you're not listening and you're becoming confused and then arguing from a confused place. And then you go, oh, so you're calling me retarded?
No, I'm not. Holy
Obviously
shit.
those two statements are different.
You're claiming that she's incapable of using logic. She's too ideologically driven.
Yeah.
So that's a claim on somebody's character, right?
On their moral character.
I don't know what kind of jerk-off fucking terminology you want to use. It's an attack on somebody's character. I'm not going to clarify it any more than that, okay? If you want to go debate Ram on moral philosophy, you can. But that's an attack on somebody's character. You're saying you're incapable of applying logic. You're post-hocking everything. All you do is argue with feelings, and you're not owning any of your beliefs. You're calling them a bad faith idiot.
I feel like you know where I'm coming from, but you're just kind of not seeing it on purpose. You're being bad faith.
It's bad faith all the way down.
Like, you understand what I'm trying to do, right? Yes? No?
Maybe I am. I think I'm just too bad faith.
But you literally are.
I literally am, yeah.
Yeah, I definitely admit that I'm being a little bit, it's a bit of hyperbole and I'm being a little bit aggressive. I'm definitely trying to be respectful and tell her that I'm not attacking her. At least her moral character. I'm not saying she's a bad person or malicious in any way.
You are saying she's malicious. You are saying that.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. You're saying that she can only argue in her feelings and she post-hocs all of her rationale. She can't be logical.
You know what malicious means?
Yeah, like acting in a with malintent. Acting with bad intention. Approaching something with the hopes of doing harm, right?
Purposefully.
Yes.
But if her thoughts are clouded by her feelings, how is she intentionally being bad faith?
When you say she's playing the devil's advocate while very clearly genuinely believing the things she's arguing for, and she's a closed-minded ideologue who won't own her position, but she believes in campaigns for those beliefs, you think all of that is accidental? You don't think that sounds like you're ascribing any intentionality there? Okay. Then one of us is super retarded. I don't know. Either you are or I am. One of us is ultra retarded.
I think you're definitely the one who's being retarded on this subject.
Okay. Then I guess I am. 'Cause this reads like the most... I don't know how you feign playing a devil's advocate position while believing the opposite thing because you're a closed-minded ideologue. I don't know how you do all of that without intentionality.
So you don't think she does? You don't think she does that in your conversation about Tara Reid, where she will not concede that she only believes Joe Biden is a rapist because she wants to believe women? The whole time, it's like 4 hours of you just going back and forth and going.
No, I think that was the case in that argument. Yeah. I did believe
What
that.
you're
That's why I
saying
said
is
that.
you were right in your interpretation of her behavior in that argument, but I'm wrong in my interpretation of her behavior in these arguments.
The difference... No, there's a difference in
No,
criticism.
the difference here is that I'm making the criticism here, and you are making the criticism there. So you're right when you do it, but I'm wrong when I do it.
My criticism was limited to the conversation and not her character. I think that in that conversation, I thought that her line of logic was flawed, and I think that
And
she
it's
was...
also limited to the conversation and her character.
No, you're not. You're saying all conversations with her are pointless. In every conversation she
She
engages...
behaves in a common way.
But she doesn't. There have been good conversations. There have been good conversations I've had with Pixie on stream before, and she's had good conversations with other people on stream before. And you're ascribing bad intentionality to all of this. I don't think she faked anything.
You're prescribing bad intentionality to me, and then prescribing that to her.
No, hold on. I'm not ascribing bad intentionality to you. You might just be fucking retarded. I don't know. No, I don't. I think that I'm describing actions. Whether or not you're just like an asshole versus like you're trying to intentionally tear somebody down. I'm not even making the distinction. I don't know. I don't care. That's not relevant to me. But there's a difference between me criticizing somebody and saying I think you're being like bad in this conversation, or even bad faith in this conversation. Like I think there are even conversations where Pisco, I think, has been bad faith. Probably been conversations where I've been bad faith, where I've been too ideologically dug on over his event. Happens. But there's a big difference between me saying like I think that Pisco is being bad faith in this debate versus I think Pisco is a bad faith actor. Those two statements are worlds apart.
I never made that statement. I said in every conversation she engages in.
You're saying at the start, the title is Conversations Are Pointless with Her, meaning all conversations.
Every conversation I've observed where Pixie is engaged in it, she does this common thing. I've pointed it out, but some difference. Like, I'm guessing you're just doing the be nicer, but to me, like...
I'm not doing be nicer. You're just...
You literally are, though. You're saying, just be nicer.
No, he's asking to make substantive claims
Yeah.
about their argument.
If you would have made a post where you would have said this, okay? Pixie was being irrational in this last debate. Here are 4 things that Pixie said. I don't know how she can claim that it was unethical to buy this game, but it seems like she supports people pirating it. So it seems like she's inconsistent on her stance in consuming the product. I don't think it's fair that she talked about not buying the Kleenex, even if you misunderstood it. That's fine. You can say, like, how is she saying that she can boycott the game but not buy Kleenex, but she should buy another brand of tissue paper? Those are valid criticisms. That's totally fine, and I would let that stand. But you're not making criticisms of her arguments. You're destroying her character. And you're saying all conversations with her are pointless. It's not even like remotely the same. And you guys can say be nicer, but these are like the things that I've like critical of the subreddit. If you guys want to make posts just like tearing down arguments people made, that's fine. That's the kind of post that I want. But you guys don't do that. It'll be a post of like, this person is a bad faith fucking loser who's too emotional to ever fucking make a fucking... It's like, damn, you don't even have any like thing of substance in here. It's all just like shitting on her character. Like there's not even like an argument to engage with here. And I think even as a result, like none of the comments are even good. Like all of them are just like, yeah, she sucks. Someone had to say it. Don't have a drink before, blah blah blah. I remember a few years back, I'd never heard her say anything of value ever. Like, yeah, of course these are the types of comments you're getting because this is the type of post it is. You don't even have anything of substance in here for somebody to disagree with, other than character defenses.
You think I post is a description of her character and not a description of a pattern of behavior?
No, it's a description of her character.
You could have made your post be about her behavior had you like cited like anything.
I actually did in the comments.
Oh well, that changes everything.
Dude, your other post was crazy too. Can these pathetic freaks just own their feelings? Jesus Christ!
Well, that one I was a bit more emotional.
You need to touch some grass, dude. And I say this as a Reddit moderator.
Okay, you jumped into the arena. Who unbanned? Did you unban him? Did I ever ban him?
You banned them. I just checked.
Okay, you get a 30-day timeout from the subreddit.
30? That's a 90. Easy.
You get a 45-day because you stepped into the arena. Tate would have been happy, okay?
Okay.
I mean, you're the one. You're still being bad faith.
I'm not being bad faith. If you can't take some time.
You're like, you can't make this criticism because not me.
It's just character attacks.
You can see it that way, but it's just not.
But what if it just is? Maybe it is.
That's your interpretation because I'm not you. If I was you, you'd be like, good stuff. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Well, test me. What do you think I think that about? Or give me like an example.
You literally just agreed like 5 minutes ago that you made similar criticisms to her face before in a different conversation.
Yeah, I think there are times when she's too ideologically driven. I have that critique of almost everybody.
And then when I go on the subreddit and I say that, you're like, banned.
Because I'm not tearing down their characters and they're incapable of ever thinking anything different. Yeah, conversation with this person is a waste of fucking time. Bro, how can you claim that I do this when the #1 criticism I get on my subreddit is that I give people too many chances? Like, come on, I can't be both of these at the same time. Everybody gets irritated because I get people like Lab, or Sneeko, or Mr. Girl.
#1 criticism? I think that's #2. I think the #1 criticism is that you're way too vitriolic with some people.
No, absolutely not. There are
oh my god.
That might be #2 or 3 or 4. No, the most pushback I get in my community is giving people way too many chances. The Fuentes shit was huge. The Mr. Girl and Lab shit was huge. The Anna what?
Collective amnesia? You're forgetting.
The Annalicia shit was huge. People go ape shit over me being too charitable to people. What do you mean? That is absolutely the biggest criticism I get. The only time people are mad at me being vitriolic is when I
subreddit are screen caps of your tweet going, oh, he's not going to get banned again. Why does he do this? Why does he behave like this?
Yeah, but like, what's the context? It's usually like he's going to get banned from Twitter or whatever.
Actually blowing my mind.
Don't you think it's a little bad faith to equate like the Million Man March in the subreddit after Annalicia came out to like shit posts about his memes on Twitter?
Yeah, bro, like...
Don't you think it's a little bad faith?
And you can call them shit posts, but they're filled with actual criticisms of your conduct. You just don't read them because you don't care.
I do read them. I read everything. How else would I know about them otherwise?
And then you hand wave me and go, oh, you guys just want me to be nicer.
Yeah, because I think some of it is changing my brand, but I mean, I still listen to it. I mean, I understand what people are saying.
Really?
Really?
Anything else?
Jesus. Oh, shit. Okay, I'll give you the last word on this. Go. I have to leave. Go ahead.
Okay, well. I think I was using a bit of hyperbole, but I think my overall critique stands, as you've literally agreed with it. The only difference is that I'm not you, and I made it on the subreddit and not on your stream. So, yeah. So I'll take my 30-day ban as a badge of honor.
I think I upped it to 45, so you got a lot of time to think about your
45,
behavior.
that makes it even better.
Yeah, think about your
It's
behavior.
50% better.
Okay.
Badge is worth 50% more.
All right, well, listen. Be careful, buddy, okay?
Too. So, yeah.
Dude,
What?
am I gonna have to be like beholden to
Stop,
watching?
leave, Pixie. I'm not here to simp for you, motherfucker. Leave.
No, I wanted to argue with him, but you just left at the
Well, you should have come in fucking 30 minutes ago when he was here, because I gotta leave soon. Okay, bye. Leave. Pixie, or Forethought, what do you want?
Dude, am I gonna have to be beholden to like watching these random ass shit debates about Hogwarts in order to moderate the sub? I hate this shit.
You'll be okay, buddy, okay?
Good luck, dude. Later.
or forethought. What do you want? Oh, anyway.
Am I gonna have to be like behold? Dude,
What?
am I gonna have to be like beholden to
Stop,
watching?
leave, Pixie. I'm not here to simp for you, motherfucker. Leave.
No, I wanted to argue with him, but you just left at the
Well,
second
you should have
time.
come in fucking 30 minutes ago when he was here, because I gotta leave soon. Okay, bye. Leave. Pixie, or forethought. What do you want?
Dude, am I gonna have to be beholden to like watching these random ass shit debates about Hogwarts in order to moderate the sub? I hate this shit.
You'll be okay, buddy. Okay.
Good luck.
And there is something rather nasty about attacking people who have been friends. And there is something rather nasty about attacking people who have been friends for over a decade.
Ooh.
Colleagues.
YouTube.
Yeah, sure there would be.
Wait, what? What? Wait, what was that clip?
Take a moment. Speaking of big tech and its suppression of free speech, take one moment to comment on a controversy that has broken out because my friend Steven Crowder, been friends with Steven for a long time, well over a decade. I was his lawyer when he first signed a contract with Fox, and I've been friendly for a very long time. He put out a video essentially accusing Daily Wire of being in league with big tech.
The big conservative, the big con. And it really is the biggest con going right now. They're making it known in their contracts
Yeah?
that they will enforce the guidelines of big tech and punish conservatives on their behalf. Don't worry, Wojcicki. Trust me, these conservatives will stay in line. If they get demonetized, we take away 25% of their operating budget. Take another 20% away if they get a hard strike. Hey, don't worry, Zuckerberg. We've got your back. Hope to see you at the UFC Apex.
He's accusing us of being in league with big tech because of a term sheet, a negotiable term sheet that we submitted to him that offered to pay him $50 million over 4 years. And included provisions that said that if he got booted from arenas that would lose him ad dollars, since we would also lose the ad dollars, then he would lose money as well. This is typically how contracts work.
If somebody is paying you money for your content, then the idea is going to be that content is going to make them money. That's business 101. I feel like this should be a conservative saying this. If I'm buying shit from you, it's because I'm going to make money off it. That's capitalism.
Probably.
I'm not going to buy you
Do I
shit,
have
or I'm not going to buy
feedback is the
shit
big
from
question.
you. And then... Business 101. I feel like this should be a conservative saying this. If I'm buying shit from you, it's because I'm going to make money off it. That's capitalism.
Probably.
I'm not going to buy you
Do I
shit,
have
or I'm not going to
feedback
buy
is the
shit
big
from
question.
you. And then...
Then he would lose money as well. This is typically how contracts work.
If somebody is paying you money for your content, then the idea is going to be that content is going to make them money. That's business 101. I feel like this should be a conservative saying this. If I'm buying shit from you, it's because I'm going to make money off it. That's capitalism.
Probably.
I'm not going to buy you
Do I
shit,
have
or I'm not going to buy
feedback is
shit
the big
from
question.
you. And then... Be a conservative saying this. If I'm buying shit from you, it's because I'm going to make money off it. That's capitalism.
Probably.
I'm not going to buy you
Do I
shit,
have
or I'm not going to
feedback
buy
is the
shit
big
from you.
question.
And then...
So, jetzt müssen wir das Ganze nochmal probieren.
all your shit gets banned, and then I'm still gonna pay you. That's not how it's gonna work. So I don't understand what Crowder is complaining about. It just seems really weird. If you're signing with a company, of course, every single contract ever that you will ever sign in your entire life, for the few of you that are ever in like entertainment positions, they're always going to include clauses that they're going to have termination clauses. They're going to have like liability clauses. They're going to have the ability clauses that they're going to have termination clauses. They're going to have like liability clauses. They're going to have the ability in like entertainment position. They force, and I'm still going to pay you. That's not how it's going to work. So I don't understand what they're going to have. I don't understand what Crowder is complaining about. It just seems really weird. If you're signing with a company, of course, every single contract ever that you will ever sign in your entire life, for the few of you that are ever in like entertainment positions, they're always going to include clauses that they're going to have termination clauses. They're going to have like liability clauses. They're going to have the ability to pursue damages with delegated arbitration if you are doing shit that makes their company look bad or puts them in a bad light. Like this is standard in every contract in entertainment, or probably almost anything, probably in the tech world even, that you sign. There's always going to be clauses arbitration if you are doing shit that makes their company look bad. Loses money. Like this is standard in every contract in entertainment, or probably almost anything. Probably in the contract in entertainment. My show loses entertainment. We have I'm still gonna have every single contract
loses the Daily Wire money. I lose money. And so if Steven had come to work at Daily Wire Plus, it would have been precisely the same thing. Right? That if he had lost money in the ad space, and his show had lost money, then he also would have lost money, because that's how a joint venture works. Stephen interpreted that as somehow misinterpreted. I'll give it the best possible gloss. He somehow misinterpreted that as us attempting to, quote unquote, do the work of YouTube. No. If you want more on that, then you should check out my friend and co-founder Jeremy Boring's 55-minute video going through every single word of the term sheet that Stephen selectively read on his own YouTube channel. He read certain parts, he didn't read other parts. Jeremy reads literally word for word the entire term sheet and explains every single term therein. I think it is well worth the watch. We should all be on the same side of this thing. I'm encouraging you that you should go subscribe to Stephen's Mug Club. I hope that he's very successful in whatever endeavor he chooses to pursue. That does not mean that he happens to be correct about the term sheet we submitted to him, and there is something rather nasty about attacking people who have been friends for over a decade, colleagues, defenders for over a decade, on the basis of your own misinterpretation of a document that offers you $50 million over the course of 4 years.
Uh-oh.
They don't get deals that...
They can be wage slaves for a little bit, come over and make a salary and grow their brand. They can be wage slaves for a little bit. They can be wage slaves for a little bit.
God bless the talk boy. Those things are worth like $5,000 now. It's an expensive gag. So didn't want to have to do this, but Daily Wire outed themselves very, very quickly. And sure enough, if you see all of the people who work there, some of whom I have relationships with, they immediately tried to make this all about money. Here's the problem. There are a few problems, and I'll go through with some receipts. Everything that was said about negotiations, how they transpired, beyond the numerical value, which is true and I'll get to, everything else is untrue. I don't really want to get into that. It's completely irrelevant. Here's why.
Okay.
Go back to the 20-something minute video, 30-minute video. You've never heard me say or write anywhere online that these offers weren't paying enough money. Why? Because it's not about the money. It's kind of unreal to me that the only thing these people can still talk about is the money. The conversation was about conservatism, the movement, and big tech. They keep talking about money. I'm talking about a country. I'm talking about a movement. I'm talking about making a difference. It's not about the money, and Jeremy and the Daily Wire know that. How do I know they know that? Because after, according to what he said, you know, I walked away from the offer. I did place one more call to the Daily Wire, and I made it very, very clear that it wasn't about money. That was not the topic of conversation. There was zero, as they've tried to portray this, miscommunication. It was one last call where the only thing that I asked for, my only demand, was their word And not even for me, but for other people coming up facing these kinds of contracts.
Let's say it's a kid who comes in with 500,000 YouTube subscribers or something like that, or 100,000. Let's say it's some other kid you're paying 6 figures to come in and do it. There's not the penalty of the demonetization or if they're removed from iTunes, Apple, YouTube.
Yeah, sure there would be.
Wait, what?
Here's something.
What's happening?
Wait, what was that clip? Are we on Project Veritas levels? Okay, hold on. In my mind, I'm telling you what's happened in my mind, and then I'll give you the caveat, okay? Now I'm thinking that Daily Wire is almost 100% in the right. Even without knowing, even if I hadn't watched anything earlier, even without knowing the facts of anything, when I hear a cut like that, I know somebody's up to no good. That is an insane cut. But we'll evaluate it on the substance of what's being said, okay? We'll go back.
100,000. Let's say it's some other kid you're paying.
Coming up facing these kinds of contracts.
Let's say it's a kid who comes in with 500,000 YouTube subscribers or something like that, 100,000. Let's say it's some other kid you're paying 6 figures to come in and do it. There's not the penalty of the demonetization or if they're removed from iTunes, Apple, YouTube.
Yeah, sure there would be.
Like, I don't even know what they're talking about. If a kid comes in with 500,000, there's not the penalty for demonetization. Yeah, there would be. Sure, there would be. So there would also be a penalty for demonetization. Isn't that consistent with what he said before? Am I missing something?
And here's something else. I was also very measured. I was painstakingly clear in taking myself off the table because it wasn't going to be a right fit. That happens in business all the time.
Well, careful. Now you're painstakingly clear to take yourself off the table, but that's because this is the second call that you made that you knew you were recording, that you knew you were preparing for release on your YouTube channel, Steven. That's not a fair call. Of course, now you're going to be incredibly measured and incredibly careful and incredibly selfish. Because now, give us the first phone call, at least like a big chunk of it, if not the whole call. You can censor terms. But if you're going to selectively clip, like, bro, you can give me any motherfucker you want, and I will destroy their character if you let me record a phone call that they don't know they're being recorded on. I can get a lot of people to admit to a lot of insane shit and cut it up in a way that makes them look bad. This is the entire Project Veritas model. They've built a whole business doing this. Yeah, of course, now you're going to be very careful. Now you're going to be measured.
But that we weren't talking about me. We were talking about the futures of other people who could potentially be in that position, that very disconcerting position. No miscommunication.
What I'm talking about is you're describing a model for everyone, not just, let's get rid of me here. Everyone, if there's a penalty for being demonetized on YouTube, because your business model requires that be a huge component of it, you need to change your business model or this movement cannot work, Jeremy. I can't imagine my show trying to come up and be beholden to YouTube advertiser guidelines.
Then you don't need to be on the Daily Wire. I think, ready? I think here's a prediction. I think Steven Crowder is going to win this in the public ring of opinion because people just don't have an understanding of how business works. Steven Crowder is very smart. He did a really good job of framing this in a way to make him win too. Because now he's making it seem like it's about the movement, blah, 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 blah. Bro, fuck off. This is about a business contract. You don't have guaranteed access to the Daily Wire's resources. If you want to do things where you can get demonetized, where you can get banned, where you can play by whatever rulebook you want, you can do that, but you don't have a right to the Daily Wire's materials. You don't have a right to their staff. You don't have a right to their advertising. You don't have a right to use their name on their platform to grow your brand if you're not going to play by the books in a way that's going to help them make money. Like, why would you ever think that? This is like the most communist shit I've ever heard in my life. Like, where's the capitalism, bro?
Alone, I mean, honestly, being beholden from a conservative entity with hard strikes, right? Being removed, but let alone being advertiser friendly. We know how broad those guidelines are. They might as well just read, don't say anything offensive, and they change them at the drop of a hat.
I'm not suggesting that the guidelines aren't terrible. I'm suggesting that if making money off of those platforms is part of how you're justifying the salary you're paying someone, then or the fee I keep saying salary, the fee you're paying someone, then when those go away, everybody loses money. You can't pay the same amount with less revenue.
How about you create a different business model?
You can have a different business model, but it means you're going to make less money. They already have subscriptions at the Daily Wire, don't they? Didn't we look those up? The Daily Wire has a subscription business model, just like The Blaze has a subscription business model. But you're gonna have less money, Steven, without advertisers. There's not as much money. That's not that hard to understand.
Now, I know what some of you are thinking. Of course, telling someone else, hey, change your business model. I get it. I'm in no position to say that unless, instead of Monday morning quarterbacking it, here's the thing.
He's gonna start his own fucking...
I didn't just offer criticisms. I offered a guide on how to... Here's the deal. I want to sit at the table with people who, granted, have an immense amount of power and have incredibly deep pockets. That is all true, to be clear. And by the way, it's something that I want to have on our side of the aisle. But I offered a guide on how to do it. It is incumbent, this is what this is about. It is incumbent upon conservatives, if we believe what we say, to uncouple, to divest, if you want to use that term, from big tech. Right? For the business models of the movement as we...
Why do you still post on YouTube then? It's your largest platform. Why are you still on Twitter then? It's probably your largest vertical besides YouTube. Like, you're still plugged into all of these things just as much as anybody else is.
Move forward to not rely on playing ball with Facebook and with YouTube. That is something that we have to move toward. You know that we've been trying to do that here for years. That's why every single show we say, hey, if you can watch on Rumble, please do so. We're not looking to be banned on YouTube, but at least we certainly won't compromise the truth in order to be advertiser friendly. Here's the thing, Daily Wire, Jeremy, and I really do hope that we can talk at some point. Please, you can pick up the phone. We've done that.
Bro, you're fucking lighting their whole fucking business up online, and now you're like, I hope we can talk. And you fucking mined him for a phone call that you knew you were gonna publish, so you're asking the most leading questions possible because you know what's gonna play well with your audience?
We here have found a way to make that work. For proof, see election night, our numbers on Rumble there, and see the numbers on Rumble when we get suspended from YouTube. I think it was 4 times this last year.
I don't have any evidence for this, so I mean, I am just, it's pure conjecture talking shit right now. I don't believe the Rumble numbers. I think those are inflated somehow. I could be wrong, but I hope I'm wrong. It would be awesome to see another platform grow that really huge. Once I think I'm probably going to dual stream on Rumble when I finish Factorio. I think those numbers are inflated, though. I don't believe it.
And I went to great lengths to communicate that to the people at Daily Wire.
There can be no next me if the people at the top with you know, the financial resources are doing the bidding. That's being the arm of big tech. What you just said is, well, we have to play ball with big tech if we want to make money. Well,
how did you grow though, Steven Crowder? You didn't grow on Rumble. You didn't grow on Gab. You didn't grow on True Social. The next you is not coming from those platforms. You came from YouTube. And you've grown really successfully on YouTube. And you've even continued to grow through all of the TOS enhancements and everything else. You still get big viewership on YouTube. What do you mean the next you can't come?
I don't. Why don't you guys follow a model like I have and scale it? That's what I've been doing since 2014. You know that. I've been trying to make sure, which I thought we were all doing, that we can all flip the bird to Silicon Valley. This is saying we need him and you need to play ball.
And by the way, before some of you ask for this, look, there's always personal information on phone calls. And
oh my God, he's gonna give a bullshit excuse to not even release a redacted version of these calls because he knows he can't, because he knows he's quote mining this guy so fucking hard. Oh my God.
For the record, I've recorded 3 people on phone calls in my life. All 3 are involved with big tech. Just to be clear, the entire call transcript has been sent to others to verify without hopefully having to release the whole thing.
So why can't you just publish a redacted version? Did he? Come on. Really? I sent it to my friends to make sure it was okay?
And I'll be on Tim Pool's show, I believe, on Monday to talk about it. Now, this is something else that's been brought to my attention. You know, look,
Yes, I think Crowder's probably going to start his own platform. His contract with the Blaze is expiring. Daily Wire didn't offer him enough. They probably couldn't offer him enough, and I think he just wants to make his own platform. And this is his way to do it, basically.
People have been sent out from Daily Wire and have gotten very personal. Obviously, when we released this video, we didn't name names, and I told you there are a lot of people in the space who have made offers, and it is true. There are quite a
You didn't name names, bro. Who else is in a position to offer you any type of like respectable contract? It's gonna be Fox News and the Daily Wire, right? Who else could even do it? Fucking Rebel Media? Does that place even still exist? Fucking Fuentes's Cozy TV? Fucking like, are there even any other things worth mentioning in the same breath as The Blaze? Like, is Tim Pool offering you money to buy you out? Like, besides, yeah, OANN, are they offering to buy you out? Like, come on. It's either going to be, The Blaze is who you're leaving, so it's either going to be the Daily Wire or maybe Fox News, right? Who the fuck else could offer you? And Fox News probably isn't buying your content. No offense. Does Breitbart still exist? Yeah, like, they don't have the money for it. Truth Social? No, come on.
a few, and there are some others that have been pretty similar to this. This isn't an incredibly unique scenario, but there have been some good people out there too, and we're still talking with them. So I do know that some people from Daily Wire have come out, maybe been instructed to. I have no idea. I don't care. And they've gotten very personal. I don't want to do that. At least I didn't want to. But now it's sort of necessary for me to do so. So these are the only personal things I will say about the people at Daily Wire. Andrew Klavan is one of my favorite people of all time. He has an unbelievable skill to make you feel like the smartest guy in the room, even though I guarantee you he's smarter than you. There are very few people whose company I enjoy more than Andrew Klavan. Jordan Peterson is not only a friend, I would go to the wall for him. He's a guy who has changed the landscape of our country for the better. Can't say enough good things about him. Ben Shapiro is possibly the smartest person I know. That's as personal as I'll get. Now, here's the thing. Only after that final call, after negotiations had fallen through, pleading on the side of principle and knowing that it was completely met with deaf ears, did I come out like I did? See, here's the thing. Daily Wire, they keep talking about
Wait, how do I find my ship?
business. Well, I walked away from the table because I'm talking like it's about a country, about a movement. And this is the thing. The response that I've heard over the years is not just now. I've been doing this for a long time. You constantly hear, it's just business. It's just business. Well, guess what? It's not to me. Sure.
Everybody keeps saying that. It was always personal to me.
Sure, I run a business, but it's not just business. And let me ask you, when have you ever heard someone say it's just business when they're doing the right thing? Ever hear someone give $250,000 to charity and say it's just business? And here's something that I would like to ask you, because I know that they've tried to play the identity politics and, you know, misrepresent the whole financial situation. But yeah, over the course of 4 or 5 years, the total operational budget, meaning 25, 30 employees, all of the costs, security, health insurance, would have been somewhere in the $50 million ballpark for that total operational budget. That is true. Okay. First off, I think it's a good thing for conservative companies out there to be generating or capable of generating far more than that. And it'd be better than just Disney and just Netflix and just Hulu Plus. And I'd like the people who are in charge of that to be people who are willing to walk away from that if it comes with strings attached, with people who hate everything you stand for. So let's take that at face value, okay? I want you to ask yourself this question, okay? Put yourself in my shoes. What would it take? How much do your principles matter to you? What kind of a headspace would you have to be in to walk away full stop from $50 million? Let me ask you even further.
That's not hard for you, though, bro. You get paid. You make a fuck ton of money. He's virtue signaling so hard. He's virtue signaling so hard for you guys. It's so silly. Like, there are 7-figure contracts that I could walk away from, but it's not because, like, I'm so principled that I can walk away from somebody offering me, like, $1 million. It's because I know I'm probably going to make more money doing other shit. Like, he's trying to act like he's leaving, like, $50 million on the table that's irreplaceable, and that's not true. Bro, you know you get paid. You know you're already making the big bucks. Get the fuck out of here. That's easy. $50 million is easy to walk away from when you're, like, fucking grossing 75, right? Depending on how much money. I doubt he makes that much and not in a year. Over 4 years, maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if he does sell a fuck ton of subscriptions. I don't know if he sells 300,000 subscriptions of The Blaze, but I bet he sells a lot of subscriptions.
What would it take for you to be willing to walk away from at least $50 million because of it causing harm to someone else that doesn't even affect you.
That's such bullshit. Oh my god. And he's gonna win because you guys are, none of you guys know anything about fucking maybe not you guys, because you guys are my audience. But to every other conservative, he's gonna look so good, even though it's all bullshit. I would if that Nick guy wants to talk, the Rakita guy, I would fucking rake him over the coals on this. I can't believe the analysis he was giving. I just think it's ridiculous if he wants to.
But the next kid, I've talked about this, you know, you have it in comedy. I'm never gonna be the guy who pulls the ladder up after me. What motivates me is not money. Of course, everyone here likes nice things. They want to make a living. You've heard me say this many times. I want to pass the torch. I want there to be someone else to do this. It can't happen if this is how our movement is structured. And you know that, by the way, this could do irreparable damage to the movement, the country, and the people who've fought so hard for the ground gained if we've decided to get in bed with these people who want to strip it away. I'm asking, would you walk away? What would it take for you to walk away from $50 million? Because it's true. That's exactly what I did. It's exactly what I'm doing. And so long as these contracts out there include enforcement of big tech, of punishing conservative creators on behalf of the people we claim to fight and the people who have long since demonetized us and can't stand me, and part of me doesn't blame them. As long as these contracts include that, not even for me, but the next person, I wouldn't take $1 billion.
Right.
And certainly not if you understand in context, when behind closed doors, I know, and these people know, and acknowledge exactly what's being done to the next generation of creators.
Bench talent, young talent, they don't get deals like this.
So they don't get deals that...
They can be wage slaves for a little bit, come over and make a salary and grow their brand.
that you then own.
Oh, I own parts of it. I don't own it. They can, when their contract's up, they can still go out and they'll still be famous. They can keep doing their shows, so go do a show somewhere else. They'll be in a far, far, far better place. You helped make them.
That's literally how these businesses work, 101. Yeah, of course. If you're coming over with a $40,000 fucking YouTube channel to the Daily Wire, yeah, you're not getting a cash offer. Of course not. You're going to get either a rev split of new subs you bring in. Maybe you'll get a cash offer, but it'll be really low. But chances are you're going to be paid a salary with contingent deliverables. You're going to be paid a salary where you have to meet certain objectives, where you've got key performance indicators, where you've got things that you have to do. And yeah, chances are, if it's a smaller person, you're going to benefit from that Daily Wire offering. You're going to benefit from that. If you're a 40, 50,000 sub YouTube channel, you want to have the Daily Wire in your name, even if you had to pay them for it, of course. This is just how Entertainment 101 works. You've got so much more to gain than they do for you being on their brand.
No, not long as this contract. This contract owns it in perpetuity even after the contract. You're paying a lease but getting ownership. That's what this contract is.
On the content that we paid to produce, yes.
They do not keep into perpetuity the content that he is creating in his studio. The only content that they keep is the content that they make. So if Crowder were to go over to the Daily Wire and then they were to make a What is a Woman documentary or whatever with Steven Crowder, when he leaves, the Daily Wire retains the exclusive rights to distribute and monetize that documentary that they make with him, but they don't own all of his shows into perpetuity. That's not what that contract said, and he just said as much on the call.
Opinions on this. I understand that. As someone who does run a business and has to I think maybe 25 employees, I don't know, we're expanding. I understand people run businesses differently and have different priorities. Here's the thing. I would genuinely still, Daily Wire, Jeremy, love to sit down at the table and explain to you how you can make all of this work, how you can scale what we do and not have to be beholden to the people who we all go out and claim that we're fighting, and especially with all of the financial resources that you have, which, by the way, are very impressive. And by the way, since fielding requests for people who've sent this in you guys are under these kinds of contracts, right? You've sent in your emails. If you're looking to either join a network or looking to navigate these contracts, we've been flooded. I'm going to try and get to all of you. But here's the thing. Let me give you my word right now, my word. Everyone, you can timestamp it, call me on it. Here at Mug Club, we will never take any ownership over your social media platforms or your channels, and I don't want a dime ever of your YouTube revenue. You make your own decision as to whether you want to be monetized or not. Some people want to, some people don't. I just have a problem with requiring that you do and penalizing you.
Yeah, but are you offering big cash offers to these people? Like, where are your contracts then? Show me your contracts that you're offering to people, and then we can go from there. Because because otherwise this doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything. Like, wow, you're not gonna take anything from nobody that you're trying to sign? Like, who cares? Like,
if you don't. And to Daily Wire, to the rest of the people out there, give me a call. And look, let me put it this way. If you give me your word, this is all that matters here. Just give me your word that there will never be a clause in a contract again for some unsuspecting kid or someone who doesn't have the luxury to walk away from $50 million, as I did.
they're not offering $50 million. Oh my God, dude. Oh, it's actually so stupid. This whole combo is so stupid. He's such a fucking clown. I can't believe Nick is fucking defending this fucking loser.
True, guilty as charged. Give me your word that you will not penalize them 25% for demonetization, another 20% for a strike, another 20% for Facebook, Spotify, Apple, up to 80%. Just give me your word that that clause, that spirit will not be in any contract sent out to anyone else who's at the front lines fighting for this country.
Oh my God.
And we're done. All of this stops right now. You will never hear from me again. I will go out and sing your praises. You can pick up the phone. You have my word. That's all it is. That's all this is about. In the interim, to everyone else, stopbigcon.com. Be a signatory. I'll see you Monday. Tim Pool.
What do you mean by there's no true poverty in America, like compared to...
People aren't starving.
Do you think that that's the standard that we should hold ourselves to? I feel like conservatives live in this weird world where, on one end, you recognize the importance of community more than liberals do.
It is something that they did to get in that position.
Do you really, like mental illness, you really think so?
Yeah.
So a lot of homeless people disproportionately can be like vets. Do you think that veterans that are homeless are there because they're lazy, they choose to, it's their own fault?
Nancy Pelosi's laptop went missing, and they can't find it. And we saw what happened with Hunter Biden's laptop. So
I don't think so. I think it's exciting. I think it's exhilarating when you feel like you're the only one with the answers or your intuition is the guiding light. I think it means that you never have to confront an uncomfortable truth, because if something is uncomfortable, you can always say,
"You are a Southern mother."
They just let the blacks do whatever they want with the election, and then they cry racism when you try to
let them do what they want. You mean like vote?
When you try to say, "Hold on, wait a minute, what's going on?" You saw that happening.
Wait, do you think that black people shouldn't be allowed to vote?
No.
Then shut the fuck up. Then you have no idea. You don't know what the fuck. No, you have no idea.
There was some unprovoked, like, pushing and aggression towards officers, but then some officers also had unprovoked aggression towards protesters, and that January 6th in general was a peaceful protest. Do you feel like that's a fair representation of what you were saying thus far, Hank?
Yeah, mostly peaceful protests, which is kind of a troll of what they do with the Black Lives Matter riots and protests. If those were mostly peaceful protests, then so was January 6th.
Okay, ignoring January 6th, so then maybe you don't feel that the riots were mostly peaceful protests, or yeah.
The riot portion of it was not exactly peaceful, but there were people there even amidst all of that. Some people who were going into the Capitol building, like a 72-year-old woman and a 49-year-old grandmother followed her in, and she was charged. She followed her in to, according to her, protect the 72-year-old woman going into the Capitol. I don't think those could be fairly described as rioters.
Could I ask a question about that, or are we just on clarifying parts?
Well, before we do that, Destiny, do you feel that the phrase insurrection is fair, or do you feel like that's overblown, or do you think that's appropriate? I know you tend to be a little bit more nuanced in these things. Do you disagree with the word insurrection? How would you label it?
Yeah, I don't typically use the word insurrection. I think that's a little bit too loaded. but I'm gonna super disagree with the other parts of the characterization that were made here.
Okay. And lastly, I guess we're still waiting on Missy to be available. She's working on her video, I believe, but she has audio, right, Missy? Okay, maybe not that either. Okay, she said she was running into some issues, so we'll just try to keep it going until she's available.
Wait, I'm so curious. I have to ask a question. Why not just do everything on Discord? Why not just use Discord?
I guess because it's just the way that Discord does video. It just looks pretty dumb overall.
Are you sure?
It has in the past.
Okay,
But
I implore you, because all of you politics guys, you all use like 15 other websites. Just try using Discord. It should look fine. All right. Well, what's up?
Anyway, so you disagreed with some other takes. You don't like the word insurrection, but you disagree with other takes. What were the other takes?
So, do you want me to give my position, or can I ask him about his position? What exactly? Wait, what's the
First,
question?
give me your position fully, and then you can.
So I think that it was a uniquely horrible event in U.S. history because I think it was a protest turned riot that was ultimately kind of led by the misinformation coming from the President of the United States. And I think that misinformation was an attempt to undermine arguably one of our most important institutions, which is, I guess, like the sanctity of voting in the United States. And that's why I think that it was a uniquely horrible, bad event that was just really bad. But calling it like an insurrection and everything gets in other territory that I think is harder to justify. And I don't really think is that important to talk about.
Okay. Yeah, the labeling is not particularly important. Oof. Okay. So what about the characterization that it was mostly peaceful, and that there was just some people that were showing undue aggression against peaceful protesters, and there were officers were showing.
So the officers weren't showing undue aggression. That's anybody that's saying that just didn't watch all the videos. So that's going to be a hard argument to have because you just haven't seen everything. If that's what you think, the big part calling an individual protest mostly peaceful is a weird way to use the English language, and I don't think we talk about any event like that typically. So for instance, if I go to the bar and I get in a fight with somebody and I kill somebody, I don't think I could ever get away with saying, well, last night at the bar was mostly peaceful. If I spent 2 hours at the bar chatting and having a good time and 10 seconds murdering somebody, I think people would say that was a really violent night at the bar. I can't say, well, the majority of the time at the bar was peaceful and then it just got violent at the end. They'd be like, no, that's... Now, if you're talking like 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 different visits to a bar, then you might say, yeah, his bar visits are mostly peaceful with one violent event. So I think it's kind of weird to characterize a riot, a protest turned riot, as that particular protest was mostly peaceful until the end. Well, that means that particular protest was a riot. It became a riot. So I think that's kind of a weird way to play. I think we're kind of playing games with language there so that we can escape the consequences of what actually happened, or facing the consequences of what actually happened. If anybody's talking, I can't hear anybody. I don't know if that's on my end or your end.
No, we're just waiting for her to get that straight.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I can respond if you want, Fanatic.
So it's frantic. Can you guys hear me? So how's it going? Hi, I'm Missy. Nice to meet y'all.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Oh wow, I just said something crazy on the stream. That's crazy. Good thing my mic wasn't working. All right, so let's see if we can try to get this thing working from this point on. All right, we're still waiting. Let me know when you're back in the StreamYard, and then we'll move forward. Oh, still tripping. This is too much. I can't. Oh God, what was the last thing that you said, Destiny? I'm sorry, I'm losing track at this point.
I think it was a riot. I wouldn't characterize a riot as mostly peaceful if it became a riot at the end. This gets a little bit semantical. I just think people try to use these words to escape the consequence of what happened, of understanding what happened.
I see. I guess there was a comparison made between like Black Lives Matter riots or protests in general, and saying that those things have been characterized as mostly peaceful.
Yeah, because most protests were peaceful, but the ones that were riots, I wouldn't say it was mostly peaceful until it was a riot. I would say it was a riot. So for instance, it's almost certainly the case that the majority of the protests in in like Kenosha were peaceful. It's almost certainly the case. However, not all of them were, and it only takes a few riots to do a ton of damage to a city. So I wouldn't characterize 2 days of rioting as most of the people there and most of the protesters were peaceful. I would say they were riots because it doesn't appear to be peaceful when there's so much damage and everything caused. It's a weird way to characterize it.
Hey, see your smile, and it seems like you pretty much understand that to be true, right? Like it's more of a semantic game of comparison, right?
Not entirely. I mean, he is right that that many of the people in Kenosha were not participating in the violence, but there was still a riot. But you saw on CNN there were purportedly normal reporters at CNN saying, "Oh, it's fiery, but it's mostly peaceful over here," right in front of a burning building. And that was not Kenosha specifically. And so, like, there was maybe 100,000 people, I don't know how many, over at the Capitol. People who went into the building were mulling around. There were some who were getting out of control and acting up. And so that aspect of it is a riot. But he said that you can't say that the cops were not aggressing against the protesters or the rioters or whatever. But Elijah Schaffer, who was there and recording that day, said that one thing that got the people riled was a cop pushed somebody who was climbing up a wall off of that wall, and he fell down a far distance, and that got the people riled.
Was he trespassing?
I suppose he was. But
and if a police officer is there defending federal property and another person is trespassing, is the police officer upping the aggression when he's responding to the other person trespassing? That doesn't seem to be a fair way to summarize or characterize the police officer's actions, no?
In Elijah Schaffer's, the way that he described it and the way that he read it, he felt that the officer was out of line.
Sure, I'm not asking Elijah Schaffer. I'll ask you, as a red-blooded American, okay? I'm from Nebraska, 30 years. I like guns, okay? If somebody is barging into my house and I shove that person out of my house, okay? And or I see somebody climbing my fence, trying to get in my backyard, my kids are playing back there, and I push them off of my fence, right? Or if a police officer who's tasked with defending federal property and lawmakers is trying to protect that property and somebody's trying to trespass, is the police officer pushing them off of that? Is that unnecessary? That seems to be like the first step, the first level of necessary, I guess, defense against a trespasser. So I'm confused by what's...
I would be with you on that if that's how we treated rioters in general, but they gave people room to destroy in Black Lives Matter. So yes, you're right. It is justified.
Yeah,
it may be justified.
Yeah, let's ask that. So when we say they gave people room in Black Lives Matter protesting, did they not also let people into the Capitol in the same way?
Yeah, and those people were far less destructive in the Capitol than.
Okay, we're not going to do you say something and then I say that it's wrong, and then you go, okay, so.
I will. I'll do that.
Well, that's dishonest. Okay, right? That's not honest, right? So when you tried to say earlier that you're trying to make this characterization that they treated BLM differently. They let them riot, but they didn't with the January 6th protesters. If you were going to say they didn't,
I didn't say they didn't. I just said that the cops did some unprovoked things.
Well, but but provocation is trying to trespass. Is that not provoking?
In that case, fine, I grant you that.
Okay.
But there was a case where the crowd had calmed down already, and according to Elijah Schaffer, an honest journalist we all know, they fired, I don't know what they fired into the crowd, whether it was smoke bombs or tear gas or what.
It was tear gas.
Mm-hmm.
And the crowd had already calmed down, and many of the right-wingers in general.
Was the crowd given orders to disperse?
Maybe so.
So if the crowd was given what we would say is probably a lawful order to disperse, and they're not doing so, then just like we saw happen with BLM protests, would we not then expect the police officers to use some sort of crowd control, tear gas or other types of smoke grenades or whatever? Like, wouldn't we expect that to happen?
Maybe so, but it was in Elijah Schaffer's mind, which he was there. I wasn't there, neither were you. Mm-hmm. It was ill-advised because they had already calmed down, because the right-wingers are generally self-policing. They calm their aggressive.
Self-police their way all the way into the Capitol building. No.
So this was one incident out of many incidents. Generally, right-wing protests are not violent.
That's a good line of thought. I think we're going down a good.
Wait. I know. Just really quickly. Because the one thing that I do want to focus on is specifically January 6th. Like I really.
Yeah,
I feel
that's
like
what we're
it
talking
almost
about.
will take the. I don't want the conversation to really kind of center around BLM or any other organizations or any other sorts of riots or violent protests, because this is an indictment of those things. Otherwise, we can end up going down a rabbit hole trying to defend BLM or trying to like argue about whether or not BLM was actually violent or not, or so on and so forth. But just focusing on the merits specifically of January 6th itself, would you say that there were protesters there that shouldn't have been? And then were there protesters aggressing against the Capitol, and were the police officers defending that, or the Capitol Police defending that?
Yes, and the double standard is important. It brings a lot of light to the situation.
What can't we just can we both come together and say it was bad when BLM rioted and it was bad when Republicans rioted? Can't we just say that?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So you agree that January 6th was at the very least a bad event that they rioted at, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wasn't rioting in any form like not good? You know, I mean, even like in the 60s when they had problems like with, protests and things like that, there were also like repercussions that came from that as well. There were issues with, soldiers having morale problems. As a matter of fact, I watched a documentary today on a soldier that got the Medal of Honor, and he was talking about how when they talked to him at the first space he would speak in front of these 1960s Vietnam protesters, that they said, we're not attacking the warrior, we're attacking the war. And they want to make it very clear that what they were up against wasn't each other. It wasn't him as a person. It was protesting the problems that were going on. And I think that we can come together and agree in the middle that that's exactly what's happening now. I don't think that we're fighting each other. I think that we're fighting, all the things, all the tyranny, all the problems. God, like our country, we've had some problems for a while.
I just actually did a really huge survey on this.
What? She doesn't go to any porn sites. No.
Money. Would it update you if I did say something negative? Like, you could ask me, are there any negative things about the industry?
Once you're out of the industry and there's zero incentive.
Megan is just such a fucking Chad. Like, nothing would change my mind. Well, is there anything I could say? Everything you say is gonna be a lie. Oh, well, fuck me, dude. God, she's such a fucking Chad. Hell yes.
For you to say positive things about the industry, then I would trust your opinion. And I would believe that you were being completely honest. So I feel like if we talk to you in 10 or 15 years, maybe you would say something.
Sure, that's not what I fucking asked. I asked, do you think...
She's getting mad. Oh, no.
If you asked me, do you have anything negative to say about the industry, like, would I have any responses for you?
Wait, I don't know if I've ever heard her cuss before in my entire life.
I mean, sure. Tell me what negative things you have to say about the industry.
Right, because you predicted that I wouldn't say anything negative, but there are negative things to say. It's not all butterflies. I have, right, but like, you weren't responding to my questions. Like, I'm like trying to have a conversation here, and you're just like constantly acting like I didn't say a thing or responding to a thing I didn't say, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I'm like down to like actually try to figure out what's true. I'm down to have my mind changed. If you can present me like good evidence, I'm like down to like update. I mean, probably gonna update a little bit, maybe not a lot, but like I don't know. The style of conversation that's happening is like, I don't.
When you've essentially done the same thing just in a different context. But sorry, it's a really roundabout way of answering that. Like, yeah, when I'm trying to think of like other people.
Thing that caused it, but in reality, you already had it, and you're like reverse engineering.
I hate this. I hate when they're sweeter.
Skimpy outfit? It's like a sports top and shorts. This is like super standard swim or gym wear. Actually, I wouldn't even say standard because she could be boobing out way harder. How is this skimpy? She was wearing short shorts. Of course, she wanted to be touched. Kind of energy. You're saying the same shit. He's trying to help. You want to fuck her. I don't understand how this is getting rolled. Why is she filming and making a scene? A lot of people film themselves at the gym. She's weird for making a scene, but she's not wearing a skimpy outfit. Holy shit, so much stupid shit. What the fuck?
sitting here like a doofus.
Do what?
Okay, can you say something?
Something. Can you hear me?
Oh my god.
Hello? Testing 1 2. What if she's deaf in her right ear and she can only hear out of the left one, but she doesn't have the headphone on that ear? What if that's the reason? Oh my god, bro, chill! Jesus Christ. Why would you jeopardize your fucking Twitter account like this? Oh, hey, what's up? Nothing much. How are you doing? I'm pretty good.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, can you hear me? Mm-hmm.
I can't hear me. The hell? I was just using this.
Hello, hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Ah, fuck yeah. Okay, I did nothing except just exit and rejoin the call.
Wow, good job.
Yeah, but now you're not on my headphones, so let me know if you get echo.
Okay. Did you have a fun experience?
It was not good. I watched your review. Thank you.
Oh.
It made me feel slightly better.
What? Oh, because you realized how much of a dominating presence Megan had on the entire call? You finally come to understand that you just need to get better?
Yeah, I think I was really outclassed. I think she was like a mega giga chad, as you said.
When you ask the question, like, what can I show you to change your mind? That's supposed to be like an invitation for further discussion, not like a, they're not supposed to say nothing. Usually they don't say that, but it was pretty funny.
A stigma level. But I was definitely, I felt really embarrassed after that. I don't think I've ever lost my cool publicly before.
Oh yeah, you swore you said the F word. I was like, damn.
I did. I don't know if you could tell, but I was quite upset. And I think it feels like nice and validating to have other people agree with me or something.
Yeah, I'm all about that. Fuck, what did you call it? Not social acceptance. There was a name for when somebody's asking for some type of reassurance.
Is it not just reassurance, like the reassurance request? A bid for reassurance?
Oh, maybe that was it, yeah.
Am I doing a bid? Oh yeah, I am making a bid for reassurance right now.
I was joking, don't worry. What was I gonna say? Oh. How much, when you... Well, actually, wait. So have you done any other formal debates relating to, like, this stuff? Like, stuff involving your research?
Not really. I mean, not, like, formal. I think I've had, like, one other, like, debate about sex stuff that was kind of, like, live stream thing before.
I guess what I'm curious about is, does anybody else ever try to fight you on the validity of your methods? On, like, a data point?
Oh yeah, infinitely. I mean, it hasn't really happened too much live because I haven't done it very much live. But yeah, anytime I post anything about my research, people are like, telling me that it is can't be trusted at all. Which kind of annoys me, because like there are some decent points. Like there are limitations to the survey, right? It is self-reported. It is, you know, online people of, like, for example, TikTok is the majority base, significantly younger. It's Western. Like there are absolutely limitations, but like, I don't know. I think I feel riled up right now. I think I feel angry, actually.
From the conversation last night still?
I think so. And also this, because I think this specific topic makes me angry.
What makes you angry? That porn should be banned?
No, that my research.
Wait, which? Oh, like the topic of whether or not your research is valid.
Yeah, like the criticisms I get of my research.
Gotcha.
It's like it's hit the point where like I get so much criticism that's unfounded that I can't distinguish what's good versus bad anymore. Like coming like in good faith versus bad.
Yeah, there's
And
like a
it's
whole separate
really
skill
frustrating.
set for trying to weed through a lot of shit online to pick out the good criticism versus just like haters or idiots or people that might
Yeah.
even like you but they don't actually even know what they're saying. You know. Like I bet like
Yeah.
or no, yeah. That's a really frustrating thing.
Yeah, and then I feel then I get really sensitive. I'm really touchy about it. So if you ever want to like, if people want to troll me in mass, you can be effective.
Mhm.
And I'll probably go to sleep.
Have you ever had educated people in the area like try to fight with you or anything?
Yeah, definitely. I've had educated people and both defend me and argue against me.
Or more, I'm
Like,
sorry,
like
more
some-
specifically, when I say educated people, I mean, do you ever have like researchers in this area who are like sex researchers that ever come out and want to fight with you over like whether your findings are true or false or whatever? Yeah.
I don't think so. But like that might be like bias on my part. Like I know a bunch of sex researchers, but they're all kind of independent because it's really hard to study sex inside of academia. And it's like possible I may have run into like a sex researcher who's in academia before, but I didn't know it. And I do know a couple sex researchers in academia, but they like my work and they think it's really good.
Yeah, gotcha.
So I don't know. But this is something I could rant a lot about. Like I think people do not have a good understanding of like what the role of studies are supposed to be or like research. Like they think it's supposed to be a
Anyone who has fallen in love before will say, there's something different here. It's different. Like, it's not just proximity. It's not just that they're cute. It's not just that they're attracted. Like, there is something magical and unknowable going on here.
Don't you worry sometimes that if you open up too much to someone, you increase the likelihood of being hurt?
What's the quote by...
Kann ich nicht.
Such a busy world. Minions have spawned. So much more to see. Come closer. A summoner has reconnected. Venture off the beaten path. A promising bloom. So much more to see. Come closer. Venture off the beaten path. Wait until my seeds take root. Things aren't always what
An
they
ally
seem.
has been slain.
Just a harmless flower. Such a busy world. So much more to see. Just a harmless flower. Shut down. Has been slain. Tag. So much more to see. Come closer. Venture off the beaten path. A promising garden. The forest holds many surprises.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Things aren't always what they seem. Just a harmless flower.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy rampage.
Take careful steps.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Such a busy world. So much more to see. forest holds many surprises.
Destroyed a turret.
Busy world. Sprout. So much more to see. Come closer.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Venture off the beaten path.
Shut down.
The harvest is upon us. The forest holds many
Your team
surprises.
has destroyed a turret.
Wait until my seeds take root. Things aren't fun. So much more to see. An ally has been slain. Come closer. Venture off the beaten path. Just wait. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Slain. Enemy killing spree. Your turret has been destroyed. Such a busy world. Just wait. So much more to see. Come closer.
This is the road to paradise.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Just a harmless flower. Take careful steps. Has been slain. A summoner has disconnected. A summoner has disconnected.
Er muss nur Drake spielen. so ein Lied gebe. Aber es ist einfach egal. Ah, der kann keinen Sinn. Schade. Loser Q. Loser Q.
Binary conclusion. Like you do the study and then you reach like a 1 or 0. So you die and go to heaven, right?
Yeah, necessarily has come to their own conclusions because she missed something, but it would be good to know if she got.
You know what's funny? If you take a look at my apartment, there's almost no furnishings in here. I don't even have a couch. It's pretty barren. I live in a barren, desolate wasteland, and this is the environment that I enjoy living in as a millionaire. Okay, so I can buy stuff. I have more than enough funds to just load up this place with Pottery Barn West Elm furniture if I so wanted to. But I've been here for about a year already, and I don't even drive a fancy car. I just drive a used Jeep. And some people look at me and think, hey, I don't know how to live it up. I'm some cheap bastard. I don't know how to appreciate the finer things in life. Or you may think, I've gone into some weird Buddhist monk type of philosophy where I've convinced myself that I want to strip myself of earthly desires and I just don't want to experience life. But in actuality, less is more. And this is what so few people understand. If you truly want the best things in life, if you really want to experience life, and if you want the most, then you actually want less things to just block your way. And so what the truth is, and what so few people understand, is that minimalism is not about wanting less. Minimalism is about wanting more. Because let's put it this way, which would you rather experience? Either A, you could be the type of person who hoards a bunch of stuff and you're entrapped by your material possessions. You've got a fancy car, you've got a fancy house, you've got all your pots and pans and all your furniture and clothes, and all your stuff just keeps you in the same local vicinity where you enjoy being. And so when it comes to dinner time, here's your dinner experience, right? You might have a bunch of fancy pots and pans from Williams Sonoma and you're going to cook yourself a meal. Or maybe the best you can do is go to your local hotel lobby and order a fancy steak there, right? And you'll watch the local streets and cars just kind of passing by with a supermarket view and a gas station in front of you. Or B, if you were truly a minimalist and you were not bound by your daily material possessions, hey, maybe you could go have a street food experience in Vietnam. And you would be watching the river and it would be this memorable experience. And a view like this, an experience like this would probably sell for thousands of dollars in your local city, if such an experience were even possible, but it's not. You know, it's like, for example, if I want really good sushi, you can't really get good sushi or sashimi out here in the United States. Like in the desert, like say in Nevada, it's like $7 for a spicy tuna roll. And it's not even high quality fish. It's like trash quality meat here. They just grind that stuff up. Whereas if you go to Japan, you could pay maybe $2 or something and get some decent sashimi there. Now, quick pause. This video is brought to you by myself, techinterviewpro.com. Check it out. X Google, X Facebook, interview training. Give yourself the best possible chance.
Jeez.
Day 328. Today there is a lot of news from the Donetsk region. One of the reasons why there was so little movement in this region is that there are a lot of rivers and lakes that create natural obstacles. However, 2 weeks of freezing temperatures covered the waters with ice, creating new opportunities for offensive actions. There are 3 main directions: Avdiivka, Marinka and Vuhledar. The most important developments happened today in the Avdiivka region. Here, the main goal of the Russians is to push the Ukrainians from Avdiivka by any means. Avdiivka is one of the closest Ukrainian positions to Donetsk and Makiivka, which creates enormous problems for the Russians. For example, if you still remember, right before the new year, the Ukrainians destroyed a huge Russian base in Makiivka, killing approximately 600 mobilized soldiers that were about to be sent to the front. Of course, HIMARS would be able to strike this base regardless of who controls Avdiivka, but identifying this base and constantly monitoring the ground with UAVs would be much more difficult without such a valuable toehold. So having this stronghold right on the porch of the biggest cities in Donbass gives the Ukrainians a huge tactical advantage. Unfortunately for the Russians, storming Avdiivka in front like Bakhmut won't work at all, because if we zoom in and switch to satellite view, we can see that there are a lot of lakes, bridges and tree belts. And if we look at the topographic map, we can see that Ukrainian and Russian positions are separated by the lowlands. For all these reasons, the only viable option remained to take Avdiivka into a pocket, which they started doing by storming Vodyane. However, the Russians faced a huge problem. The natural barrier in the form of a river did not allow them to breach the Ukrainian defense, and they got stuck. There was a series of attacks and counterattacks in this region, which resulted in no change in the situation. But the weather conditions changed everything. For the last 2 weeks, the temperature has been below zero, meaning that the water has frozen and created a natural bridge between the northern and southern parts of Vodyane. Over the last several days, the temperatures once again started to increase, and from tomorrow they're expected to turn positive, so the window of opportunity to start storming Ukrainian positions from ice started to close. That is why today, the Russians launched an attack on the eastern outskirts. The first group reportedly established a toehold, and the fights broke out. As attention shifted and the operation developed, the Russians started sending reinforcements, which the Ukrainians tried to counter from the central part and stop them right on the ice. Unfortunately, the frozen water changed the setting and turned the least viable direction for the Russians into the most viable. The latest news suggests that the Russians have established control over the eastern part of Vodyane, but the fights are by no means over. The Ukrainians can support their units in Vodyane easily, unlike the Russians. The Ukrainians will likely try to prolong the battle until the above zero temperatures return and eliminate the possibility of supplying Russian groups over the ice. On top of that, some Russian sources raised the alarm that the whole offensive operation is in danger because the last batches of artillery and mortar shells received in Spartak, Pervomaisk and Vodyane are bad and cannot be used. When it comes to the Marinka area, last time I told you that the Ukrainians had to step back a few blocks in order to avoid the crossfire. The Russians managed to establish control over this triangle in the northern part of the village, which opened access to direct fire control over the avenue. Crossing it became incredibly dangerous, which is why the fight shifted a little bit to the west. From that point, the front line stabilized and the intensity of the fights decreased. But everything changed today. A lot of sources report intense artillery preparation. Ukrainian formations are still standing their ground, although looking at Marinka, it seems like almost every square meter has been shelled and destroyed. Nonetheless, the Ukrainians are anticipating an attack and have already reinforced Ukrainian Marines that are holding the defense with a dozen armored vehicles to meet the attackers. Other units in the region are expecting a new batch of drones. Lastly, when it comes to the Vuhledar area, here the Russians have been conducting a number of combat reconnaissance attacks. The Ukrainians are also reportedly actively gathering reconnaissance by using drones. The main goal of both parties here is to be fully aware of all developments behind the scenes and be ready for an attack at any time. Overall, despite a lot of interesting developments, the fights remain largely positional. According to many Russian sources, The reason why they're constantly attacking these extremely well-fortified positions is not to breach them. Russian command does not expect any breakthroughs here. The reason why they're constantly attacking is to preserve the initiative. But as long as the Ukrainian defense stands, and the Russians cannot build their bases in Donetsk and Makiyivka, Russian actions do not harm Ukrainian operational goals. If you're against the invasion of Ukraine and you want to support the work that I'm doing, consider making a purchase in the online store, UA Supporter. Here you can find a lot of products with Ukrainian symbols to not only show your support for this channel, but also for Ukraine. The link to the online store is in the description. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next report.
These operations like the Silk Road?
It's very difficult. People have come up with different techniques. There's been techniques to put out in the news media about how they do it, running like massive amounts of relays, and you're controlling those relays. I think somebody tried that once.
So there's a technical solution, and what about social engineering? What about trying to infiltrate the actual humans that are using the Silk Road and trying to get in that way?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely could see the way of doing that, and in this case, in our takedown, we used that. There was one of my partners, Jared Darrigan. He was an HSI investigator, and he had worked his way up to be a system admin on the site. So that did glean quite a bit of information because he was inside and talking to, at that time we only know it as DPR or Dread Pirate Roberts. We didn't know who that was yet, but we had that open communication. And one of the things, the technical aspects on that is there was a Jabber server. There was that's a type of communication server that was being used, and we knew that Ross had his Jabber set to Pacific time, so we had a pretty good idea what part of what part of the country he was in.
I mean, isn't that from DPR's perspective, from Ross's perspective? Isn't that clumsy?
He wasn't a big computer guy.
Do you notice that aspect of like the technical savvy of some of these guys doesn't seem to be quite? Why weren't they good at this?
Well, the real techie savvy ones we don't arrest. We don't get to them. We don't find them.
Get to them. Shout out to the techie criminals. They're probably watching this.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you were getting the low-hanging fruit. I mean, you're getting the ones that can be caught. I mean, I'm sure we'll talk about it. But the anonymous case, there was a guy named AV Unit. I lose sleep over him because we didn't catch him. We caught everybody else. We didn't catch him. He's good though. He pops up too once in a while on the internet, and it pisses me off.
Yeah. What's his name again?
AV Unit. That's all I know is his AV Unit.
AV Unit.
Yeah, I got a funny story about him and who people think he is.
Can we go on that brief tangent?
Sure, I love tangents.
Well, let me ask you, since he's probably he or she, do we know it's a he?
We have no idea.
Okay.
I mean, that's another funny story about hackers, the he-she issue.
What's the funny story there?
Well, one of the guys in LulzSec was a she, was a 17-year-old girl.
Yeah.
And my source in the case, the guy Sabu that I arrested and part of it, and, we sat side by side for 9 months and then took down, the case and all that. He was convinced she was a girl, and it was said, and he was in love with her almost at one point. It turns out to be a 35-year-old guy living in England.
Oh, so he was convinced it was
Yes, he was absolutely
based
convinced.
on what exactly? By linguistic, like human-based linguistic analysis, or what?
He, whatever, Kayla is what it went, which ended up being like a modification of his sister's name, the real guy's sister's name, was so good at building the backstory. All these guys, and it's funny, like these guys are part of a hacking crew. They social engineer the shit out of each other.
Yeah.
Just to build, if one of them ever gets caught, they'll convince everybody else that, they're a Brazilian, ISP owner or something like that. And that's how I'm so powerful.
Well, yeah, that social engineering aspect is part of living a life of cybercrime or cybersecurity on the offensive or defensive. So AV Unit, can I ask you also just a tangent of a tangent first?
That's my favorite tangent.
Okay. Is it possible for me to have a podcast conversation with somebody who hasn't been caught yet and because they have the conversation, they still won't be caught? And is that a good idea? Meaning, is there a safe way for a criminal to talk to me on a podcast?
I would think so. I would think that someone could, I mean, someone who has been living a double life for long enough where you think they're not a criminal.
No. They would have to admit that they would say, I am AV Unit.
Oh, you would want to have a conversation with AV Unit.
Yes. Is there a way? I'm just speaking from an FBI perspective, technically speaking, because so let me explain my motivation.
Sure.
I think I would like to be able to talk to people from all walks of life, and understanding criminals, understanding their mind, I think is very important. And I think there's fundamentally something different between a criminal who's still active versus one that's been caught. The mind, just from observing it, changes completely once you're caught. You have a big shift in your understanding of the world. I mean, I do have a question about the ethics of having such conversations. But first, technically, is it possible?
If I was technically advising you, I would say, first off, don't advertise it. The fewer people that you're going to tell that you're having this conversation with, the better. And yeah, you could. Are you doing it in person? Or are you doing it in
person? Would be amazing, yeah. But their face would not be shown.
Face would not be shown. Yeah, I mean, you couldn't publish the show for a while. They'd have to put a lot of trust in you that you are not going to. You're going to have to alter those tapes. I say tapes because it's old school, but
it's a tape.
Exactly. I'm sure a lot of people just said that. Like, oh shit, this old guy just said tape.
I heard of VHS was in the 1800s, I think.
But yeah, you could do it. They'd have to have complete faith and trust in you that you destroy the originals after you've altered it.
What about if they don't have faith? Is there a way for them to attain security? Like for me to go through some kind of process where I meet them somewhere where...
I mean, you're not going to do it without a bag over your head. I don't know if that's the life you want to live.
I'm fine with a bag over my head. That's going to get taken out of context. But I think it's a worthy effort. It's worthy to go through the hardship of that to understand the mind of somebody. I think fundamentally conversations are a different thing than the operation of law enforcement. Understanding the mind of a criminal, I think, is really important.
I don't know if you're going to have the honest conversation that you're looking for. I mean, it may sound honest, but it may not be the truth. I found most times when I was talking to criminals, it's lies mixed with half-truths. And you kind of, if they're good, they can keep that story going for long enough. If they're not, you kind of see the relief in them when you finally break that wall down.
That's the job of an interviewer. If the interviewer is good, then perhaps not directly, but through the gaps seeps out the truth of the human being. So not necessarily the details of how they do the operations and so on, but just who they are as a human being, what their motivations are, what their ethics are, how they see the world, what is good, what is evil. Do they see themselves as good? What do they see their motivation as? Do they have resentment? What do they think about love for the people within their small community? Do they have resentment for the government or for other nations or for other people? Do they have childhood issues that led to a different view of the world than others perhaps have? Do they have certain fetishes, like sexual and otherwise, that led to their construction of the world? They might be able to reveal some deep flaws to the cybersecurity infrastructure of our world. Not in detail, but like philosophically speaking. They might have... I know you might say it's just a narrative, but they might have a kind of ethical concern for the well-being of the world, that they're essentially attacking the weakness of the cybersecurity infrastructure because they believe ultimately that would lead to a safer world. So the attacks will reveal the weaknesses. And if they're stealing a bunch of money, that's okay, because that's going to enforce you to invest a lot more money in defending things that actually matter, nuclear warheads and all those kinds of things. I mean, I could see, it's fascinating to explore the mind of a human being like that, because I think it will help people understand. Now, of course, it's still a person that's creating a lot of suffering in the world, which is a problem. So do you think ethically it's a good thing to do?
I don't. I mean, I feel like I have a fairly high ethical bar that I have to put myself on, and I don't think I have a problem with it. I would love to listen to it.
Okay, great.
I mean, not that I'm your ethical coacher here.
Yeah.
But
well, that's interesting. I mean, because I thought you would have become jaded and exhausted by the criminal mind.
It's funny. You know, I'm you know, fast forward in our story, I'm very good friends with Hector Monsegur, the Sabu, the guy I arrested. And he tells stories of what he did in his past. And I'm like, oh, that Hector, you know, you know, but then I listened to your episode with Brett Johnson and I was like, this guy stealing money from the U.S. government and welfare fraud and all this sort of things. It just pissed me off. And I don't know why I have that differentiation in my head. I don't know why I think one's just, oh, Hector will be Hector, and then this guy just pissed me off.
Well, you didn't feel that way about Hector until you probably met him.
Well, I didn't know Hector. I knew Sabu. So I hunted down Sabu, and I learned about Hector over those 9 months.
We'll talk about it. Sure. Let's finish with, let's return back to the tangent. Oh, one tangent up. Who's AV Unit?
I don't know.
Interesting. So he's at the core of Anonymous. He's one of the critical people in Anonymous. What is known about him?
There's what's known in public and what was known because I sat with Hector, and he was sort of like the set things up guy. So if Lulsec had like their hackers, which was Sabu and Kayla, and they had their media guy, this guy Topiary, he lived up in the northern end of England, and they had a few other guys, but AV Unit was the guy that set up infrastructure. So if you need a VPN in Brazil or something like that to pop through, one of the first things Hector told me after we arrested him is that AV Unit was a Secret Service agent. And I was like, oh, shit. Just because he kind of lived that lifestyle. He'd be around for a bunch of days and then all of a sudden gone for 3 weeks. And I trying to get more out of Hector, but that early on in that relationship, you know, I'm sure he was a little bit guarded, maybe trying to social engineer me. Maybe he wanted that oh shit, there's law enforcement involved in this. And not to say, I mean, I was in over my head with that case, just the amount of work that was going on. So to track them all down, plus the 350 hacks that came in about just military institutions, you know, it was swimming in the deep end. So it was just at the end of the case, I looked back and I was like, oh, AV Unit, I could have had them all. You know, maybe that's the perfectionist in me.
Oh, man. Well, reach out somehow. I won't say how, right? We'll have to figure out.
Would you have him on?
Yeah.
Oh my God. If you just let me know.
And just
let me
talk
know the day
shit
before.
about you the whole time.
That's perfect. He probably doesn't even care about me. But
well, now he will.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's a certain pleasure of a guy who's extremely good at his job not catching another guy who's extremely good at his job.
Obviously better. He got away.
Better. There you go. He's still eating at you. I love it.
Yeah. So,
he or she.
If I can meet that guy one day, or he or she, that'd be great. I mean, I have no power.
So yes, Silk Road. Can you speak to the scale of this thing? What? Just for people who are not familiar, how big was it? And any other interesting things you understand about its operation when it was active?
So it was when we finally got looking through the books, and you know, the numbers came out as about $1.2 billion in sales. It's kind of hard with the fluctuation value of Bitcoin at the time to come up with a real number. So you kind of pick a daily average, you know, and go across. So
most of the operation was done in Bitcoin.
It's all done in Bitcoin. You couldn't. You had escrow accounts on, you know, you came in and you put money in an escrow account, and, you know, the transaction wasn't done until the client got the drugs or whatever they had bought. And then the drug dealers had sent it in. There was some talk at the time that the cartel was starting to sell on there. So that started getting a little hairy there at the end.
What was your understanding of the relationship between organized crime, like the cartels, and this kind of more ad hoc, new age market that is the Silk Road?
I mean, it was all just chatter. It was just, because like I said, Jared was on the inside, so we saw some of it from the admin sides. And Ross had a lot of private conversations with different people that he had advised him. But no one knew each other. I mean, the only thing that they knew with the admins had to send an ID to Ross, had to send a picture of their driver's license or passport, which I always found very strange, because if you are an admin on a site that sells fake IDs, why would you send your real ID? And then why would the guy running the site, who profits from selling fake IDs, believe that it was? But fast forward, tangent, they were all real IDs. All the IDs that we found on Ross's computer as the admins were the real people's IDs.
What do you make of that? Just other clumsiness?
Yeah, low-hanging fruit, I guess. I guess that's what it is. I mean, I would have bought. I mean, even Ross bought fake IDs off the site. He had federal agents knock on his door. And then he got a little cocky about it.
The landscape, the dynamics of trust is fascinating here. So you trust certain ideas, or like, who do you trust in that kind of market? What was your understanding of the network of trust?
I don't think anyone trusts anybody, I mean, I think Ross had his advisors of trust, but outside of that, I mean, he required people to send their ID for their trust. People stole from him. There's open cases of that. It's a criminal world. You can't trust anybody.
What was his life like, you think?
Lonely. Can you imagine being trapped in something like that, where your whole world focuses on that, and you can't tell people what you do all day?
Could he have walked away?
Like, someone else take over, the site just shut down?
Either one. Just you putting yourself in his shoes, the loneliness, the anxiety, the growing immensity of it. So walk away with some kind of financial stability.
I couldn't have made it past 2 days. I don't like loneliness. I mean, if my wife's away, I probably call her 10, 12 times a day. We just talk about things. Something crossed my mind. I want to talk about it. And I'm sure she...
And you like to talk to her, like, honestly about everything. So if you were running Silk Road, you wouldn't be able to, like...
Hopefully I'd have a little protection. I'd only mention to her when we were in bed, to have that marital connection. But who knows? I mean, she's going to question why the Ferrari is outside and things like that.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure you can come up with something. Why didn't he walk away? It's another question of, why don't criminals walk away in these situations?
Well, I mean, I don't know every criminal mind, and some do. I mean, AV Unit walked away. I mean, not to go back to that son of a bitch, but
there's a theme to this.
But Ross started counting his dollars. I mean, he really kept track of how much money he was making, and it started, getting exponentially growth. I mean, if he would have stayed at it, he would have probably been one of the richest people in the world.
And do you think he liked the actual money or the fact of the number growing?
I mean, have you ever held a Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Oh, you have? Well, he never did.
What do you mean held a Bitcoin?
You can't hold it. It's not real. It's not like I can give you a briefcase of Bitcoin,
right,
or something like that. He liked the idea of it growing. He liked the idea. I mean, I think it started off as sharing this idea, but then he really did turn to, like, I am the captain of this ship, and that's what goes. And he was making a lot of money. And again, my interactions with Ross was about maybe 5 or 6 hours over a 2-day period. I knew DPR because I read his words and all that. I didn't really know Ross. There was a journal found on his computer, and so it sort of kind of gave me a little inside. So I don't like to do a playbook for criminals, but I'll tell you right now, don't write things down. There was a big fad about people, like, remember kids going around shooting people with paintballs and filming it? Mm-hmm. I don't know why you would do that. Why would you videotape yourself committing crime and then publish it? Like, if there's one thing I've taught my children, don't record yourself doing bad things. It never goes well. So,
and you actually give advice on the other end of logs being very useful for the defense perspective. For information is useful for being able to figure out what the attacks were all about.
Logs are the only reason I found Hector Monsegur. I mean, the one time his VPN dropped during a Fox hack, and he says it wasn't even hacking. He just was sent a link and he clicked on it, and in 10 million lines of logs, there was one IP address that stuck out.
This is fascinating. We'll explore several angles of that. So, what was the process of bringing down Ross and the Silk Road?
All right, so that's a long story. You want the whole thing, or you want to break it up?
Let's start at the beginning.
Once we had the information of the chat logs and all that from the server, we found...
What's the server? What's the chat log?
So the .onion was running the website, the Silk Road, was running on a server in Iceland.
How did you figure that out? That was one of the claims that the NSA...
Yeah, that's the one that we said that yeah, I wouldn't tell you if it was. It's on the internet. I mean, the internet has their conspiracy theories and all that, so...
But you figure out that's the part of the thing you do. It's puzzle pieces, and you have to put them together and look for different pieces of information and figure out. Okay, so you figure out the server is in Iceland.
We get a copy of it, and so we start getting clues off of that. And
Wait, the physical copy of the server?
Yeah, we flew. You fly over there, so you go. If you've been to Iceland, if you've never been, you should definitely go to Iceland.
Is it beautiful?
I love it. I love it. It was what. So I'll tell you this. So sorry, tangents.
I love this. Yeah.
So I went to Iceland for the Anonymous case. Then I went to Iceland for the Silk Road case. And I was like, oh, shit, all cybercrime goes through Iceland. It was just my sort of thing. And I was over there for like the third time. And I said, if I ever can bring my family here. Like, so there's a place called Thingavar. And I'm sure I'm fucking up the name. The Icelandics are pissed right now. But it's where the North American continental plate and the European continental plate are pulling apart. And it's being filled in with volcanic material in the middle. And it's so cool. Like, I was like, one day I'll be able to afford to bring my family here. And once I left,
it's just like the humbling and the beauty of nature.
Just everything, man. It was a different world. It was insane how great Iceland is. And so we went back and we rented a van and we took friends and we drove around the entire country. Absolutely, like a beautiful place. Like Reykjavik's nice, but get out of Reykjavik as quick as you can and see the countryside.
How is this place even real?
Well, it's so new. I mean, that's so, you know, our rivers have been going through here for millions of years and flattened everything out and all that. These are new. This is new land being carved by these rivers. You can walk behind a waterfall in one place. It's the most beautiful place I've ever been.
You understand why this is a place where a lot of hacking is being done?
Because the energy is free and it's cool. So you have a lot of servers going on there. Server farms, you know, the energy has come up out of the ground, geothermal, and then it keeps all the servers nice and cool. So why not keep your computers there at a cheap rate?
I'll definitely visit for several reasons, including to talk to AV Unit.
Yeah, he'll meet you there.
Well, the servers are there, but they don't probably live there. I mean, that's interesting. I mean, the Pacific, the PST, the time zones. There's so many fascinating things to explore here.
Well,
but so you got.
Sorry, to add to that, I mean, the European internet cable goes through there, so you know, across to Greenland and down through Canada and all that. So they have backbone access with cheap energy and free cold weather. You know.
And beautiful.
Oh, and beautiful, yes.
So chat logs on that server. What was in the chat logs?
Everything. He kept them all. That's another issue. If you're running a criminal enterprise, please don't keep all. Again, I'm not making a guidebook of how to commit the perfect crime, but you know, every chat he ever had and everyone's chat. It was like going into Facebook of criminal activity.
Yeah, I'm just looking at texts with Elon Musk being part of the conversations. I don't know if you're familiar, but they've been made public for the court case he's going through. Was going through with Twitter.
I don't know where it is.
But it made me realize that, okay. I'm generally, that's my philosophy on life, is like anything I text or email or say publicly or privately, I should be proud of. So I try to kind of do that because you say don't keep chat logs, but it's very difficult to erase chat logs from this world. Like, I guess if you're a criminal, that should be like you have to be exceptionally competent at that kind of thing. To erase your footprints is very, very difficult.
Can't make one mistake. All it takes is one mistake of keeping it. But yeah, I mean, not only do you have to be whatever you put in a chat log or whatever you put in an email, it has to hold up and you have to stand behind it publicly when it comes out. But if it comes out 10 years from now, you have to stand behind it. I mean, we're seeing that now in today's society.
Yeah, but that's a responsibility you have to take really, really seriously. If I was a parent and advising teens, like, you kind of have to teach them that. I know there's a sense like, no, we'll become more accustomed to that kind of thing, but in reality, no. I think in the future we'll still be held responsible for the weird shit we do.
Yeah, a friend of mine, his daughter got kicked out of college because of something she posted in high school. And the shittiest thing for him, but great for my kids. Great lesson. Look over there, and you don't want that to happen to you.
Yeah. Okay. So in the chat logs was useful information, like breadcrumbs of information that you can then pull at.
Yeah, great evidence and stuff. You know, I mean, obviously.
Evidence too.
Yeah, a lot of evidence. I mean, here's a sale of this much heroin because, you know, Ross ended up getting charged with czar status on certain things, and it's a certain weight in each type of drug, and that you had, like, I think it's 4 or 5 employees of your empire, and that you made more than $10 million. And so it's you know, it's just like what the narco traffickers get charged with, or, you know, anybody out of Colombia, you know. So,
and that was primarily what he was charged with when he was arrested, is the drug.
Yeah, and he got charged with some of the hacking tools too.
Okay, because he's in prison for
2 life sentences plus 40 years,
and no possibility of parole.
In the federal system, there's no possibility of parole when you have life. The only way you get out is if the president pardons you.
There's always a chance.
There is. I think it was close. I heard rumors there was close.
Well, right. So it depends. Given, it's fascinating, but given the ideological ideas that he represented and espoused, it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, I mean, I've been asked before, who does he get out of prison first, or does Snowden come back into America? And I don't know. I have no idea.
Snowden just became a Russian citizen.
I saw that, and I've heard a lot of weird theories about that one.
Well, actually, on another tangent, let me ask you: do you think Snowden is a good or a bad person?
A bad person.
Can you make the case that he's a bad person?
There's ways of being a whistleblower, and there's rules set up on how to do that. He didn't follow those rules. I mean, they you know, I'm red, white, and blue, so I'm pretty, you know.
So you think his actions were anti-American?
I think the results of his actions were anti-American. I don't know if his actions were anti-American.
Do you think he could have anticipated the negative consequences of his action?
Yes.
Should we judge him by the consequences or the ideals of the intent of his actions?
I think we all get to judge him based on our own beliefs, but I believe what he did was wrong.
Can you steelman the case that he is actually a good person and good for this country, for the United States of America, as a flag bearer for the whistleblowers, the check on the power of government?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not big government type guy, you know, so, you know, even that sounds weird coming from a government guy for so many years. But there's rules in place for a reason. I mean, he put, you know, some of our best capabilities, he made them publicly available. It really kind of set us back in and this isn't my world at all, but the offensive side of cybersecurity.
Right, so he revealed stuff that he didn't need to reveal in order to make the point.
Correct.
So if you can imagine a world where he leaked stuff that revealed the mass surveillance efforts and not reveal other stuff. Like,
yeah,
it's the mass surveillance. I mean, that's the thing that, of course, there's in the interpretation of that, there's fear mongering, but at the core, that was a real shock to people that it's possible for a government to collect data at scale.
It's surprising to me that people are that shocked by it.
Well, there's conspiracies, and then there's like actual evidence that is happening. Yeah. I mean, it's a reality. There's a lot of reality that people ignore, but when it hits you in the face, you realize, holy shit, we're living in a new world. This is the new reality, and we have to deal with that reality. Just like you work in cybersecurity, I think it really hasn't hit most people how fucked we all are in terms of cybersecurity. Okay, let me rephrase that. How many dangers there are in the digital world, how much under attack we all are, and how more intense the attacks are getting, and how difficult the defense is, and how important it is, and how much we should value it, and all the different things we should do at the small and large scale to defend. Like, most people really haven't woken up. They think about privacy from tech companies. They don't think about attacks. cyber attacks.
People don't think they're a target, and that message definitely has to get out there. I mean, if you have a voice, you're a target. If the place you work, you might be a target. So your husband might work at some place. Because now people are working from home, so they're going to target you to get access to his network in order to get in.
Well, in that same way, the idea that the U.S. government or any government could be doing mass surveillance on its citizens is one that was a wake-up call, because you could imagine the ways in which that could be like you could abuse the power of that to control the citizenry for political reasons and purposes.
Absolutely. You could abuse it. I think during the part of the Snowden leak, saw that 2 NSA guys were monitoring like their girlfriends. And there's rules in place for that. Those people should be punished for abusing that. But how else are we going to hear about, terrorists that are in the country talking about birthday cakes? And that was a case where that was the trip word that we're going to go bomb New York City's subway.
Yeah, it's complicated, but it just feels like there should be some balance of transparency. There should be a check on that power, because like in the name of the war on terror, you can sort of sacrifice. There is a trade-off between security and freedom, but it just feels like there's a giant slippery slope on the sacrificing of freedom in the name of security.
I hear you, and we live in a world where, well, I live in a world where I had to tell you exactly how, when I arrested someone, I had to write a 50-page document of how I arrested you, and all the probable cause I have against you and all that. Well, bad guys are reading that. They're reading how I caught you, and they're changing their way they're doing things. They're changing their MO. They're doing it to be more secure. If, we tell people how we're monitoring, what we're surveilling, we're going to lose that. I mean, the terrorists are just going to go a different way. And I'm not trying to, I'm not big government. I'm not trying to say that, it's cool that we're monitoring, the U.S. government's monitoring everything. Big tech's monitoring everything. They're just monetizing it versus possibly using it against you.
But there is a balance. And those 50 pages, they have a lot of value. If they make your job harder, but they prevent you from abusing the power of the job.
Yeah.
There's a balance.
Yeah.
It's a tricky balance. So the chat logs
Yeah, still fair.
gave you evidence of the heroin and all the large-scale czar-level drug trading. What else did it give you in terms of how to catch?
It gave us infrastructure. So the Onion name was actually running on a server in France. So if you
Onion name.
Day 332. Over the last several days, the intensity of combat activities in the Zaporizhia region has sharply increased. Before any actions took place, the closest Russian positions where they maintained a permanent presence were in Pyatekhatki, Konovalova, Nestoryanka, Novopokrovka, Novokarlivka and Lugivska. When it comes to the closest Ukrainian positions, they maintained a permanent presence in Kamyanske, Stopove, Mali Sherbaki, Novandriivka, Novodanilivka, and Mala Tokmachka. This puts 2 settlements in the gray zone, Lobkova and Belogiria. The reasons why no one stayed in these settlements are simple. When it comes to Lobkova, if we switch to the satellite view, we can see that compared to Pyatekhatki, there is almost no cover, just some farm facilities. That is why the Russians did not maintain a permanent presence in this village. If we look at the topographic map, we can see that Lobkova is located in the lowlands. This makes it very hard for the Ukrainians to maintain a permanent presence, because the Russians fully control it from Pyatekhatki, while the closest Ukrainian positions are behind the hills. That is why the Ukrainians opted not to establish their positions there as well. Both parties likely just had several people operating on the opposite sides of the outskirts for reconnaissance purposes. And this is exactly the area where the Russians conducted their offensive actions during the first day. So it is no wonder that they were able to push a Ukrainian reconnaissance squad out of it. The goal of the Russians here was just to move their forces closer before they launched a bigger attack. The same situation happened to the east of Orikhiv, where the Russians took Belogiria. If we look closer here, we can see that this is also a small village that is far away from the main Ukrainian base and surrounded by 3 Russian positions. That is why the Ukrainians did not maintain a permanent presence here. If we look at the topographic map, we can see that these positions are at the same elevation, meaning that the Ukrainians have it in direct fire control. That is why the Russians did not maintain a permanent presence here and used it as a buffer zone and some cover. So during the first day, the Russians pushed some small Ukrainian reconnaissance squads from the outskirts to set conditions to attack much bigger fish, Mala Tokmachka. After eliminating all the gray zones between Ukrainian and Russian positions, the Russians were ready to conduct offensive actions the next day. And on the second day, the Russians opened 6 lines of attack, from Lobkova to Stepove, from Belogiria to Mala Tokmachka, and from the south to every settlement to the north. The goal of this offensive operation is to surround the main Ukrainian stronghold in this region, Orikhiv. In order to achieve this goal, the Russians conducted a very broad attack, assaulting multiple Ukrainian positions simultaneously with the help of infantry, tanks, mortars, and artillery. By the end of the day, many Russian sources started claiming that the Ukrainians abandoned all settlements, so the Russians could take Orikhiv into a pocket. Ukrainian officials obviously denied it, but what is even more important is that the next day, Russian military-affiliated sources clarified the situation and said that the settlements were not under full Russian control. Some sources said that the settlements are contested, and others said that they are in the gray zone. So far, there is little evidence to support the claims of the Russian side. On the other hand, the Ukrainian General Staff reported that Ukrainian artillery defeated elements of the Russian 58th Combined Arms Army that attempted this attack. To support these claims, the Ukrainian General Staff published geolocated footage that showed Ukrainian artillery striking Russian forces south of Stepove, and reported that Ukrainian forces eliminated 3 Russian tanks and about 30 servicemen. Other footage also shows how several Russian platoons unsuccessfully tried to cross the fields. Russian losses, only based on the footage available, are likely in triple digits. After the Ukrainians published these videos, some Russian military bloggers criticized Russian military command for allowing Russian forces to attempt a ground attack without heavy weapons or armored vehicle support, suggesting that Russian forces currently lack or are unwilling to dedicate the equipment necessary to sustain a prolonged offensive in the Zaporizhia region. Another military blogger claimed that Russian forces may have conducted a localized attack to locate Ukrainian defensive positions for an upcoming offensive operation, but conceded that Russian forces are only able to conduct limited operations.
And like all the weird noises that he... When a fringe position comes up, a fringe position should remain a fringe position. When a fringe position comes up, everybody in love should go, that's retarded, and walk away from it. But that's not what happens. What happens is a fringe position comes up, and at the very least right now in social media, it gets overwhelming support. And then Republicans come up and they go, look at that thing. We need to make legislation. Our politicians need to talk about this. It needs to go on Fox News. And on the left, you want to go, that's a fringe position. But everybody on the right is looking at you like you're an insane person because it might be a fringe position that's advocated for by a few amount of people, but it's defended by a ton. That's the issue. What has to be removed.
Please do not support the upcoming Hogwarts Legacy game. Friends, colleagues, cohorts, the whole lot of you, I'm asking you very sincerely, please do not stream it. Don't make YouTube videos about it, don't buy it, and don't bloody pre-order it. The reason being is that you may not be aware that by supporting this title, you are essentially aligning yourself with some really heinous transphobic values. J.K. Rowling, aka Joanne, has made it extremely clear that they see the success of this title as being vindication of their transphobic views. That, you know, by this title doing well, that means that they were correct. And honestly, you just have to look on the Steam forums to see the kind of people that are cheering for this game. Please don't be among them. If you weren't aware of all this, I'll do a longer video after this to explain a bit more of the nuances, but I just had to say, please don't support this game. Please.
How come you can't blue pill Sneeko?
It takes a while, okay?
How many more times do you need to interact with him before that would happen? I don't understand.
I mean, it takes like months, right?
To take a pill? Months. How come some people get radicalized overnight with the red pill? I don't understand why this blue pill, this antidote, is taking so long.
Because they're usually in a state where they're just waiting for somebody to come by and sell them bullshit. But as soon as they've got the first bullshit salesman, it takes them a long time to buy somebody else's. So they've...
Well, you're selling bullshit, so...
Good one. Well, if it's all the same shit, then what do you care if Sneeko gets blue pilled or not?
I don't think that you're capable of doing it. I think Pixie and I could, though.
Yeah, right. Good one. I don't think.
Why?
I don't think that there's
I
enough
think-
lip injections between the both of you to make him care enough. But nice try.
I mean, just Prilly things could be there, and I think
I
she
don't.
has enough to
First,
compensate for the
okay. First of all, I don't know what you said it cut out, but that's good because we don't insult just pearly things here. She's our new red pill queen. But secondly, how is she gonna help you when she's red pill?
We could blue pill her too.
Okay.
We've got lots of pills.
Sure. Okay. Good luck. I believe in you. Okay.
Dispensary. We'll do what you can't do.
Okay. Well, then go get him. Ask him for a debate. I could probably set it up actually. Actually, if you wanted to, I bet all three of us could probably go to Sneeko's. Are you allowed to say what you are right now, or?
Yeah, we'll sit on either side of him and ask him to explain the Matrix to us.
Yeah, that sounds good. Get some alcohol. Act real bimbo-y.
I'm straight edge. I don't drink.
Oh,
I'm like you degens, but
Good.
you could, I could like babysit you guys while you do that.
Maybe. Actually, that sounds like a fun time. We might do this. I'll think about it. Okay. Oh, and we'll be on Rumble too. So.
Sounds good.
Hell yeah.
Oh, good.
Fine
Yes.
wipe.
Listen.
You like it?
No. I'm glad that Pixie's here because I've been wanting to pick Destiny's brain about Hogwarts Legacy, and the timing could not be better.
Oh no.
Pixie, how shit faced are you? Are you able to have this conversation?
Oh no, wait.
Aaron,
Pixie's
Aaron,
not on
take-
Twitter doing the thing, is she? Is she doing
Aaron,
the thing?
take the booze away from her, okay?
I already confiscated it a long time ago.
Okay.
On Aaron.
All right. So I need you to drink some Pedialyte or something.
Is
Sober
she-
up real quick.
Is Pixie doing that? Is she on the cringe Hogwarts shit?
Well,
What is the cringe take on this? I don't understand.
That people are like losing their mind over people buying a Harry Potter game because they think it's like ushering in
Well,
like the
then-
second Auschwitz for the trans people.
Well, then to clarify, then we both might be on the cringe take, okay? Two different flavors of cringe. You can provide some clarity here and some perspective, okay? Now, Pixie, do you want to lay it out or do you want me to?
Okay, I'll give a short summary. I just think you should pirate things because pirating things is based, and I feel like
Why is pirating things based?
You not watch Pirates of the Caribbean?
Well, then you're just stealing from people that are trying to like make a living, like making games and media.
No, you did not just say that. Do you think downloading is stealing?
You're depriving them of money. I mean, you can call it whatever word you want, but they're making less money. They're not gonna be able to pay people to like work on this shit.
The preview of every film I've ever watched says that piracy is not a victimless crime.
Yeah, you wouldn't steal a car. You wouldn't steal a movie. You wouldn't steal, your your mom's virginity, like whatever it is.
Jesus.
I'd
I'd love to steal your mom's virginity. I really would if I could make that happen.
Wait, don't hide behind irony. Do you think that it has no impact whatsoever?
No, okay.
No.
No, make
Okay,
Aaron
I'm
answer. Wait,
gonna-
no,
hang on.
stop. I want Aaron to answer for real, one time in her fucking life. Answer a question instead of trying to gigasoy your way out of it. Do you think that if everybody just fucking pirated shit, there'd be no impact on markets, on the ability?
There absolutely would, but I'm saying.
Okay,
that
cool.
even if
All right, then we
downloading-
agree. Cool, we
Hey,
agree.
hey,
No,
hey,
that's okay. You don't have to say anything. We agree. That's cool. Okay.
Not the end of my argument, though.
That's good.
Because
That's fine.
even if downloading did hurt sales, and therefore like laborers or workers, like you're saying, that wouldn't make it unethical. Because libraries and like formerly video
Oh,
stores,
wo kann
right?
ich zu der
Neither of
Mahlzeit
which you pay for
stellen?
rental hurt sales too. But is it unethical to use libraries?
Hold on. Before I seriously answer that, are you comparing libraries to pirating video games or media?
Nope. I just asked you a question as to whether or not you think it's unethical to use libraries.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, cool.
Because they originally purchased the product, right?
Well, yeah, because companies have
Yeah.
usually made a decision to like make these things available for public
Right.
consumption at a publicly funded taxpayer library. I think that's fine, but that's in no way comparable to fucking pirating media.
Well, then, since Pixie did not sober up enough in time to lay out this situation, I'm going to do it. Okay, so part of my New Year's resolution was to kind of be less guarded in terms of, like, talking about things on Twitter when I don't have a fully committed opinion yet.
Okay.
So she made this tweet on Twitter, which I thought was interesting. She said, look,
Whoa,
I think the only
Twitter!
ethical way to consume Harry Potter Legacy is to pirate it.
Okay.
Now,
Nice.
I have no
Okay.
interest in the game because I'm not number one, I'm not a video gamer, and number two, everything in like live action or Like anything outside the books in Harry Potter have sucked since Prisoner of Azkaban, the film came out, like 2004.
How can you not like the Harry Potter films? I disagree. You're just you're so soy.
Well, I'm soy.
You're
what?
so
No,
soy.
Wait a minute. If I were soy, I would be shitting on the books. The books are amazing.
The films were fine.
No, they are not.
Oh
no.
my god.
They were the first three. The 31.
First three? Yeah, you're my age. Those films are hype. Everybody liked the film.
No,
oh my god.
No.
Here's
okay. No. Here, I'll tell you why.
Yeah, tell me why.
I'll tell you why. Because I like a good villain, and Ray Fiennes as Voldemort was terrible. Ruined the character. Yes, I'm gonna say yes. And like all the weird noises that 110%. 100%.
How can you stumble into I'm gonna be honest, I had an uphill fight, okay? And you just like tripped all over yourself. That's like saying, you know, I would have liked Harry Potter, but Alan Rickman did such a horrible job as Snape, I just couldn't get into it. Like, how could you possibly
Alan Rickman was incredible as Snape. Listen, it's not the same thing, Destiny, because it's one performance can be terrible and another performance can be extraordinary.
Ralph Fiennes did a fine job. He's an awesome actor. He did a great job as Voldemort. He's spooky,
He is incredible.
Weird guy. He did it. Oh my god! Sorry.
He was absolutely weird. But he's an incredible actor. Did you ever watch Schindler's List? He was an amazing villain in Schindler's List. He was a Nazi, so you'd probably want to get chicken and waffles with him. No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, listen. Here's the thing. He was weird. If you compare Voldemort in the books to Voldemort in the films, like Voldemort in the books is menacing and terrifying. He's not played for laughs at all. Do you remember in the film when he like fucking hugged Draco Malfoy, the world's most that was a more awkward hug than what Mike from PA did to that girl on the street. It was so cringe. It was
which
terrible.
part are you talking about when he hugged him? Are you talking about when he's asking
Deathly
people to come-
Hallows.
Deathly
Hallows.
It's supposed to be awkward. He's not showing real love or kindness or affection to
No
anybody.
No shit, but it wasn't like creepy awkward. It was just like, wow, that's super like
You're just oh my god, wow. Okay, this is great. My audience is gonna think I have
films.
amazing media takes after this. Let's keep going, okay? Go
Oh
ahead.
my god, wait, Lycan, I'm sorry. What'd you say, buddy?
That was one moment at the last 10 minutes of the last film. There were 5 appearances of Voldemort throughout the movies. You have to qualify this better than that one moment. He was menacing, he was viciously evil, and he was very well acted.
No. Even in the very first, like his first major scene in the graveyard, he was making all kinds of weird noises. Like if you go to YouTube right now and look up Voldemort weird noises, they've got compilation after compilation after compilation after compilation.
There's also a 10-hour. There's a 10-hour compilation of the Draco hug where they edit it so it's like this really awkward long.
Yeah, but this is actually multiple. This is multiple scenes, multiple weird
I
noises.
understand. So you watched a YouTube video essay. I was probably talking about this for 10 minutes. So this.
No,
was
I've
finished, right?
never.
That's fine.
I've never watched a Harry Potter film video essay. I don't know what you do in your spare time. So listen, I'm just saying. Why are we? Aaron, why did you not like rein us in earlier? We're already on like 7 tangents over here.
There's 3 millennial men in this room, okay, and the Gigasoy levels are off the charts, especially since you guys started talking about Harry Potter.
I just dared to offer a perfectly valid opinion, and Steven like flipped his desk. Unbelievable.
How can you not like the movies?
You've not qualified this.
God, you're soying out, dude.
Soying out. I just offered.
Just say you didn't like it. Just say that you didn't like.
Oh yeah, no. It is.
Just say you're virtue signaling to make all of your trans followers happy. That's fine. I'll accept that.
Okay, listen, buddy. I've got a grand total of like only 500 followers on Twitter. I doubt any of them are trans.
300 of them are trans.
If they were, wouldn't I say that I hated the books? I love the books. The books are amazing.
Well, that
They're
just
not
wouldn't
good.
be believable. But okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Where were we at in this conversation before you?
All right, so we're going back to Pixie's tweet. Okay, so she said that the only way, and sorry to throw you under the bus here, Pixie, but I really want to talk about this because I still don't know where I fall. She made the tweet: the only ethical way to consume Hogwarts Legacy is to pirate it. Now, my first instinct was, I don't think that's. I think if you really wanted an optimal ethical way, you couldn't consume Hogwarts Legacy, and pirating it would also be unethical because it's theft. Okay. Wow. So to me, if you're really gonna
bold,
strong pro-trans,
I'm telling you, he's bold.
Really go for the optimal ethics. you would just boycott it entirely. You wouldn't partake of somebody's labor without compensating them. And so anyway, I've read some articles since then about like how, you know, the video game industry is mostly like the developers, the engineers, the artists, that they're all paid on a contract basis. So it's not like sales would directly hurt them as I initially expected. But I'm still trying to figure out if number one, if you can ethically consume Hogwarts Legacy. Number two, if you can't ethically consume Hogwarts Legacy, is it that unethical in the grand scheme of things? Like, is it basically the equivalent of shopping at Walmart or Amazon? You know, technically bankrolling institutions or people that you find unethical, but for convenience or interest, we do it every day. Does that make sense?
I mean, it's going to depend on whether the media itself is unethical or whether the creator is unethical, right? That's going to be the big determining factor, would be my guess.
I don't know, like,
Atletismo.
yeah, that would be a big determining factor. My biggest problem with buying Hogwarts Legacy is that, like, J.K. Rowling, I like 99% sure, maybe I'm wrong or misinterpreted something, like explicitly stated that whenever people support her work or she sees like a surge of support when it comes to her work, she takes it as like evidence that she's right and she continue her like trans like tirade or whatever.
Like
so
validation.
Yeah, so she sees that she's explicitly said that like she sees it as like validating. So my problem is not even like, oh, she's getting more money because you bought her product. My problem is that like, oh, look, a lot of people are buying my product, therefore I should keep doing anti-trans things. Well, I don't think the CEO of Walmart or like Target or whatever fucking company has made explicit claims like that. So they see people shopping at Walmart as like
an endorsement of their views and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, she doesn't just get to assert that though. I mean, I'm for the death of the author and like separating the art from the artist. So like, I don't know that people are any more endorsing her views than anybody else's when they consume somebody else's products.
Yeah, I'm not buying that. That would be that take would require you to audit the media you consume to such an insane level. Like, shit,
not
like
just media, any product that you purchase, right? You're saying you're necessarily endorsing the like creators' views or the
not even the creators' views, but like the original creators' views. Like,
yeah, because she's not involved with the development, right? I mean, she gets royalties from the IP, but I thought they said that she wasn't consulted for the game.
Or even like ignore that. Like, let's say I wanted to go see the Ender's Game movie because I really liked Asa Butterfield as an actor.
Right.
But like I find out that like the author of the original book had negative opinions about gay people.
He is.
Right. Orson Scott Card. Yeah, he's a homophobe.
Oh my god, it's almost like that's the reason I gave that example. Good job, guys.
I know. Why did you pretend like he wasn't?
Sure, but I'm saying that like I wouldn't. There's no like you would have to follow back an unbelievable chain of accountability to audit your media preferences at that point. It would be absurd, in my opinion.
Well, and that's part of the reason why this is kind of interesting for me, because I remember when the Ender's Game movie came out and I saw it and I had a conversation with a friend of mine who was bothered that I went and saw it. But to me, it was like, number one, I was interested in the movie. Number two, I didn't go see the movie because Orson Scott Card is homophobic. Number three, there's nothing about Ender's Game, from what I remember, that has any sort of like homophobic allegory or messaging.
Yeah.
So to me, it was like easy to separate those things.
Yeah, for sure.
But then again, I'm thinking about it though in the context of, so that's okay. Just follow me here, all right? So then a couple of years later, this is kind of similar. It's not about consumption per se, but like association. So, do you remember a couple of years ago when ACAB was all the rage among certain leftists?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I've got two good friends who are cops, and so I couldn't, from just personal experience, I'm like, well, I don't accept ACAB because I know not all cops are bastards. And it was explained to me, no. So they're bastards in the sense like they're not personally pieces of shit, but they're bastards in the sense that they're part of a corrupt institution. And I'm like, well, if that's the case, then aren't I? Because I bankroll them. I pay my taxes. I am funding, American law enforcement, all these. How far do you move this back? Mm-hmm. And you mentioned this the other day in a conversation, which I thought was interesting, which is people don't want to consider themselves unethical or bad or whatnot, so they tend to gerrymander their ethics, like in a certain way, which absolves them. So then my thinking is maybe it is true that if you patronize Amazon, or if you pay your taxes, or if you consume Hogwarts Legacy, is it possible to consider these things, at least on some small level, technically unethical? It's just that, like, you can't live you can't live a life devoid of unethical conduct, right? Just
The
given
problem
the
is
various...
we have to leave some room for society to function where everybody doesn't have to have 100% like coinciding political viewpoints on everything. Like that's dysfunctional, right? The amount of like auditing you would have to do for all of the shit that you consume would just be unbelievable.
But when you know, it's one like, but if you know for sure that that's the case, like in the case of this game or whatever, do you think?
Well, but what do we know in the case of this game?
Well, we just know that J.K. Rowling, like, it's not like other companies where they say, oh yeah, no other company thinks if you buy their product, it means that they should continue doing whatever fucked up thing they're doing.
Yeah, but would you apply, let's say like the inventor of the Kleenex came out and he said, I made Kleenex because they help you like, you know, do things that gay people never could, which is keep yourself clean. Like, let's say you started saying shit like that. And every time somebody buys a Kleenex, I think they support my viewpoint. Like, would you stop using Kleenex? Like,
it seems like Kleenex has more of like a practical, like day-to-day use.
I don't think that
in
matters.
In an actual world,
does the utility of the item matter at all?
I would say it does.
No.
Like I don't.
Well, especially with a product like that, there's other brands that you could choose, and like you're not just boycotting that. You would like go for their competitor, and that would.
But would you do that though? You would actually stop using Kleenex if the inventor of the Kleenex came out and said that?
No. Just because, but I don't find like product consumption boycotts to be an effective way of like.
This is the ad hom way that I completely and totally shut this argument down. If you genuinely believe that like the consumption of Harry Potter, the video game, is like evil or immoral in some way, that's fine. But it is impossible to have any consistent set of moral principles where consuming that piece of media is unethical, but remaining on Twitter to talk about it is. There's no possible way you can believe that, because whatever you think of fucking J.K. Rowling, you must think Elon Musk is like 10 times fucking worse, and to continue to support a company that he is directly bankrolling, directly profiting from, and directly has a financial motive tied up in it. There's no consistent way to have those positions, I don't think.
I think, well, first of all, I disagree, but second of all, I don't even think, I disagree on multiple grounds, but the first one being, I don't think it's unethical to consume the Harry Potter video game. I think it's unethical to like, or not, I even like hesitate at saying the word unethical, but whatever, buy it, basically. I think if you download it illegally or whatever, like you're not showing that surge of support that she's asking for, basically, or that she wants when she says that she should continue her like tirade of like anti-trans like legislation and movement.
How much harm do you think J.K. Rowling herself is having on the trans community?
I think in the UK, like pretty broad, she's become, at least to my understanding, like the face of like the anti-trans movement there.
And you think that stopping this video game from being successful is going to have any semblance of an impact on that?
I think it's not. There's like a certain way to phrase it, which I'm not equipped to phrase it right now properly. But basically, I think it does.
That's the booze.
I think it does have an impact in making her less motivated, if that makes sense. I think if like this game is like wildly extra popular, as she said before, oh, that surge of support, that means that I'm right. that I should continue. I should make it even more because look how many people are supporting me. Like I should put even more money to this cause. Well, if this game is not as supported or whatever, then it's like, okay, she's still going to be involved in this, but it's not going to give her like an extra spurt of motivation or whatever.
I think you are severely overhyping the amount of effect that's going to have on her.
I don't think we should. I don't think, wait. I don't think we should argue the effect. That's a boring conversation because if the effect changed dramatically one way or another, I think we would all still feel the same. We should probably talk about the principle of it, right?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, like to the point that fucking Ruminate was making, is that you know these people don't get paid extra by the game having sales, but it absolutely is going to have an impact on their career. This being, you know, it's a best-selling game now already, right? This game out and it comes out. And
it's free publicity,
highly reviewed, really well done, has a lot of longevity. You know, these people's careers who worked on it are going to have a serious impact. So
yeah, let's back up even more. Okay, broadly speaking, I think looking at the principle of things is interesting. So here is an experience that I had. So long time ago, people thought that I was racist, etc., and they decided that they were going to try to boycott my streams. They said, "Don't watch your streams," blah blah blah. But they immediately moved on to the next step, and they said, "Okay, well, forget boycotting Destiny. We're going to boycott as sponsors. We're going to email them to let them know that we're not happy with the decision." It's like, okay, fine. You want to super cancel me? Go for it. So they started emailing my sponsors. When my sponsors wouldn't buckle, they were like, okay, we're going to start emailing the clients of his sponsors. And that it's a weird feeling because I'm like, let's say that it would have gone farther than that. Like, would you start emailing like clients of sponsors to apply pressure on things? Like that type of idea where it's like, are we going to start to boycott Universal Studios because they fund Harry Potter movies and they probably like contributed a lot to J.K. Rowling's wealth? Are we going to start boycotting like everything that's tangentially involved? What if a game comes out and the creator's like totally fine, but like the lead story director or like the lead artist or the CEO?
You're worried about like an infinite regression of kind? Like,
not an infinite regression, but just like as part of a democratic society, we are going to have some viewpoints in our society that we don't like. Not ones that we're just like, oh, you know, this kind of sucks, but ones that we're like, damn, I actually really don't like this. And we have to accept that they're going to exist and we're going to live with them and we're going to try to function in society and advocate what we want through democratic means or otherwise. But the idea that like we're going to just like try to boycott or destroy everything that has any disagreement with us whatsoever, I don't think that works in society.
You're describing peak liberalism, no? Like,
I'm describing what?
That is like a liberal principle to vote with your wallet. Or no?
It can.
Like people attempting to shape social values through the market, through market mechanisms, through their monetary purchases or like, you know, endorsements and whatnot.
It can be, but doing it in a social sense is a little bit different, I think.
Wait a minute.
In a social sense, this applies to like businesses and markets.
No. If somebody produces content that you don't like and you decide not to consume that, I consider that voting with your wallet. But if there is socio-cultural pressure to make people stop supporting something because of somebody associated with a project, that's not like an economics, like, oh, you're voting with your wallet. That's like a way more of a social phenomenon than any kind of economically expressed phenomenon.
Well, haven't boycotts in the past been in part social phenomenon where you've tried to encourage others to participate in the boycott as well? Like, it's not just people saying, I'm going to pick at this company. It's also, I'm going to pick it and try to get you to pick at this company as well. Like there is...
I mean, I'm not saying that the matter involved isn't just that you're trying to get other people to boycott things. It's when the thing itself isn't even bad. It's the people associated with it or somebody associated with it. I think that when you get into degrees of separation, I think you start to get into really weird places that are not good for society, in my opinion.
Well, the one of the question that's been, again, on the back of my brain specifically pertaining to this that I'm hoping somebody can answer is, like, I take your point as you know, in terms of having a functioning civilization, we have to have some degree of tolerance as far as like other people's viewpoints. But my question is, can you consider the thing that I walked away from with Pixie's tweet was, I don't know if there is an ethical way to consume the game, purchase or pirate. If you're a trans ally and this is really important to you in terms of like matter of fact ethical unethical behavior, there is no ethical way to consume it. But I was also thinking of the various ethical compromises I make throughout my day-to-day life, again including like Amazon. That's an easy one. They have horrendous business practices, but I wear the fuck out of Amazon all the time. But if someone asked me, hey, Ruminate, do you think it's unethical to patronize Amazon? I would probably say, yeah, on at least some technical small level, yes, I consider it unethical, but I do it anyway because I don't think that it's, you know, some actions are not as unethical as others. So my question to you, since you like swim in this world of philosophy, and I don't. Do you agree that people do things for convenience all the time that you consider unethical, or can it not be unethical because it's convenient?
No, we have to draw some. It can't be the case that our society necessitates unethical behavior to function. That would suck. That sounds like a shitty system of ethics. I think that the problem is just that I think. What?
Sorry, continue.
I was gonna say, I think that there are some social problems. There are some, to quote Zizek, there are some things that you don't want to be debating every day. Okay.
Will you say it like he does?
No. Yeah. There are some things that we don't want. Yeah. Okay. There are some things that we don't need to debate every day, right? If somebody came out with a piece of media and they were pro, and the media like featured something, it's like, okay, this is probably something that we can pressure people away from. But trans people are on like the cutting edge of social phenomenon, right? This is like state-of-the-art social values that is very new, very fresh. There is not consensus on it, even in far left places. Medically, it's still incredibly murky. Everything is very on edge. So to pretend that all of society needs to be lockstep on this cutting edge part of social theory, and we're about to start boycotting large parts of people's childhoods over it, is insane to me, right? If you think of the average millennial, Harry Potter made up like fucking 15% of their childhood, and all of the memories and everything associated with it are incredibly positive, and you want to take away that in exchange for trans people that introduce pronoun anxiety and want to talk about trans sports, and it's like the leading fucking social cause that like conservatives and Republicans are pushing on, like, that's just a bizarre fight to have, in my opinion. If we were talking about like homophobia or something, sure, but cutting edge social issues, I don't know.
I don't know if you want
to. Like that's what the intention is here. I think there's people who boycott it who will readily admit that like the media is good. It's not that they don't want to play the game. It's not that they didn't enjoy Harry Potter for years. It's just that they can, in good conscience, prioritize that preference over their concern for this demographic. No.
That's fine for the individual to do, but again, when you start pushing the social, as if it's expected,
that's not what we're talking about here. If individuals want to, that's fine, but the tweets going out are like, if you buy this, you hate trans people. That's where the feelings are right now.
Well, and to be clear, that's not what Pixie said. You know what I mean?
No, that's fine if she's not saying that, but like that's like I've seen. I think Brianna Wu tweeted that. I think a couple other large trans people tweeted that, where it's like, yeah, this is if you do this, you hate trans people.
So, like once you know something about, because like. People, like we were saying, people consume products from companies who are headed by CEOs and like rich moguls who have abhorrent social and political views.
Or the companies themselves, hey, I'm sorry, just as a point, or even the companies themselves have known, like again, Amazon's a great example. I mean, they're
business practices
right.
And stuff like that. But when people say like you ought not buy XYZ product or whatever, ought kind of implies can. And it's like with the Kleenex example, Kleenex are kind of like almost like, or maybe like toilet paper would be like a day-to-day necessity that you kind of can't avoid consuming, as opposed to Hogwarts Legacy. Like you need to consume Hogwarts Legacy. I think this is why people thought this would be a good boycott, because if you don't consume Hogwarts Legacy or download it or buy it, you'll be okay. No?
It's fine to call for a boycott. The problem is that there's the social pressure on top of it. You are now expecting, you are ostracizing, you are tearing down other people for saying, well, you can boycott it, but I'm not going to. That's the conversation that would be fine to have if it was, hey, I don't think you should buy this.
Are you and Destiny taking the position that it would even be okay for people on social media to try to encourage others to either boycott or pirate Hogwarts? Well, maybe not pirate because it get
I'm against pirating, so I'd be against that. But yeah,
but that there would be, you two would be fine if people called or tried to encourage others to boycott Hogwarts Legacy, but didn't include such harsh social consequences. If you don't boycott, you are, again, a piece of shit, or you're actively aiding and abetting, trans genocide or whatever. It's like so it's not that okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna speak for Steven, but I'm fine with that. If someone says, hey, I think we should boycott this game, I don't give a shit. But there is that huge amount of social pressure being tied to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just like it's like one of those weird things where we like tear down statues and rename things because somebody had like a problematic view at some point in time. That whole idea, like there are going to be people in society that have views that in the past or today are problematic. I don't think that means we have to not consume everything from them. Like, we should be able to simultaneously enjoy a piece of media while recognizing like the problematic views that somebody has, in my opinion.
Okay, so does this apply to things that we have generally more consensus about? So like, would
No,
you ever...
I already gave that example. If there are things we have ultra consensus about, like if somebody comes out and they're like pro-rape and they make like content that's like pro-rape, or even if the content isn't pro-rape, then
like anti-Semitism, like Kanye West. Okay, Kanye, I love Hitler, and like I'm a Nazi or whatever, you know, West or yays.
Yeah. Enough about you, Aaron. What's Kanye said? What's he said?
Well, he's like expressed support for like Nazism and like.
I was making a joke that you were saying you love Hitler. Hitler. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
A good one.
Aha.
So from there, like, would you, like, how do you feel about people buying that, Steven? At this point?
Yeah, I mean, like if they, I think if they want to personally boycott it, that's fine. The social pressure just gets really weird to me. I think that's.
Do you think that there's a different, like, what do you think about somebody who doesn't just go and buy Kanye's merch, but they like actually kind of support it or endorse it? They never support or endorse the anti-Semitism, but like conveniently right after he comes out with these anti-Semitic stances, then all of a sudden some people, like certain people, are like the biggest Kanye stans. Do you think that there's anything suspect about that sort of behavior, or you think it's like
well, I mean, yeah, that makes it sound like they like the anti-Semitism. That's probably what I would assume.
Do you think the same could happen with the video game? So like after J.K. Rowling.
No, I mean it's possible, but I don't think so.
Do you think I'm a bad person?
I do like him.
Do you think I'm a bad person if I don't skip past Bump and Grind when it comes on my Spotify playlist and I give it a full play and that goes to R. Kelly's account?
Oh, absolutely. You're just as bad as R. Kelly himself. You may as well have pissed on that girl yourself.
Yep.
Base
There you
humor
go. No, it's the
to avoid answering a real question. Nice.
Steven, well, hang on. I'm confused here because Aaron brought up a good example of anti-Semitism in which there's, I would imagine, more consensus about how bad that is compared to, I guess, the trans issue right now in terms of like the social meta. And you're saying even with anti-Semitism or like known anti-Semites, it's okay.
I think it would have to be something that's like way beyond the pale for me to consider it. So like anti-Semitism, probably not. Kanye West saying like we need to kill every Jew, I think I would look, yeah, that would probably be different. At that point, I'm probably not playing Kanye West anymore. And if people want to boycott him, I'd probably like publicly support that. Or I would like look weird at people like this guy's out here right now saying he wants to kill Jewish people. But like, I think it would have to be a social thing that's like way beyond the pale of like obviously fucked for me to care at that point. Or not for me to care, but for me to be like a full-on boycott.
How do you determine when there's consensus surrounding like a social issue? Like, would you say even with like equal marriage, homophobia, would you say like that's kind of like a settled issue between like the Supreme Court case and like social attitudes towards gay people? Do you think that there's enough consensus around that?
Yeah, I think the gay stuff is pretty settled, I think.
The gay stuff?
Yeah. Like if stuff around like gay people, I think that's like we're beyond that stuff, I think. I don't think very many Republicans are like fighting against gay people.
Gallup says about 70% of the U.S. support same-sex marriage.
That's insane.
Yeah. Now 61, according to Pew Research, say that same-sex marriage legalization is good for society. So 70% say that, yeah, whatever,
that's
we
still
can have it.
That's like 30% of Republicans probably in that poll, so yeah.
Yeah. So I guess then again, going all the way back to my original question, you're not open to the idea that we just all engage, like, okay, let me use my Amazon example. Do you think it's unethical for me to partake of Amazon? Given
I don't have problems with most of Amazon's business practices. I don't know where the unethical shit comes from, where people cry about Amazon. So I don't care about Amazon.
I think it's the factory worker.
Factory worker. Every single
Piss
product.
and all that stuff,
I don't believe the piss in a bottle shit is shit. I don't believe most of that shit.
Okay.
So, Steven, if you knew that if you're at Walmart and you're presented with two different brands, one you know for sure uses child labor, sweatshop labor, has unethical business practices,
he would pay more for it, 100%.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to equalize the price. I'm going to say, like, okay, it's like the brands offer the same products, the same t-shirts, the same color. One has unethical business practices, one does not. Do you think that there's no distinction between these things because you're already saying there's not really such a thing as ethical consumption anyway?
I never said there's no such thing as ethical consumption. I'm just saying that what would be ethical or unethical is going to vary based on different things. But the thing, if it was all else equal, I'm going to go with the more like ethical consumption. Of course, I'm going to go with the thing that was probably made better. I would probably even pay a little bit more for it, I would say.
Oh, I was saying that you would pay more for the thing that was made by child sweatshops.
Yeah.
No, good one. But like again, that has to do with the difference between the product itself versus the creator of the product, right? If like talking about something made with sweatshops versus something that was like made with a person that supports sweatshops is the difference between J.K. Rowling supporting Harry Potter versus Harry Potter like in the world they're transphobic, right?
What do you mean Harry Potter in the world they're transphobic?
Like if in the game there was transphobia, I think that boycott becomes way more fair. If the game was like, yeah, you can choose two genders here, and Draco Malfoy is joking about how there was a trans student last year and we used a curse on them and killed them because we hate trans people, and all of Gryffindor laughed along because they hate like, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, if you want to like socially push the boycott this, like, this is pretty insane. I could agree with that. But that's the difference between the thing itself and just the creator of the thing. I think those are two different things.
Okay, so if you think that, then do you think that it's not good for kids to play games that depict like murder and like violence or stuff like that?
You're gonna have to use your brain a little bit on that one. That's such an easy question. I can't even believe you just asked me that.
I'm just asking you because I feel like it naturally extends from your logic.
It doesn't naturally extend at all. There's a huge difference between like glorifying and pushing for a particular social norm in a thing versus like depicting a certain thing. Call of Duty's goal is not to get you to normalize attitudes of murdering other people in society, but like certain social values can be transmitted in games that are trying to normalize or push those social views in society.
Yeah, To Kill a Mockingbird is replete with racism, but the purpose of it is to refute it, not
nobody plays Call of Duty to like learn how to murder people. Like it's a totally different thing, I think.
Okay. Why are you guys not, or like what is your thing with like being anti-piracy or whatever?
Because it's theft. Like with the I'm at a loss for something I can.
It's opportunity cost of income. If you can't afford things, I mean, I pirated everything when I was growing up, because I didn't, or at least after I got out of high school. But I mean, if you can't afford it and you're just not paying something because you're trying to stick it to J.K. Rowling, like you're just over the developers and everybody that works in the game. You're not for J.K. Rowling.
Aren't the developers already like paid?
I mean, they might have been paid for the particular work on that game, but they're going to be less likely to find work in the future. That studio is going to be less likely to find work if the game doesn't sell well, right?
Yeah, initially I thought that some of the participants were, contractors and the others were like paid a salary, and that this could, a reduction in sales could lead to like layoffs or payroll reduction, stuff like that. But from the little research I've been able to do, apparently that's not how the video game industry is structured anymore. Most of these people are compensated for the project.
Wait. No. This is very easy logic 101. Of course that's how it works. If a studio like makes a game and it sells like shit, that studio is going to close down eventually. And
but that's not what I'm contesting. I'm not disagreeing with you. I was to Pixie's point. I think a lot of people, myself included, were initially under the assumption that like these people so much of their direct remuneration is tied into sales, and it's actually not. Now it could fuck them over and fuck the studio in terms of future jobs and future projects. Completely agree. But like I was under the impression, because again I don't play video games, it's like, oh shit, if the sales do poor, these people will be fired, or that there will be payroll reductions or whatnot, when actually my understanding now is, according to like gamer articles and everything else, is that they're not getting bonuses tied to sales, and they're contractors who are already compensated directly for the project. Now it may shut the studio down or things like that, so no, I'm with you. But I don't think it was quite what a lot of people, or certainly what I suspected it was a couple of days ago. That
hold on. So Pixie and you is stealing bad? Just period. Is stealing bad?
I think it depends on the outcomes and consequences.
Bullshit.
No, okay.
Unless you're talking about, hold on. Unless you're about to pull some Robin Hood shit, I do not believe you.
Listen, Lycan, I know this isn't full of shit, because you're not gonna tell me if somebody's starving and steals like.
I just said that. I said so. No. Okay, we're not talking about people starving. We're talking about.
Okay, no, but if you agree with that, then you don't think my answer to like, hey, it depends on the consequences.
No, because in most situations I'm talking about if I want to walk into your house and take something from it, is that bad? If I want to walk into a store and steal something, doesn't matter what it is, I have the money. Or even if I don't, I just want it. I'm going to take it.
A young mother attempting to steal baby formula, what would
you guys are going to the most emotional. You're avoiding.
No, Lycan, you're avoiding. You're the one who's like, oh, it's bullshit.
No, of course I'm not going to harangue a mother for stealing for kid. You know.
Well, you did present it.
that.
Well, wait a minute. You did
wait a
present
minute.
the initial question. The initial question you did say is stealing good or bad, and so
Sure, and then we got pedantic and started going down the path of well this, well that.
Clarify and understand the nuances and complexity of stealing and theft.
If I go steal a video game, that isn't fucking Harry Potter. If I go steal a video game from the store, is that bad?
Are you trying to feed your child with that video game?
No.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna just answer the question.
Like, and on that though, okay, so like, yeah, stealing is wrong generally, right? But downloading isn't stealing, because if I shoplift a video game from my local video game store, nobody else can buy it. But when I download a song or a video game, nobody else loses it, and another person.
Okay,
gets
let's
it.
the word when we talk about stealing, okay? Well, stealing can mean a lot of different things. It's pretty obvious that something is being lost here. So when we talk about stealing in this case, we're talking about the opportunity cost that's lost of the potential dollars earned, right? So when you take a video game out of a store, it's not like nobody else can buy that video game, but the developers are deprived of money that they probably should have had otherwise.
Store owners deprived of
In
revenue.
the context of markets, because Lycan just asked, like, okay, what if I go into your house and steal something? Is that wrong? I thought we were just looking at it more broadly. Because now you're talking about opportunity costs and how it affects like market mechanisms and whatnot.
I'm just saying, if I make a piece of music and 1 million people all steal this song, even though nothing's being quote unquote stolen from me, in a way I'm being deprived of like of money that I feel I probably should rightfully be mine.
So like you're saying there's more to it than just the absence of a finite physical asset that somebody else can't purchase.
Of course. What do you mean
Yes,
copyright
okay.
is built on, right? Like,
I'm
what if
with
I
you.
steal
I'm with
somebody's
you.
idea?
I'm just clarifying for Pixie and Aaron, who are talking about like a physical copy store example. Like that we're not talking about the absence of a physical asset that would have to be replaced. We're talking about that shit. So what do you think, Aaron, Pixie?
Okay, my views on this are like kind of separate. I just want to clarify one thing before I start going on any tangents. Do these companies like keep track of, or try to keep track to the best that they can, of people who try to like illegally download, or like amount of like bootleg like copies out there?
The FBI does.
Do. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, there are organizations that do keep track of it and report it, like, hey, this video was the most downloaded video, blah blah blah, or
Yeah, and I mean they probably tried to, but I doubt it's perfect, right? Of course.
Okay, then I feel like there's even a stronger argument to pirate, not to buy it at all.
Well, no. What?
Wait, let me finish my sentence. And the reason why I say this is because okay, the reason why I say this is because if you don't buy the Harry Potter game at all, then it seems like, oh, like it's a bad game, or like people just are not interested in it. It's not interesting enough. Well, if people are illegally downloading it, it shows that there's a large interest. They just don't want to spend money for it for some reason.
Okay, well that wasn't.
If they're in front of a board of investors and you're like, well, during this time there was like a shit ton of people talking about how they didn't want to give money to J.K. Rowling to support her, I feel like they'd be much more likely or more inclined to like invest in another video game from that company than if there's like no downloads at all.
Yeah, but I don't even know if that makes for like a better society. Do I want like people investing their money into things because they agree with like the current political social dogma? I don't know. That just feels like a shitty media environment.
And that wasn't even the point I was going for. I just wanted to get like some general idea, because I think most people agree the idea of stealing is wrong. Now, if you're Aaron and you don't think that theft is downloading is theft, well, she's immovable until we have that discussion. But what I was
and you're dealing with Captain Pixie, the pirate queen here, who's actively encouraging it.
Right. But then, so let's say you both do agree that downloading is theft, and theft is wrong. Do you think it's okay to do?
That's a problem. I think
No. You do. You think that if I walk into your house and steal something, it's wrong. You think if I go to a store and steal a product, it's wrong. And we're not talking about food for my baby.
I think it depends on like. Well, that's the thing. You're
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Are you one of those Hassan Sims who? I'm sorry. I'm being.
Whoa.
Are you one of those? Do you align with Hassan? I know. Do you align with Hassan and think that people walking into CVS with a garbage bag and grabbing everything they can is fine and they shouldn't be stopped?
He said that?
Yes.
No, I don't listen to Hassan.
I don't listen to Hassan either. I'd love to see that clip though.
Aaron says she watches him on mute.
Don't we all?
Looking for his muscles.
Mm-hmm.
Again, the reason like why I'm even like hesitant to answer your question, maybe I'm just too utilitarian, consequence-filled brain or whatever, is because like if somebody came into my house and stole, I don't know, an expensive diamond of mine or some shit, I don't even have diamonds, but pretend I did. And then with that diamond, they're going to feed like 20, 30, 40, 50, whatever kids, then I would be like kind of hard pressed to say like,
sure,
oh no.
yes. Okay, so let me tell you what I'm going to get at, and then you can try to, mold your mind around the example. So, do you think it's bad to do bad? I'm sorry. Do you think it's good to do things that you would generally consider bad to people you don't like or people you think are bad?
Do I think?
So let's say you do believe that theft is wrong. Without going down a million qualifiers, let's say you do think theft is wrong. Do you think it's okay to steal from people you don't like?
No, just because I don't like them. That's
Okay.
Not
So then why are we okay with doing something that is probably, I can't say objectively because, how that just went, that is wrong because it's someone that you don't like or that you're morally against?
because it's not just, I don't. First of all, there's a difference between I don't like someone and a moral objection.
Yeah,
to
that's
what
so
someone
petty.
does.
It's not a petty opposition.
Yeah, there's a difference between like, I'm not going to like help this person, or I'm gonna like kick them down because I don't like the color of their hair. I don't like that it's bleached. Versus, oh my God, this person is like literally going out there and like wanting trans people to like, let's say, like get killed, and they're like trying to pass legislation for that. Like, let's say extremists, right? Like, obviously, there's a difference between like whether I think it's okay how to treat one versus the other.
Do you think that it's bad when law enforcement tries to stack as many charges as possible against someone in order to really, like, so let's say that, you steal a car with some kids in it, right? And just when they, they arrest you, rather than getting you for kidnapping and Grand Theft Auto, they also try to ring you up for every red light and stop sign you ran.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that it was, are you familiar with what happened to O.J. Simpson?
Yeah. They got him for like
Killed
a
his
bunch of
ex-wife, didn't he?
Well, no, he killed his ex-wife, but then he got off on it. But then the moment they could try to trump up some kidnapping charges on him, when he went and confronted some dude and stole back his merchandise, they stacked everything they could against him.
This is like double jeopardy to me.
Right. So
it amounts to double jeopardy.
right. So I'm saying, like, there are people who look at that and say, nah, he fucking got away with killing his wife. Good for the police.
Yeah, that's
right.
Fucked. It's like, if he really did that, they should be able to approve that in the court of law the first time. They need to not fumble it. The onus is on them to like really nail him the first time. And then if the state fucks that up, then they can't just continue to like retroactively find or like get on his ass for like all these like petty other misdemeanors or whatever to try to nail him for the crime that they couldn't in the first place.
Well,
right.
So I'm sorry, hang on, real quick. Isn't this potentially a distinction between like legal ethics and I don't know what you'd call it, like moral ethics?
Moral ethics. Yeah, I'm asking.
Well, couldn't Aaron or Pixie say, as a matter of legal ethics, that's f***ed, but because I think OJ is guilty, I'm not going to lose any sleep over police, going after him and trying to throw the book at him for stealing back his Heisman or whatever the fuck it was a few years ago.
Well, that's what we're trying to establish. Like, if you do believe that people shouldn't, if that's wrong, and you disagree with the police doing that, I'm going to say, okay, now let's look at the JK situation. Do you think it's okay for people to steal from these developers, the development company, and all that, just because we don't like JK?
In my opinion is that it's not just because it's JK. Like I've already bit the bullet that I don't think that downloading is stealing, honestly. So I would say like it's no more moral or immoral to do it in this case than it is any other case, because I've already said that I think I'm fine with like people downloading and pirating.
I mean, my problem is I literally said it's not just because it's like, oh, JK, it's because what JK said that, or how they act when they get these like surges of support, or they see themselves getting these surges of support.
Yeah, you think it's enabling bigotry because she's gonna then use the funds from that.
Or not even just use the funds, because like, she's still rich no matter what. It's the fact that she says that whenever she sees surges of support, it's like it invigorates her to do more for anti-trans causes, right? So it's not even.
Why would you let her irrationality dominate your media consumption choices, though? Right?
Well, because her irrationality is literally going to translate into like anti-trans legislation and action.
Yeah, but that's her being irrational. No, that's her being irrational.
But it still doesn't change the fact that it invigorates her. Like, just because it's an irrational invigoration doesn't. What if you're?
Okay, here's a question. Ready? Let's say that you've got a neighbor in front of you, okay? And let's say that he's an abusive neighbor, and what he does is every single time he sees you shovel your driveway, he says he's gonna go beat his wife. Would you still shovel your driveway, or is it unethical for you to do so? If you know when you go out and shovel your driveway, he's gonna beat his wife, even though it's irrational, are you responsible for his behavior there?
Holy shit. I would try to call the police. I would try to like not shovel I would try to do the best that I can do.
You'd negotiate with terrorists.
He's gonna say you're gonna hold yourself hostage to the irrational demands of another actor.
Well, once there's I think if somebody came to you with that and you're like, fuck it, I'm doing it anyway without any attempt to intervene in the situation before you begin shoveling again, I think that there is some responsibility born there, but
Sure.
like the 99.99% falls on the neighbor trying to put that on you.
Yeah, we can borrow a term from Dr. Vosh here and say like it might be supererogatory or whatever. Like it'd be nice, I guess, you do something, but
Like
there's
super.
absolutely no immoral obligation there, and there's no immorality if you aren't being held captive by somebody else's irrational demands.
Steven says the based response would be to shovel the entire neighborhood's driveways after that.
Enthusiastically. We already know what Steven would do.
Wait, no, I was
Wait, I'll shovel everybody's.
Every time I do, let me get 2 fucking shovels.
Yeah, okay, but then my question becomes to you, like, wouldn't you try to like do other methods or try your best to try to like curb that before shoveling your driveway? Like you're just saying like, oh, like it doesn't, you should still shovel your driveway, and I'm saying, well, you should try to do as many actions as you can
to intervene.
Yeah.
No, you don't have, no, fuck no, you don't have a responsibility to that. Maybe I want my kids to be able to walk out to the street. Maybe I want like people to be able to walk myself without tripping. No, I'm not gonna hold myself hostage.
Steven, are you saying that wouldn't give you pause if you were the shoveler? Like it wouldn't even give you pause if that hypothetical.
It might give me,
you
it might
pause
give
or
me
not.
pause. Yeah, if you're asking me how I respond in real life, I
Yeah.
mean, maybe, well, I don't like shoveling my driveway, so I'd probably say, fuck it, I can't do it because my neighbor's crazy. If you want the real life answer. But, no, but like realistically, like that guy doesn't have any authority over me or his irrationality. Because like, what, like how many, we could walk that up to some level of arbitrary inconvenience where we'd say, finally, okay, fine, that's not okay. Like, what if you have a neighbor and he says, listen, I know that you've got like high blood sugar. I know you take diabetic medicine. Every single time you inject yourself with a sugar pump or whatever, I'm going to rape my wife. Like, do you have any level of responsibility there if you don't live with low blood sugar? Like, let's say it won't kill you, but you'll like, maybe your lifespan will be shortened by 5 years. I imagine for that, you say, well, obviously you're fine to inject your diabetic pump. You don't have any type of, like, you're okay at that point, right? You don't have any responsibility to suffer there, do you?
Okay, but then there's multiple things to dissect here. One is like the level of like, you know, personal suffering you're going to go through if you don't do X action, right?
Yeah, that's right. I just said there's going to be some arbitrary threshold where you're going to say, well, the consumption of Harry Potter game is not big, the consumption of insulin is big, but there's
Is that arbitrary though?
The point is, just because there's like a threshold and we're not sure where it is, maybe I'm just being too nitpicky, but arbitrary just implies that like, oh, it doesn't matter that there's where the threshold is. And it's like, no, it does matter, because like there are very big different consequences when it comes to dying of insulin and like not being able to shovel your fucking driveway.
Yeah, Steven, can you clarify what you mean by arbitrary?
When I say arbitrary, what I mean is you're not going to be able to draw a hard rule anywhere, or even a fuzzy rule over like what is worth consuming and what's not. What if somebody says every time you drink coffee, so now you no longer like drink coffee? And then what if they say, well, every time you drink a caffeinated drink ever, I'm going to wife? And it's like, Jesus, I guess I'll cut all soda out of my life. Like, these are kind of arbitrary, but I mean, at some point, you're gonna be like, okay, well, this is bullshit. Like, no, I'm not gonna do this. So what if they say, like, when you come home at night, you have to pinch yourself, otherwise I'm gonna wife. And it's like, I guess I can pinch myself. That's not a big deal. But it's just like somebody being irrational, dictating your behavior. I don't think you have any moral responsibility on that. That's insane.
That's the point. That's the ultimate point he's getting at. It's not what, you know, what would you actually do in the moment. It's whether or not you think that someone is morally culpable to be tied to someone.
Well, I think when you know somebody is in pain or like in some sort of like dire circumstance, I do think you have some level of responsibility to try your best to try to like resolve that or get them out. So I'm not saying you have to pinch yourself. I'm not saying you have to like not take the fucking insulin medication. I'm saying that you should at least like try to call the police, or that you should at least like try to like see if you can get that lady to domestic resources.
Sure, that's fine. So like with the Harry Potter shit, it's okay to like take a stand against transphobia. If you see people being transphobic, say something about it. If you want to support trans people, put a rainbow sugar cone flag on your profile or whatever people do. Like
I've got 2 questions for.
It's like completely reasonable to be like, hey, like, you know, if you want to pirate the game or whatever, so you don't invigorate her, that's also acceptable if that's what you choose to do.
Yeah, if that's what you want to do, sure. But as soon as you start condemning other people for not supporting your cause, you get into deranged territory.
Okay.
Pixie, I've got 2 questions for you, something to consider. Number 1, regarding that J.K. Rowling quote that you're talking about, where she says, you know, I consider it an endorsement of my beliefs or whatnot. Number 1, if that's true, do you believe her? Like, do you think she actually thinks that? Because now I'm wondering if she could be like trolling or just like trying to talk shit, like because she knows this game is gonna, you know, it's gonna like it's already breaking record sales. It's not even released yet.
No, I think when it comes to like, maybe this is me being bad faith, but when it comes to a lot of TERFs or people who tend to fall under that category, I absolutely think that they grasp onto everything that can seem as like some sort of endorsement to them. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's an endorsement to her.
Okay, and then number.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, because my question's about a completely separate thing about this. So go ahead if you want to respond to that.
I just every time we get to the what harm is JK causing or that she'd be emboldened, I just think that when you're justifying theft or when you're justifying having a negative impact on the developers that worked on this game, you should be able to quantify the level of harm and whether or not it's actually going to have an impact on her changing her opinion about this. Because if anything, the failure of this game is just going to embolden her. That would be the bet I would take.
Wait, why would it embolden her?
Because if she sees these trans activists and allies coming out after her game and they cost that game money, they cause it to fail, it's something tied to her intellectual property, she's going to see that as more of a reason to stand against it.
She's not going to find it. She's not going to... I mean, I see what he's saying. Like, she could be motivated either out of spite, fear, or consider it like vindication of her belief that, woke leftists have gone too far on this particular issue, see that they're trying to actually hurt me, therefore I'm going to double down. I agree that I doubt she'd find it persuasive if Hogwarts Legacy's sales tanked, right? That wouldn't be a repudiation.
Would you find downloading to be suddenly ethical if I told you it actually increased sales?
No.
Why not?
Because it's still unethical. Just because it increases sales, no one's doing it out of altruism. They're doing it out of self-interest.
Do the motivations matter? What does
Yes.
the intention matter? Downloading is downloading is downloading. You don't know if somebody downloaded because they're in a destitute situation, they need to get a textbook. You don't know if they're doing it because they just want the author.
Wait, hold on. You can't ask it. Wait, what? That's like saying like stealing is stealing or whatever. Wait, we already agreed that that's not the case. Like somebody stealing a potato because they're starving is gonna be different than somebody stealing a video game because they want to play a video game.
Well, with downloading, it's way harder to determine the intentions, right? Or no?
Well, sure. Are we giving like a real world, like, do we know the intentions of a thief, or are we giving like the hypothetical ethical question?
I don't know, because it's like his question ties back to like, can you do like in your attempt to like the road to hell is paved with good intentions, right? So he's saying like you guys are boycotting, but you might actually be emboldening this woman like in this roundabout way, or like paradoxically, kind of like when you're trying to decrease her sales and stuff like that. How do you know that that's not just invigorating her more to go harder in other respects that then enable more transphobia?
Well, it's certainly enabling transphobes. I mean, you see it all. You see people on Twitter and social media that they're talking about. They're going to buy multiple copies of the game to shore up whatever loss in sales that she might get, like Lauren Chen and Nuance Bro and all of them.
It's so cringy and performative and
all the way down.
It's like when people would burn Kaepernick's jersey, right? Like people would literally like film themselves, put it up on Twitter of them burning their jersey.
Yeah, I agree. That is ultra fucking cringe, but it is just as cringe as the people like, I'm not buying this because I love and support trans people, and if you don't buy this, you hate trans people. You're transphobic and you support this.
I think that's cringy too, because I don't think consumer activism means much. It's so.
Well, consumer activism absolutely means much. I don't know what you mean by that. I think consumer activism drives an unbelievable amount of our market share.
Yes.
Like, I think economically, I feel like there's an NPR paper, like people would even choose things that would say like your coffee beans are like ethically sourced and shit. Like there was a name for this in marketing. I don't know what it's called. It's like a green premium or something. But like when you label shit as green or when you label shit as like ethically sourced, like consumers are willing to pay a premium for it. So I think there's a big driver in that type of consumer behavior.
It is, but like that's just marketing strategies. Is that actually the case that it is somehow more ethical?
We're not talking whether it's ethical. We're talking about if consumer activism works. And I think it does. There are like very clear market signals for people consuming products that are like ethically sourced.
I think that
or come off as green.
Like that would depend, because the type of person who's already wants to get like fancy ass coffee beans from Rwanda and stuff like that is also the type of person that's going to pay like $80 for a Keurig. Like they're already willing to like expend additional money. I think it's going to vary so much depending on the product, as opposed to like you think the average person at like, or average shopper maybe at something more like, you know, working class friendly or something like that. Like, you think they're gonna give a like, you know,
working class people? No,
like
but like any like middle class person, yeah, because Starbucks coffee could probably be cheaper if they would just like source their beans from like the worst fucking places possible. But I think they pride themselves on getting it from the nicest farmers or some bullshit.
Well, maybe Aaron's
charging a premium, not just because they can get away with it.
Wait,
maybe Aaron's claim was overbroad.
Wait, what was that question? Say that again.
I said, do you think that that's why like their beans are more overpriced, is because like it actually costs more to like harvest them in an ethical way? I would just think it's because they can get away with charging that much.
Well, there's gonna be you're not just
it's a difference in terms of like pennies. Literally doesn't matter.
It's gonna be some amount of cost, and if they could make it cheaper, they would. And like you can't just charge whatever price you want because you're Starbucks. Like you still have competition with like fellow coffee shops. Like pretty sure there's coffee shops in the United States.
And I don't know if this necessarily plays into it, but Starbucks also does more than just source them from an ethical place. They also invest a ton in the communities from which they get them. They build them schools. They pay their... Huh?
You Starbucks shell?
No, I tried to start a coffee company once, and I did a lot of research.
Oh, was it called Black Rifle Coffee Company?
Wow.
No, it was called Go F Yourself. You.
Damn.
Whoa.
Damn.
I can't believe it
damn.
didn't make it off the ground. That's really catchy. That's good.
Ooh, spicy.
Actually, the guy I tried to start it with was
meatball.
the guy I tried to start it with was I am Italian. I take offense to that, but you know we're allowed to make fun of Dagos, so whatever. The guy I tried to start the company with, we were like coming up with some meme ideas, and he said we should call it "Get Woke," get it? Because it's coffee, and then have like a black hand, white hand shaking.
Oh my god, this is really some like Seinfeld tier, like the black and white cookie, 2 races of flavor coming together in racial harmony.
Honestly, like, and I think that could have worked in like New York or some shit.
Yeah,
I know. I think for a meme, you know, I think it could have been good.
I'm ending racism by consuming this like woke coffee. I mean, conservatives think that when they buy the Black like Rifle Coffee Company, right? Like, oh, I love the Kyle Rittenhouse roast. Like, this is so good, you know?
Is there a Kyle Rittenhouse roast, really?
There should be. I hope there is.
I mean, but yeah, a lot of people buy Black Rifle because they're huge supporters of the military. They do a lot for charity and all that stuff, and you know they have that image.
Yeah, but it's so lame to me. It's like, I feel like you would still buy a coffee from that company regardless of whether or not some of the money went to charity. It's people like, oh, I can feel good about this choice or whatever, but if they really wanted to donate to charity, they just go donate to charity.
No, come on.
I mean,
that's
most
not.
people
Wait,
would.
stop. No, that's not a rational thing. Okay, there are a lot of people that, given the opportunity to pick between 2 products, would pay 5 or 10 cents more for the more ethically sourced one. That wouldn't be motivated to go out and. I could talk about myself here. I could be at a store, and if somebody's like, oh, this is some bullshit, and the kids all get like patted on the head every night before they get tucked into their expensive beds, but it costs like $3 more, I'd probably buy it. But I don't know where the fuck I'm gonna go look up charities to donate to people that pet kids on the head. Like, I don't know where the fuck to do that. Like, people will absolutely make decisions to buy different products that wouldn't just go and donate the money anyway.
I think what we've learned from this is that some form of consumer activism clearly works, whereas others don't. Like this, in going all the way back to the Hogwarts example, leaving the world of coffee. I think we all agree that Hogwarts Legacy's sales are probably, and we know the pre-order sales are extraordinary. I doubt this game is going to be a financial ruin. It's going to do extremely well despite the negative press around it and the attempts at consumer activism. So in this way, in this context, it's probably not going to be very effective.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, please go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think that even this kind of goes back to what Straighter Raid was saying. Even if you go to, even if the game is a financial success, I still think if you have the money to buy the game and you don't, but you want to play the game, it's immoral to buy the game or to pirate it.
Yeah, well, again, my position is that I still go back to on a technical level. If you consider this any sort of validation of a transphobe's belief, or you're bankrolling transphobia in an indirect way, I don't think that there's an ethical way to consume the game. I just also think that we make all these kinds of ethical compromises all the time. So I just don't think it's a big deal in the end.
Right. The real sacrifice would be not buying the game or not playing the game at all. It's like, okay, cool.
Right.
I'm not going to pirate it.
Correct.
It's even worse for developers though, because if you're not like, what is it? Like,
I'm sorry, Pixie, you cut out. Could you repeat? I'm sorry, seriously, could you repeat that, Captain?
Okay, I feel like it's even worse for developers if you don't buy it, if you don't even pirate it though, because then it's like, oh, they don't have any metrics that they can show about more people being interested in the game. It just like comes across as like lack of interest.
So, wait a minute. So you think piracy is a more ethical, option than boycotting? All right.
It can be, depending on the context. Like,
Aaron, I thought you took the rum away from her. Get it away from her. Listen to her. Listen to this craziness.
Wait, Pixie, wouldn't
okay, stop.
that
Stop.
still...
Like, oh my god! I literally, the argument is really clear, and it's not that hard to wrap your mind around. If you do not want to buy this game, you're not planning to buy this game, whatever, because J.K. Rowling, transphobe, you feel that way, okay. But you want to support the developers somehow without supporting J.K. Rowling or invigorating her. Well, then at the very least, when they're like tracking how many illegal downloads or whatever the they have, they can point to that being even additional interest in the game, and just like, hey, we lost this potential revenue not because we were bad at developing a game, but because people just didn't want to pay money because of J.K. Rowling.
Oh, like, yeah, but I think something you have to worry about too is that like people will make decisions on what products to produce, I think, based on the propensity for people to pay for it or pirate it.
Yeah, but I feel like when the company, sorry.
Yeah, if everybody's gonna pirate a certain type of thing, sorry, God, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, so when the company is like trying to get more investors or people to buy this or to like create this new game, they can point to that and make it a clear factor to what contributed to a higher rate of piracy, not the fact that the game was bad in itself. And I feel like if a potential investor is like looking at some sort of pitch or whatever, and they see that, they're going to be a lot more likely to, hey, I should still put my money in this company. It's obvious they make good games. It's obvious like people are interested in those games. This was just an external factor that influenced who would buy it, not necessarily the playability of the game.
I don't disagree with that at all, but I would say that the pendulum swings both ways when it comes to, you know, those optics, right? So if people are keeping track of how many times it's downloaded, why wouldn't JK still look at it as a very successful product and a very successful, you know, IP?
Because from my understanding, she said specifically people buying the game or giving her
Oh,
monetary
come on, no shot. If she saw a bunch of people pirating it, she'd probably think the same thing, no? If we really are gonna believe that?
You don't think that, okay, you would ask why are all these people pirating it instead of just buying it, right? And then
They're doing it ironically.
they're doing, yeah, like the answer seems, oh, okay. The answer seems like logically fall out that it's because they don't want to give you money. Like, why don't they want to give you money? Because they don't like you. Because they're like online.
I mean, she can see how many people will support her opinions or approve of her shit, right? Like, it's not.
She knows, and like I still, that makes me turn back to the look how these reactionaries respond to this type of pressure from the social justice warrior side, right? She's going to see it as an emboldening event. She's going to see it as this is another reason why these people are insane. Which maybe we should go to the discussion of how well do people understand the TERF position? Like, do they really just think it's a bunch of people that just explicitly hate, trans people, and that's it, the end of story?
Yeah, I think that trans athlete arc, I think a lot of trans discourse, because I think it validated a lot of the fears of TERFy people that trans people were coming for and trying to destroy women's spaces. I think a lot of those fears were super validated for the public discourse related to the transport stuff.
Yeah, because like
felt that way before that.
You what?
TERFs already felt that way about women's sports.
Yeah, but why?
Yeah, but the problem was they could largely you could write them off as being kooks, right? That's not a race. That's not a slur, is it?
No.
Yeah, they're weird, right? Like trans people aren't coming for women's spaces. That was like a straw man bullshit argument. But I can't say that anymore after the trans sports things, because now it seems like there's a sizable amount of people, at least online. I don't know how much it's made its way into the real discourse, that absolutely do want to completely destroy women's spaces. So I don't know what the answer to that is anymore now.
I think it's still a straw man because, again, if you're talking about the Leah Thomas thing, that's like a blip of 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 a statistic.
Hold on, no. It's not about the statistic. It's about the principle, and that's a lot of people saying that women's sports should be eliminated.
Who is a lot of people? You mean your Twitter timeline, Steven?
Like big tweets, like here is a discourse that I saw that got really popular was, and I don't know how many people believe this, hopefully it's not, but some of these tweets had like tens of thousands of likes. It was the idea that women's sports was just created to be oppressive towards women. That was a point of view that I've seen, and I think I've seen a few videos on it too, where people are like, women were actually dominating sports so hard that they had to make women's sports to kick them out so that men could finally compete again. Like, I don't know, like that, seeing that type of shit, and then people saying that like, well, women, we don't need women's sports, and it's showing up in like Vice shit and everything. I don't know.
There should be ways to compartmentalize your thoughts on that issue. Like, I think you should be able to kind of voice maybe disagreements about like the current structure of how like trans athletes fit into like binary sports right now without being branded like a TERF. And I think alternatively, you should be able to think that maybe like Leah Thomas should be included in like the girls teams without saying that you're necessarily going to be like anti-science or like do you know what I mean? Without necessarily throwing in with like either camp. I think there's somewhere in between.
I mean, maybe, but the fact is that people were starting to come out in favor of like just like saying that like women's sports categories shouldn't exist, or that like all trans people should be able to compete in like all women's categories, which is a little bit different. But like
tweeters and like people on Twitter, I don't doubt it. But were there any like?
The problem is like the Twitter shit is like becoming like mainstream. Like if it's not already.
Like I'm saying it's so mainstream. Like, is this reflected in like the Trevor Project or like some huge organization? Because I think I did see one.
I mean, that's no more reflective than trans people saying there are like 120 bills about to cause the trans genocide across the United States, when all of these bills are like sponsored by 2 people in a state legislature that has no fucking chance of like passing at all. So, I mean, it's as real as the trans people saying that like all of these bills are on the verge of eliminating trans people when none of them have popular support in any state assembly anywhere.
I feel like most people probably, I don't know, actually I shouldn't say that. I genuinely don't know how people pull on this issue, but like, I feel like there is probably a lot of people who want Leah Thomas to be able to compete with the women's team, but they don't agree necessarily with the standards that have been set by the NCAA, or like I'm not sure what the swimming organization is. Like maybe you think they're too low or something, or too high. Or do you disagree?
Don't get it.
That's like such a nuanced. I don't know. Maybe I don't know where. I think most people probably still feel like men are men and women are women, and they don't want the trans people competing in any of the cis categories at all. That'd be my guess for most of it. But
is that true? Is that how most Americans poll? I just say that because I know that trans athletes have been allowed to compete within the Olympics for like 20 years, right?
I don't even know if that's true.
I think so.
So
but it's not until they win that I feel like people start to actually freak out. It's not really like people are allowed, or like people are fine with trans athletes being included in the or like playing with the sports team that aligns with their gender identity, but they're not okay when they start to win, because then they will always assume like, well, that trans athlete only won because of their transition. And the
I don't think they'd be okay with it. I don't know if in 2004 we were just talking about trans. I don't think people were aware of it. But I don't think whether or not people were doing it or not. Whether or not people are winning or not, I don't think is the issue.
You don't think so?
Well, wait a minute. One last thing on. I'm sorry, just on the JK thing, because I had a second question before Lycan spiraled me off, and then we can go back to the broader trans question. But as far as to put a button on the JK and Harry Potter thing, my last question for Pixie and Aaron is: given the unlikelihood that JK will renounce her ways, would you say that there is the only way to ethically consume anything from the Harry Potter IP moving forward, like the new movies, or if there's ever going to be a TV show, new books, blah, 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 all these things, would be to pirate them until she either changes her views or croaks?
No, I don't think that's necessarily more ethical. Pixie and I have like different takes on this. But I wouldn't stop somebody from doing that. Like again, it's more of like a live and let live thing. I'm pretty agnostic towards it. If that's what people feel that they need to do to be able to sleep at night and like tell themselves I'm consuming it more ethically than the person next to me who actually paid for it, go forth, my child. I really don't care, just because they don't think that's an effective like strategy. And I think I separate the art from the artist, I think, more than the average person does. I don't think you consuming like JK, like Harry Potter or anything like that is any more an endorsement of like JK Rowling's views than you consuming like anybody's product for the most part. Like I think you should still be able to enjoy the media without like people
it being any sort of endorsement.
That you're co-signing everything that she says.
Right.
And also, just because JK Rowling, again, like I said this at the beginning, asserts that like this invigorates me or whatever, we don't necessarily know how true that is, because it's just an assertion that she's making.
Right.
But who knows what her intentions are, what she plans to do afterwards, like whatever the sales turn out to be. And I think they've done pretty well as far as pre-orders go.
What about Jack Sparrow there? What's she think?
Pixie, what's your take?
I'm trying so hard not to be right now, because I just really want to be like, oh yeah, we should all just download cars and okay, but really on the topic. I want to make it clear that it's not like I'm like personally like indicting you if you decide to like fucking buy the game. I just think that if you're worried about invigorating JK Rowling, then yeah, like I think if you want to like avoid that, then a possible way of doing that is by pirating. And I could say the same thing for like other media. I think as long as the developers are paid beforehand, it's okay.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, wait a minute, just to clarify, because I hear you, but as far as J.K. Rowling is concerned, you're saying that you're not necessarily insistent on this, but you would say that the ethical way to consume anything from the Harry Potter IP moving forward until she either recants her views or she dies and is thus no longer financially benefiting from it would be to pirate it. So like the new movies, new books, etc. and so forth.
If you believe buying will invigorate her, then yes. If you don't believe that that's a valid, like, logical statement, if you think she's just bullshitting about that, then it would follow that none of that would make a difference, because she would still be invigorated. I personally am just basing what I believe off of what she said. But I understand why other people are more cynical or skeptical and just think she was just saying that to say that. I'm just saying it follows.
Yeah.
And like in Steven, you guys think that that's bullshit, right? Just to get your position on the record, like that's all bullshit.
Right. Yeah, I think that you should. In society, there's going to be people that disagree with us. I don't think that should massively affect our consumption habits. I think we're already way too far on the side of like boycotting and canceling and destroying everything that has an opinion that disagrees with us at all. I think it's not good.
Okay.
So, no, I'll let the cat stopper stay on this, and when it comes up again, I'll go into it.
Well, we might as well. All I'm going to do is Victoria. So.
I think an issue I have is that with this logic, like we talk about, oh well, we know for sure she feels this way, right? But I think the reality is that on a daily basis, you cannot consume a product that is invented by someone or benefiting someone financially or emboldening them to donate to a charity you don't like or anything like that. You just cannot in this world. Like there are people from things you do, from the software you own or use on a daily basis to, I mean, do you have a cell phone, right? Like think about that. And so we'll say, oh, well, we need the cell phones. There's a huge utility of it. And it's like, you could go back to analog. Like your life isn't going to be impossible that way. You are saying that my morals when it comes to child slavery, farming poor countries for their resources, things like that, don't matter that much because I need the cell phone.
Right.
So I just think that I don't like that train of thought. It's like at the end of the day, unless you buying that product, like, buying street heroin, we can tie that directly to actual real world harm.
Right.
You can't really do that with most consumer products.
It's untenable. I mean, like the same people who back in like 2000 whatever who were boycotting Chick-fil-A because they're gay or because they were homophobic and supporting like homophobic organizations will then go and fill up their car with gasoline from a country that would throw gay people off of roofs or whatever,
right,
simply for being gay. I draw this similar parallel. It's really hard to speak to the intentions of the consumer, and I'm sure even companies have a hard time understanding like why or why not a product or a service or a piece of media fails or succeeds. Because like when I'm vegan, I've been vegan since I was 16, but I don't look at people who are not vegan as like moral monsters. Like I assume most people are broadly against like animal cruelty and stuff like that, and if there was a way for them to be vegan or to consume animal products in a way that they didn't have to like kill an animal's life or take an animal's life or support animal cruelty, like they would, but it just so happens to be the setup of our current society that it's inconvenient to do so, and I don't even fault people for that because it's a major life shift. I think most people want to do that, yeah. Like most people, even people who are like kind of begrudgingly buying Hogwarts Legacy or whatever, they're like, well, I wish she wasn't like transphobic, but I still want the game. I just want to be able to like buy this product. I'm not trying to endorse reviews.
Yeah. So something I was getting at when I brought up, like, I don't think most people understand TERFs, and I could be totally wrong. I don't really spend a lot of time researching TERFs, and I know they've evolved a lot, especially over the last, 3 to 5 years, something like that. But when I initially started hearing this, all I was hearing from the TERFs was the same, I'm going to say woke, and I'm not doing it in a pejorative way, but like the same woke ideology we heard for years, which was you don't have the lived experience, you don't get to participate in this. You just need to stand back, shut up, and listen. So then you have people who transition later in life entering like women's meetings and women's clubs and organizations, or I think the bigger one that I kind of understood the most was women's activism. And it's like, okay, you just transitioned and really don't have the lived experience to understand what we're going through, what we've been through all our lives in the workplace and society, whatever. And I feel like that's where a lot of the foundation for the TERF shit is built. Is that incorrect?
I can't speak because I'm not a TERF.
Yeah, me neither.
But...
Well, I figured you guys.
Yeah, a lot of the TERF stuff is
them.
the feelings of. You should know what TERFs think if you're railing against them so much. But like the foundation for a lot of TERF thought is the idea that, or at least from what I've heard, is the idea that like women have worked for a long time to build spaces for women. And that's been like a struggle and a fight. And a lot of them don't necessarily view trans people as being real, or if they do, they think that a lot of trans people are basically like men in disguise, and that the spaces that they've worked really hard to build are going to be fundamentally and forever altered with the presence and introduction of trans people into those spaces, because trans women do not share the same struggles or the same experiences that cis women do. They have a unique set of experiences that are something outside of that. So for them to step into their space and then claim to be women and then claim to share in all the same struggles is a threat to that space. That's the TERF argument. So
right.
When you see things, the biggest things that TERFs are usually fueled by are either going to be men that shit on women. That's massive TERF ammunition. So cis men using trans women to attack feminists is a big one. And the second one is going to be women's spaces that are being called for the eradication for because they are transphobic. So like a woman's locker room, a women's spa, or women's sports in favor of being more inclusive to trans people, or just eliminating them altogether.
Well, the reason that I hesitated to respond to like in there, because I, again, not that I'm inundated in this, especially since I tend more towards like policy wonk positions in terms of practical politics, but I thought he offered a much more nuanced like interpretation of quote unquote turf perspective than what I skim through when I see like it in my timeline on Twitter, because I don't think, again, I could be wrong, but I think that a lot of people or fewer people would have issues with so-called turfs if they offered that nuanced perspective. Like, look, I do believe that you're a woman because I do distinguish between gender and sex, but because you lived however much of your life as, you know, a man before you transitioned, you don't have the same lived experience as a cis woman, then I think like fewer people would object to turf perspectives. I think it's what you said.
There's going to be there's a diversity of thought on the turf spectrum, just like there's a diversity of thought
Sure.
on the far right spectrum. But nobody cares to investigate that. Nobody knows.
Well, yeah, but what I mean is, to me, I think it's kind of what you added in there, which is I think a lot of turfs, or a lot of turfs that get shit, like they take it one step further and say, not only do you not have the lived experience, which is technically true, like you said, it's a unique set of experiences that trans people go through, but then they add on top of it the judgment that you're not a woman because you have not had those same lived experiences, if that makes sense. So like, to me, that's why I hesitated to kind of respond to like in there, because I'm thinking, no, if that were more common, I think a conversation could be had between, you know, trans activists and trans allies and people you'd consider turfs. But I think that the real divide is when they take it to the assessment that you're not a woman.
Sure, but I mean, it's going to depend on the type of, like, because for some of these people, like, the defining aspect of being a woman are the acts and the rituals and the lived experience that you have. Like, that's part of the definition of being a woman. They're not even coming at it from this is kind of a guess, because I'm not a turf, obviously, but I'm pretty sure that if a turf was talking to you, a turf wouldn't come up to you and say, oh, I'm transphobic because I believe that trans women don't have the same biological characteristics. It's not going to give you a Ben Shapiro answer, right? Because they're still feminists, right? I think the answer that they're going to give you is, no, women have a shared set of experiences in society, both in how they function, their performance as a female in society, and in how they're treated, the struggles that they suffer through as a society, that a trans woman or an AMAB, an assigned male at birth person, does not have. They don't share in those experiences. They don't share in that gender performativity. They don't share in any of that shared oppression. So they can't call themselves a woman and be included in those spaces. That's like the
I know you know this.
Yeah.
I know you know this, but do you think that they would also know this, that people who were assigned, you know, female at birth, AFAB or whatever, and have lived their lives as women, that there's a variance of lived experiences among them as well. I mean, based on race, based on socioeconomic status, based on where they live. I mean,
well, sure, but like they're gonna say,
because
even you don't believe that, right? Yes, everybody has a difference in experiences, obviously, of course, but there's going to be shared experiences that people have, right? There's going to be a shared experience that, depending on the type of society you're in, when I travel overseas and I'm in a store and I hear an American accent, there's an immediate sense of like camaraderie there. If you're in an area and you spot like the only other black person, right? There's a feeling of shared camaraderie there. If you're in an area and somebody references a band you like and it's a bunch of boomers and one other guy there, sort of like Linkin Park, there's shared camaraderie there. Just by hearing that one thing, the place you're born in, the race you are, the gender you are, like you'll be able to connect on a whole world of things by virtue of that. And for women, it's no different, right? Of course, people are gonna have different experiences, but there's still a shared history there, right?
Yeah, that talking point has never made much sense to me because socialization doesn't end with childhood. Once you transition,
nobody said socialization ends at childhood.
I know, but the turf position kind of presupposes that it does, because
No,
they're saying like you have the experience of like a cis woman or whatever, but it's like, well, no, and I don't think that like trans women are claiming to, but they usually, even prior to transition, now not all trans women or whatever, but a lot of them were kind of, I guess, genderqueer in their presentation, androgynous somewhat, and probably experienced like a femphobia with their presentation as a feminine man prior to transition that is rooted in misogyny, that they could have a shared basis with the cis woman.
No,
really
no, I don't think so. I don't. If you're a trans woman and you're experiencing misogyny, that's like the goal. But like you've had to do a lot of work.
Wait, what do you mean that's like the goal?
Like if you're a trans woman, your problems are stemming from you being treated as a woman in society. Like that's like you're ahead of most other trans people.
Well, I'm talking about their experience pre-transition. As like maybe perhaps presenting as like a feminine man.
Yeah, pre-transition, they're not going to have a female experience. They're going to have a gender queer experience, or they're going to have a gender nonconforming experience. It's not going to be.
I feel like there seems to be a really big overlap when it comes to gender nonconforming experiences and just like women experience.
Absolutely not.
Can I finish my sentence to explain why I think this?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. And the reason why I say that is because it seems like even when women are adhering to the rules that are trying to be in place amongst society, like those rules are still like denigrated, or like their ability to not conform perfectly is denigrated. It seems like women cannot escape like a reality where being female is not something of like denigration. And when you're gender non-conforming, or when you're a female presenting, like there is still like a shared basis there when it comes to like denigration.
You don't, but we don't bond on shared like you can loosely bond on it, but there's still gonna be different types of feelings, right? Like if you're a woman and you're like feeling denigrated because of society, and then, you know, the year is like 1750 and there's like a brother in the field and you're like, man, I know just what it's like to be denigrated like you, my fellow slave, because people denigrate me too. Like, okay, like just because you both share in denigration doesn't mean that the experience is the same. There are far different.
It's exactly the same, but I am saying there is a level of shared denigration. So for example, women who are too, let's say, frilly, even like, let's say they're like too feminine, well then suddenly it's like pick me or boring, or like you're too traditional or whatever. Like why aren't you just trying to be like let go of yourself, be more loose, whatever. And it seems like, okay, people who are like gender non-conforming, if they start dressing more womanly, then it's like, oh, like why are you like trying to be something you're not? Like you should like just like let more loose. Like you shouldn't like, you know, try so hard.
Hold on,
right?
So let's back up for a second. Let's just get a macro perspective here. Are you trying to make the argument that a gender queer or gender non-conforming person's experience growing up is quite similar to that of an average cis woman?
No, I'm saying.
Okay, then if you don't agree, then that's my argument. And then I don't know why you're trying to make these really edge case arguments for it. That there might be a very.
It seems like because it seems like TERFs are arguing that there is no shared experience.
No, nobody. That would be the retard argument. There's a shared experience between every single human being on this planet. Everybody gets hungry. Everybody gets thirsty. Everybody.
Okay, but they're saying that there's no shared experience in terms of gender. They're saying, oh,
because
like, it's just a completely separate dimension. And it's like, no, they're not exactly the same, but there is a level of overlap. Just because you are
but there's a level of
doesn't mean that you didn't experience any denigration.
No one is saying that you didn't experience any denigration. It's just that the woman experience, the feeling, the growing up of being a cis woman carries with it a particularly shared set of experiences. A lot of those can be oppressive that aren't going to be experienced by trans women. That's the only argument, and that's almost certainly true.
Can I ask you, Steven, on this point, because I was trying to write it out in a way that's coherent with you guys going back and forth, but is it possible that is arbitrary? And what I mean is, so like I think Pixie was kind of trying to make the case that I was, which is that given the wide range of shared experiences among AFABs, I think Pixie made the point that at least on some level, maybe on average considerably less, but given that trans women and assigned female at birth, you know, women, that they can have a shared experience on some level, is it arbitrary where a TERF would assign it?
All of these bills are on the verge of eliminating trans people. No, I don't. I mean, like, you can argue that it's going to be hard to draw it exactly, but the reality is, again, when we get into like very minutiae arguments like this, I like to back up and think. Do women as a category have kind of like, can you argue for a shared collective oppressive experience living under patriarchy? For women, the answer to that is almost certainly yes. Are trans women having their own experience? For sure. Is there a big overlap? Almost certainly not. No.
I think there's more overlap than TERFs are willing to admit.
What kind of
being exclusionary towards trans women than they are like just pro women?
What are some of like the defining oppressive characteristics of women, and then what are some of the defining oppressive characteristics of trans women? Like where is the?
I don't play the game of TERFs or whatever where they think that the defining experience of like womanhood is like to be brutalized by men. I've never agreed with this.
Okay, that's fine if you don't, but they do, and I think a lot of women do. A lot of women are going to feel similarly about like certain beauty standards being enforced on them from an insanely young age, of the going through puberty and PMS at very early ages, sometimes without warning, of being sexualized by other men in their lives, sometimes at a very early age, as early as 9, 10, or 11, women will experience this, of being bought certain types of gifts and being told you can only do certain types of things, of having different sets of responsibilities in the household, of being portrayed different ways in media. These are all like shared experiences that feminists would argue are defining factors of a woman's oppressive role in society. society, of seeing the way that her dad treats her mom, right? And they're going to say that all of these roles being placed on them and all of these external things being pushed on them are things that trans women just haven't experienced growing up. And by the time you're even 16 or 15 or 14, you've already had a lot of this drilled into your head at a very early age. So they're going to say trans women...
It's so divisive that they could probably make inroads with trans women who want to be their ally in respect to those issues, but they're so deeply divisive that they couldn't.
But we're not talking about being an ally, though. We're talking about the fundamental destruction of those spaces.
Ally, but, like standing with them in solidarity with respect to like fighting these issues for like period equity and like being anti-domestic violence. Like, you need to have that shared basis. I think men have just as much of an ability to like be feminists or like, you know.
Yeah, but there's a difference between saying like you can include me in your spaces versus I'm an ally, right?
Yeah, there is.
And like the problem that a lot of like trans women, even the arguments that you guys are making, like, oh, well, no, they do have some shared experience. Like, and again, I've seen some tweets blow up, but there's a lot of criticism too. I don't know if this is going to become more mainstream in the future. Hopefully not. But like, you're seeing like large chunks of trans women online supporting the idea that trans women have periods, right? Like there was one.
Crazies on Twitter, Steven.
You can LOL at it all you want, but like a lot of this shit is like mainstream discourse now. So like you can pretend that it's not a big deal, but like you're the only one that's gonna feel that way, and you're gonna be disconnected from every other human in society, right? When like the libs of TikTok is getting like mainstream media attention and shit, you can't just go, oh, LOL, it's only fucking Twitter, right? Leah Thomas was like a defining conversation point for Republicans coming up with the midterms. I think that was driving a lot of the sentiment of different people. I think Ron DeSantis, like one of Ron DeSantis' big few legislative victories was his "Don't Say Gay" bill. So if you want to say LOL, it's just Twitter, but then on the meantime, like cry that people are buying a LOL, it's a video game. Like these positions are incongruent. We kind of have to start to deal with the whole world as it is, and Twitter is like a big part of it right now.
Well, no, I don't think that the response of bad faith conservatives, I don't think that the response of bad faith conservatives like Ron DeSantis and libs of TikTok means that the talking points they're espousing or the frequency with which like they're cherry picked examples like that doesn't follow that the thing that they're complaining about is as widespread and pervasive as they say it is simply because they're popular. Ron DeSantis is like, don't say it. These are niche cultural war issues that they are successfully weaponizing and blowing wildly out of proportion.
Yeah, but
I don't think that their success in that is. I don't think that refutes what Aaron is saying. This is a relatively niche thing that bad faith conservatives are skillfully able to weaponize into a broader platform. That doesn't mean that it's a mainstream position that trans women are experiencing periods. You will not find a single Democrat anywhere who believes that. It's just so I completely disagree with that. I don't think that the two are correlated.
But this is the thing that I said before. This was the issue, is that the amount of people that believe it or that how widespread a problem isn't the defining factor. It's how many people are willing to step up and support it. That's the issue. When you get a lot of people that come up and step up and support a thing, even when it's not widespread, it gives the impression of it being way more widespread than it actually is. When these crazy niche issues come up, when you've got a trans person walking around saying like, oh, I'm having a period as a trans woman, then you should just say like, you're castigate them. You're being a fucking moron. You. And then boom, move on. But the fact is, a lot of people step up to defend it. So what seems like a minor thing, and probably is a minor thing, and most trans women don't even say this cringe shit, now it seems like a way bigger problem because so many people are stepping up to defend it on social media. And I think that's a problem. Like, you should be able to disown the dumb shit and then move on immediately to the next thing. But progressives can't do that. Or like the Twitter space or the Twitter world can't do that. They all are stuck defending these insane positions, and then it makes the problem seem so much more larger than it actually is.
And that is why we are in the space we are when it comes to TERFs. Because these conversations, even the way you guys are engaging with Stephen and I, these conversations didn't happen this way. It was very quick to... you guys are evil,
straight
no
right.
engagement, no pushback. No one tried to like bridge the gap. It was not you, TERF. That's it. And so it just emboldened it. It made it worse. And people don't like to look at it that way because they don't want to give them any deference. You know, blah blah, civility, politics, all that. But at the end of the day, yeah, we probably should have had many more inclusive conversations where we engage with them with their feelings, their thoughts, their concerns, and we ultimately did harm. We made the TERF movement more powerful because no one wanted to do that.
I feel like you guys are getting Twitter algorithmed like really hard. I honestly do, because like all these like you guys are like, oh, people are defending them, nobody's like stepping up and arguing against, and like I can't say that from my personal Twitter
How
fucking
did Trump
experience.
get president
I see
then?
people arguing against like insane takes all the fucking time.
Okay, what is
J.K.
J.K. Rowling? What is J.K. Rowling doing to kill trans people outside of her tweets and her blogs?
From my understanding, she's like putting like money into like anti-TERF movements that are trying to like pass legislation like in like
the UK.
In the UK, yeah.
Has she? Does she actually like
Yeah.
significantly donate to these things? Because I think most people's association with J.K. Rowling are like her tweets and her blogs.
From my understanding, she
Okay,
has.
but if you want to downplay the impact of J.K. Rowling's tweets, and wouldn't that apply to
I'm
every
not.
Twitter
How do you
user,
miss the
every
point so
sane
fucking
person
hard?
who's-
Stop.
Okay,
How do you
how
miss?
is it
No, no.
okay?
I'm not saying that J.K. Rowling is irrelevant because she's on Twitter. What I'm
Well,
saying
she's
is that
downplaying the effect that
I'm
she
not
can have.
downplaying the
I agree with you. So like you can
okay,
downplay the
keep going.
effect that like huge tweets that have all this engagement also have. You can just as easily handwave them then.
Okay, I'm making the exact opposite point. I don't know how you missed it so hard. I'm not downplaying the fact that she's huge on Twitter. I'm saying that these are platforms that are mattering to people.
Yes.
That shit on Twitter is like showing up on like Jackson Hinkle is on Tucker Carlson and shit. That all of these things that are blowing up on
Trump
Twitter
only
are very
could get
quickly
president
and immediately making its way all into mainstream
because
media. That a lot of
the ideas are
discourse is being driven on there. Elon Musk buying
anchored
Twitter was a
in the
huge
heads
fucking
of
deal.
the
The
American
Twitter
people.
files covering things about Twitter
It's
are a
just
huge
like it.
fucking deal.
I
All of
said
this.
the
So
right
did.
will use this to weaponize this type of discourse and use it as a wedge issue, but it didn't even pan out because the midterms, the Republicans, the red wave never happened. They failed miserably. This was a historic loss for the Republican Party.
Yeah,
And they
but
did
Trump
try to,
got
like,
president,
by using
and
anti-LGBT
everybody
and
thought it was a
anti-trans
joke,
bills to
and
encourage their
nobody
base to
took him
come out. I don't think it
seriously.
happened.
Sure, but I don't think it's because Twitter was ineffective. I think it's because there's a divide in the Republican Party right now between supporting Trump or not. That's like the huge disconnect. I guess we can wait like 5 or 10 years to see what happens, but like it's very clearly been heading in a very strong direction that social media is driving conversations. It's not just irrelevant shit anymore. Like 5 years ago, I think that you could have made that argument. I made that argument like 5 years ago because it would be like people with like 1 like or like people with like 6 views. And I was like, why the f is Sargon making a whole video? But nowadays, you're like seeing it pop up more and more and more. It's not necessarily related to trans people, but there was that fucking professor that just got fired for showing like a picture of Muhammad because a girl complained and she said it was like offensive. Like even though he had a trigger warning on the class. Like a lot of this shit is like showing up more and more and more, and it's making its way into all the mainstream media networks. I don't think you just hand wave it as just Twitter.
Well, is it all the mainstream media or is it just Fox News?
Fox News is the largest cable news
Yes,
network
in
in the.
So I'm saying
If it's
just
covered on Fox News, it's probably going to be covered on other parts of the media as well. Yes, and even if it was just Fox News, that is the mainstream media. Yes.
Yes.
Well, no,
Yeah,
wait.
but you
No,
said
let me
all
finish.
of
Let
them.
me finish my sentence. Like the reason why, like, I think that I don't mean like, yeah, I feel like this is a little bit overblown because if it's not actually translating to like people voting and to people taking like legitimate action, then I have a hard time saying like. I think in the trans case, like, yeah, like. That is more easy to say, like, oh yeah, like the anti-trans legislation is at least attempting to be passed. I think a lot more successfully in the UK than the United States. I don't think in the United States are making a lot of headway. Like they're introducing bills, but they're not like actually.
Well, I last year I think it was 25. It was like 25 or 30 anti-trans legislation bills passed in like red states, and I know for a fact in terms of introduction. It was like 140 all last year. So like,
by passed, do you mean like they just passed the House or like the governor signed them
Did they swap decisions?
Because that's another thing people don't understand.
I think 25 were signed into law either by governor's signature or because a conservative supermajority was able to override governor veto in those red states. I think at least 25. I'd have to go back and do my homework. It's been a minute since I've looked at it. But as far as like the United States too, one thing, and I was trying to remember who it was before I spoke, but it doesn't really matter who it was. But I know when on a federal level, when the Equality Act was being proposed, it was either 2021 or 2020. It had to have been 2020. It had to have been 2020 because Republicans were still in the majority. There was a Republican either from Alabama or Oklahoma who cited J.K. Rowling's arguments, like her turf positions, as part of his objection to the Equality Act, which would enshrine LGBTQ protections, additional protections into federal law. So she's certainly having an influence even in the United States. I don't know about what's going on in the United Kingdom, but in a way that is affecting how people vote. And
that's probably coming from social media, right?
Yeah.
And so I assume that everyone here believes that or recognizes that over the last, at the very least, 80 years of American history, liberal institutions like colleges have had, the students are much more radical, but then a decent amount of those ideas bleed into major public opinion. Not just because those people grow up and enter, life, but because they have an influence. Those places and their beliefs get spread through newspapers and whatever, and more people adopt them. And the same is what happens on social media. People, we see like a huge bulk of it here, but we're seeing more and more a lot of the things that we considered radical a few years ago bleeding into the mainstream. And you can't just say, well, that's the good things.
Trump
also
was bleeding it into the mainstream.
Well,
It's
now
the
we're
best
in a completely
argument.
different climate where a lot more extreme social pressure to adopt ideas is being put forth.
Yeah, but here's the thing. There's a stronger relationship between politically active conservatives and those who are active on social media. So like this is an example. Yes, social media can be an effective way, like in a way that translates to, actual political advocacy. But for Republicans, like so you are not going to be able to find a sitting member of Congress in the Democratic Party who believes that trans women have periods. You can find sitting Republicans in Congress who will cite the tweets of TERFs. There is a very close relationship and this great, beautiful, very effective pipeline. It's very disturbing, but it's there between
the first
outspoken
step is
conservatives
made
on social media and their congressional advocates.
I think
that doesn't really exist
left
on the
is
left.
as much
not
a
in the
threat
way.
as the right.
So I think
let's
actually,
just as an example, I'm pretty sure that like a lot of the current modern day conspiracies spun out of QAnon, which was on obscure social media. That came from 4chan before it infected places like Facebook. That's completely internet driven. Yeah.
I hear you, but that's also again on the right. So what I'm trying to point out to you and Lycan is it's not that social media doesn't have an influence, but you're focused on the social media influence of fringe progressives in the mainstream. What you should be focused on in terms of social media
same could be true for the left.
is conservative on conservative. That's where you're seeing a much stronger parallel there.
I disagree because
QAnon. No, look at the examples we just cited. QAnon is a right-wing example.
I'm going to give you some left-wing examples.
Okay.
So a lot of corporations are adopting these conscious language policies, right? And we're seeing a lot of words getting blacklisted. Because
you mean deny listed? Go ahead.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of these words. Colleges are adopting it as well, and that's all something that came from Twitter, social media, SJW spaces. And the level of extremism to which we're seeing those,
different is not
seen companies that are trying to make it so you can't say anything
we should be able to
vaguely
say
war
black.
Related, and these are companies that
because
are supporting the defense industry.
I would need to see examples of that because the one that popped up like a couple of months ago was about this one college campus that was supposedly trying to take out. And Aaron, I think you and I had a conversation about this, so you might have a fresher memory on it than I do. But there was this scandal about, oh my God, this college is trying to take certain words.
You need to see the differences.
Was it
Stanford or Harvard? Were there?
And it turns out it was like a fucking legal club, and they just proposed that, hey, this might make the space more inclusive. It was not part of any sort of faculty policy or administration policy. It was again blown wildly out of proportion by conservatives.
It's not yet, but you give it I'm speaking to the companies.
You give it 5 years.
There grows the pressure to adopt these things, and then there's the social.
The right just started earlier, and they got Trump for it.
Where it's like if you don't
let
get
the
in
left
line,
start now. In 5 years, they are as far
as
as that,
and we're having the conversations against it. Like I've done it at my own company, where I've entered these groups to be engaged in the conversation.
No company.
And any form of pushback is met with the most abhorrent claims about your character, even in the workplace.
I have a question. Like, out of curiosity, do you think like there's any times where a reaction like that is warranted, like at all, or do you think the reaction is warranted?
I mean, there can be, but I say that when I push back on the military thing, like the thing was you're being insensitive, and I'm sorry, this happened like 2 years ago, but the reaction to it was pretty
the idea behind it is
checked in
bad.
comparison to the criticism I gave.
Ideologues
No, but I'm what,
are
can
bad
you give us an
because they
example
don't
of, like,
look at the
or
evidence
can you
anymore.
be more specific about that example, or no? Sorry, okay, I have it. Can you give us an example where it is warranted, where somebody does this action and people are rightfully like, oh, you're a bigot, you're whatever, like you're a bad
sure.
person.
Yeah, sure. If someone was like, when it comes to using the F slur, I can't think of a corporate example at the moment, but when someone talks about the F slur, and they're like, hey, I think I should be able to say this. No, actually, because then I'd say the rational way to react to that would be to say, hey, you just have to understand that like the root of that is that the F slur, is pejorative for homosexuals, and to use that still kind of continues the idea that being gay is bad, and that's why we don't say that.
Okay, when is the line drawn too far, in your opinion? Do you think you can give me some sort of like marker for when our people are taking it too far?
Give me a minute to think.
While he's thinking, Pixie,
Hi.
you're very utilitarian pilled, right?
Oh yeah, I'm way too utilitarian pilled.
If I could prove to you that this social exclusion that you're doing for certain people increases their likelihood to spread fake news, would you back down that claim?
Well, I don't even disagree with that. I don't even think that like social exclusion is the way to go about most things. So but I just think what I do think is that sometimes people swing the pendulum too far the other way, where it's like, oh, we should never call out somebody for their bad beliefs because that might make them more radical. And I feel like we just have to find some sort of middle ground where we can be like, no, you are being like, you know, a little bit bigoted, but like that's part of life. Like we all like learn, we all like, make mistakes, like we all like have like, you know.
I think the
like,
problem right now is no one is calling out anybody for bigoted behavior anymore. Now we're calling people out for like ghost proxies of behavior that might be bigoted. So like whether or not you use some computer jargon becomes like a fight. Like, do we have blacklist and whitelist or master slave terminology anymore? And if you fight against that, it's because you're racist or you're white supremacist. I think the problem is that like by and large, I think even most conservatives agree that like bigoted behavior is shitty. Like if somebody's like, I got fired from my job, and it's like, why? Well, because I called somebody the F-slur. People are like, yeah, of course you got fired. You're a fucking moron. Like I don't think very many people are going to support you there. But the problem is going to be like in like the esoteric slang we use, or like the terminology and shit, or fighting over stuff like that. I think that's where the issues start to come in.
Well, did Lycan ever think of an answer?
No, actually, I don't think.
All things are possible. All things are possible in a world where everyone is different. For some people, it's just help. For others, it's an excuse to get a number. Some women will like it and others won't. Being social is a risk for everyone, men and women, period. Good luck, boys.
See what I mean? Alright, here we go.
I just want to share my perspective on this video. If you got
This is how to not approach girls at the gym.
I hate this. I hate this. I hate when there's sweet days. It makes me so uncomfortable. Feral, like fucking feral. Swatch. The 5 adds 5 pounds. And these are the weights.
I think he was helping actually.
Excuse me? You don't have to do that. It's okay. No, it's okay. I got it. Thank you, though. See what I mean? Alright, here we go.
I just want to share my perspective on this
Language is not perfect. I think he meant something different. He was being nice.
I think I can, because I think there are going to be very rare circumstances where that's warranted, and those are usually going to be someone actually being a bigot.
And like, and I'll say this for the future, just if something comes to mind, because I am open to this. I'll just say for my part, I see a closer, more effective relationship between online conservative activism and their political advocacy in like state legislatures and on the bench and stuff like that. The thing that based on the evidence that I see right now, I think you and Steven are entirely too concerned about the fringe left. You're stepping over $1 for the sake of a nickel, because the real relationship there, like QAnon, you know, opposition to the Equality Act, or you know the bevy of anti-trans legislation that's being proposed in red states and successfully passed very often. That's an indication of a close relationship between online, like social media, being weaponized by conservatives. I think it is much less frequent and much less pervasive and much less successful on the left. I just don't think that relationship is there. However,
like what
however, well, hang on. I was going to say, however, if you have examples of like where Democrats have been heavily influenced by online progressive activism or whatnot, I'm open to it. And certainly if it's in a bad way, but right now I just don't see
Democrats aren't influenced by it because it's not politically popular. It's just f***ing the left over. But they all think that they're like the saviors of the left. That's the issue. We're not going to be able to find examples of that because Democrats want to win elections, right? But like if I was to give you an example of that, then the biggest example would be BLM. right? A lot of those riots were driven off of misinformation. All of Kyle Rittenhouse was driven off of 100% misinformation about Jacob Blake, right? A lot of the BLM thought that cops are indiscriminately out here murdering black people, right? If you ask an average BLM person like, hey, how many unarmed black men are killed by a cop every year? They're probably gonna say, I don't know, maybe like 1,000, maybe 5,000. The answer is like 13, right? So like, and a lot of that stuff relating to BLM and socialism was political cyanide for politicians. And I know, Ruminate, I know you've heard the call of at least one, he was either senator or House representative that was complaining, that was bitching to other Democrats like, hey, this shit is destroying
Andrew
my
Clyde,
district. Yeah, people calling me, asking questions about if we're going to be a socialist party, or people supporting the insane riots and shit, or people making information about this. Like, that shit was all driven by social media, and it had massive electoral consequences for Democrats, in my opinion.
And maybe that's the bigger issue, is that like these things
Biden
are.
was saying, like, he's not pro defund the police. Like, when he was asked about stuff like that, he said, like, that's a fringe position that I don't hold. I don't even know that.
Yeah, but that doesn't seem like a fringe position when we've got the largest riots in the history of all of the United States that were largely driven by Twitter, because that's where BLM came from, was Twitter.
And so
You
to
don't
the
think that
to the
part
point.
of it's like the reason like why like these started happening was a direct response from like George Floyd and like seeing the brutality in that area.
Yeah, the BLM protests.
The BLM protests being driven by just one man being killed like that was not rational. It was largely.
Okay. What I was trying to say is that I think after, you know, that spread across media and like it did, like TikTok, Twitter, whatever platforms, like people like came together as like basically a response to seeing that brutality and also acknowledging brutality in their own neighborhoods. Not necessarily like, oh, like I like not just Twitter, if that makes sense. Like Twitter did help spread what happened with George Floyd, but it wasn't like Twitter by itself, if that makes sense.
No, I think
but
I think
Arab
social
Spring-
media was the largest push for why the BLM riots got as big as they did. It wouldn't have been just like mainstream media catching it. I think it was a lot of the social media had driven it as well, for sure.
Steven, I take your point, but the reason there, again, to me, that's a bit different. I'm not contesting the fact that social media can be an effective way of galvanizing a social movement or spreading misinformation or both. But what I mean is, my understanding was you were complaining about the views or positions of fringe leftists being considered mainstream by those in power. And I'm saying, and maybe I'm misrepresenting you, maybe I misunderstood, I don't see that that's the case, because even the examples you're citing where the leaders of the Democratic Party are actually pushing back against it. No, I'm not. I don't support defund the police. Even like people like AOC and Rashida.
Yeah, let me try to say this one more time, but maybe I'm not being clear, okay? I'm not saying that the mainstream Democratic Party is like this. They're not, because these positions are electorally toxic. But so many people support them online that not only are Republicans able to make it seem like most Democrats support this, Democrats have to spend time fighting against their own. Biden has to make statements saying we don't support the riots. Bernie Sanders has to take to Twitter and mainstream media and say, hey guys, on social media, you need to f*** off. The way that you support me is cancerous as f***. That Democrats are not only having to fight wars against Republicans, they have to fight against their own. And all of these like social media platforms are also spinning off people that are incredibly anti-democratic establishment. Look at the entirety of the Intercept. Look at the Brianna Joy Gray person. Look at like some of these like big leftist podcasts that spend more time. Look at Kyle Kalinske. Look at Jimmy Dore. Like, these people have like decent followings that are, look at how much of the Young Turks is getting destroyed these days because Anna Kasparian and Cenk are kind of somewhat moving to a more mainstream Democratic position, and they're getting hammered for it.
Well, I hear you, but to me that goes back to, again, like, okay, like, I hear what you're saying, that there is enough of it that the right and Republicans can weaponize it successfully so that they can redirect it so that Democrats like Biden, Andrew Clyde, whoever, or Jim Clyburn, not Andrew Clyde, Jim Clyburn, the guy who was speaking out against, defund the police and how it screwed us in elections. Mm-hmm. But to me, it kind of goes back to, do you think that that's really a reflection of how popular it is, or just the ability of Republicans to successfully cherry pick and blow very small things wildly out of proportion? Because I don't see an antidote for that. I think as long as you've got...
I agree. That Republicans try to blow things up, okay? But when you try to blow something up that a lot of people don't believe in, I think it can come back to bite you in the ass. But when it seems like there's a lot of people supporting it, I think it's a lot different. So that one tweet with the person saying, I'm a trans woman who's experiencing her first period, that tweet should have like 100 likes. And if it did, and somebody brought it up, it'd be like, bro, this is fringe random shit on the internet. Who the fuck cares? But it doesn't have almost 100 likes. It's got almost 100,000 likes. And when stuff like that starts to appear, I don't know if it's as fair for you to say Republicans are cherry picking anymore, because a lot of these positions end up massively popular on places like Twitter. They end up going over to places like Facebook, where a lot more boomers are, and then they end up making their way onto Fox News. And a lot of these things that originate on social media, look at the whole Valencia thing, end up making their ways into mainstream political conversations. And I think that's dangerous. And they only get there because so many people online support it. If it was just one or two people, then yeah, I think it would be like really easy. I'm just thinking of like my own personal experience. If I'm arguing with somebody like, well, what about the time this happened? I'm like, bro, nobody cares about that. There's like 3 people. I can't answer that way anymore. I have to disown like half my fucking political affiliation online before I can even have a conversation.
Do you think that if it were 100 likes, one last question, I'm so sorry. Do you think if that tweet in question only had 100 likes, do you think that Republicans wouldn't try to weaponize it?
No, Republicans would try, but they would be less successful.
But that was my follow-up question. Do you think they could be successful? Like, do you think they really need fodder? Do you really think they need much in order to successfully weaponize?
Yes. I think it matters. I think it does matter.
When these things come up, these content creators, independent journalists, and then often mainstream journalists, on like things like MSNBC, come out and defend it. So they fuel that fire as well. So sure, the Republicans are taking something and blowing it up, but then our side does a horribly shit job. Think of how long BLM was embraced. BLM didn't start getting the call outs until we almost lost a ton of elections, or people did lose elections.
Like, can you give me an example of MSNBC supporting the like period stuff out of curiosity, or the trans
the
stuff?
BLM riots or anything?
Because
like
that? From my understanding, the mainstream support, like what this is also separate. The mainstream support for BLM is supporting the whole idea that like, hey, Black lives do matter, and hey, you know what? There is a serious problem with policing. Not necessarily going straight up.
No, hold on. That was not. No. That was not the mainstream BLM position. The mainstream BLM position was that cops were indiscriminately murdering black people for absolutely no fucking reason, and we needed to disband policing across the entire United States. That was the mainstream BLM position. Defund the police. Defund the police ACAB.
Maybe I'm just consuming vastly different media from you guys, because whenever I saw ACAB or defund the police, it was always on fucking Twitter, and maybe one political pundit out of 5 in MSNBC or in CNN mentioning it, while the other 4 were like talking about like, oh no, like, we definitely need police and structural reform. Like, how do you guys think the police are going to like handle like these huge disruptions and all?
Yeah, that was my experience too, because again, mainstream politicians were supporting BLM, but they were simultaneously pushing back on ACAB and defund the police. So I don't think it was the mainstream position of BLM to defund the police and ACAB. Otherwise, AOC, Jim Clyburn, Joe Biden, whoever else would not have offered any sort of even rhetorical support for Black Lives Matter if those associations were there.
I don't think
because there was electorally
actually because in order to get attention, Pearl, I think, is bitter. I think she probably grew up homeschooler modest and kind of plain. She probably didn't get enough attention from men, but she also probably doesn't want to, because in order to get attention from men, you would have to do the things that she doesn't want to, right? The things that make her feel like a hoe, the things that make her feel like less than. Well, don't do it, bitch. But the problem is if you aren't attracted to men, you don't need to appeal to them, which she does very well. She would be a very popular lesbian. But if you are into men, you have to know what kind of men you're into. I'm into the kind of men that want to bend me over backwards and fuck me, or wants me to bend them over backwards and fuck them. So I am attracted to men who are sexually open, who are sex positive, who aren't ashamed of their bodies, who aren't ashamed of being slutty, who might be, might not be. I'm attracted to people who are comfortable in their own bodies. Pearl is the most uncomfortable person I've ever watched in my life. So yes, if Pearl doesn't want to be a sexual object to men, then stay the unsexual object you are, bitch. Love you. Stay it, girl. Own it, girl. But like at the end of the day, you do you. But like you can't be mad at other girls for trying to look pretty, and you can't be mad at other girls flaunting their titties. And I understand she got to make her feel like a hoe, the things that make her feel like less than. Well, don't do it, bitch. But the problem is if you aren't attracted to men, you don't need to appeal to them, which she does very well. She would be a very popular lesbian. But if you are into men, you have to know what kind of men you're into. I'm into the kind of men that want to bend me over backwards and fuck me, or wants me to bend them over backwards and fuck them. So I am attracted to men who are sexually open, who are sex positive, who aren't ashamed of their bodies, who aren't ashamed of being slutty, who might be, might not be. I'm attracted to people who are comfortable in their own bodies. Pearl is the most uncomfortable person I've ever watched in my life. So yes, if Pearl doesn't want to be a sexual object to men, then stay the unsexual object you are, bitch. Love you. Stay it, girl. Own it, girl. But like at the end of the day, you do you. But like you can't be mad at other girls for trying to look pretty, and you can't be mad at other girls flaunting their titties. And I understand she got small titties, but to be honest, like sometimes I wish I had small titties. Buy my OnlyFans, you'll really like it. It's really fun. Okay.
At the protests, this was a pretty big thing.
Yeah, no. At the protests and on social media, they were. On mainstream media, they were airing those opinions. I think that the establishment still generally pushed back on it, but the opinions were still making it to mainstream media. And you could, as Republicans, it was very easy to point to these people and go like, look, they're trying to defund the police, because it was at every fucking rally. And on social media, those call-outs were huge.
It just seems like whatever fringe position there might be.
How is it fringe?
Okay.
You're talking about 25 million people across, a year and a half. I don't know.
The largest riots in U.S. history. How many billions of dollars of property damage? How many people killed? Like, how many things spun off of it? Like,
when I say it's fringe, I'm saying that the vast majority of like media and establishment does not agree with it. And I assume, like, even though like Twitter has like all these echo chambers and a lot of people on it, if the vast majority of people are not supporting it, it seems like most of the time there is a correlation with politicians not supporting it. It seems like
you literally had like we got the legendary shot of the CNN guy saying mostly peaceful protests with the fucking car dealership on fire in the background. We had people like,
is he wrong? The vast majority of BLM protests were
peaceful.
No?
Never mind. Was he wrong? I don't know how to engage with that.
Well,
if you can't see how that's like a defining picture of like the BLM riots, is he wrong? Like, even if he's right, it looks so horrible.
I just told you it's bad optics that we agree, but I'm saying, is he actually lying or
misreporting? No, he's not lying. Of course he's not lying. Sure, of course he's not lying.
Yeah, I agree with you that it's bad optics, but he didn't actually like report anything. Yeah, it's horrible optics of a burning building in your background while you're trying to tell people that like, yeah, this shit is peaceful, guys.
What? What's?
Did you just hear this? No, what were you saying though? You were saying some good shit though.
Okay, so the average salary is what, like $100,000? What? What's?
Did you just hear this motherfucker?
What's the average salary?
Bro, probably like what, 20, 30K, bro?
No way.
Bro.
Shut the fuck up.
Are you fucking crazy?
What's the average salary of a human being?
Bro, 30, 40K, bro. Are this nigga
what?
Crazy.
Wait, it's really 40K?
Bro, that's what I say. Ain't it, bro? See, that's what I say. You come from well, I ain't gonna say what you came from. No, what were you saying though? You were saying some good shit though.
Okay, so the average salary is what, like $100,000?
So I specifically went to the one that said ABBA delivered. So I specifically went to the one that said ABBA delivered justice to a snow bunny. So I specifically went to the one that said ABBA delivered justice to a snow bunny. I am the alleged snow bunny, which is like something I have not been referenced as ever in my life. So I think this is the first time someone's ever referred to me as a snow bunny, and I don't really know what that means. Except it's white, right? Okay. Whew, I'm pretty excited. Are you guys ready? Okay, in Discord chat, I have up. You guys aren't as active, but I do see you. And then I have my YouTube ones. Okay, I'm excited. Oh, hold on. I gotta switch out my window. I can't quite see all of chat. There we go. Okay, better. Okay, ready? Tell me how the sound is.
Low key, I did slap a white woman on camera.
Come on, bro.
No,
Is that
I'm serious.
too loud?
Yeah, pull it up. That shit was fire, man. Shout out
Is that too loud?
to her. Brittany Simon. Shout out to her.
That's
Why?
Anyways, like this is Brittany the snow bunny. Let's go, Destiny, let's go. But like, okay, so is the volume okay? Look at ABBA being so sweet though.
YouTube channel.
Why?
She was doing some kind of BDSM thing, so she was slapping this white dude named Destiny. So I was watching, and then I was like, man, this is not fair. Somebody got to slap you. And Destiny's like, I don't feel comfortable. And I was like, hey, what?
Destiny, Steven was so sensitive. Like he, not in a bad way or good way. I love him, but like he was like very hesitant. I could tell ABBA and I, like, I swear when I was hanging out with ABBA, it's kind of like a cousin. Like there's definitely this like, where you can read each other really well. Audio is funny. Wait, volume is good. Wait, is this where he talks about slapping a white woman? Yeah, this is it. But I want to make sure, is the volume audio is funny? What do you mean? Like, am I funny? Is it too loud compared to me? Should I turn it down a bit? Tell me.
What's up, nigga? So I got up and I smacked her. And honestly, it's so weird.
On her face? You're a hero.
Yeah, right?
Okay, 2 things to talk about already. Ingrid in the chat said, if somebody called me a snow bunny, I'd be mad. What does it mean? Also, 2, doesn't just mean white girl. 2, I do want to observe and take into account that we're dealing with a very specific bubble in where the black people are sort of celebrating slapping a white woman. But of course, the irony is that I'm a Syrian, so I don't think it's the same. Like if you talk about reparations, that's not my people. We didn't even
It's not
immigrate
the
here
same
until
to
the
you,
50s.
but it's the same
But
to them.
I think for the meme, it's funny. Like obviously, I'm not a white girl, so I don't know how white women.
You
feel
are a
about
white
this.
girl.
I've had some white friends express disdain for it because it feels racist to them. But again, I'm not white, so I don't take offense. But I think it's fun that they can come close to having this sort of like fantasy, I guess, of reparations through the slap, but the slap doesn't make sense because my people didn't do shit to black people. So again, it's kind of like, it's funny to watch. Obviously, I'm being mentioned on Flagrant, which I love because I'm a fucking YouTuber and I need 10% more audience. And I want to get just a little bit more popular so I can solidify my career, but I don't want to be famous. So I'm kind of excited that I'm being mentioned. But at the same time, it's like, there's a lot of bubbles here, right? Trey says Snow Bunny means an attractive white looking girl. Okay, then I will take Snow Bunny as a compliment. Thank you.
You should.
Pull this up.
Hold on.
Run that.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I don't like Al's sudden anti-white woman stance.
Hey.
Versatile.
Shut up.
Come on. You love white.
See, like they're like having a moment. There's like a little bit of a bubble difference here. Here's Akash being like, "What is this?" But it's like it's funny, it's cute, it's harmless. Like I can't take offense to it because again, like I just think it's funny.
Okay, hold up. You know what though? I've talked about this before.
This episode.
I don't know if you're.
My bad. Hold on.
Yeah,
Is it in the video?
Yeah, it's in the video.
Okay, let me pull it up.
Hold up.
You
this
keep
is
going.
what
I'm gonna find it.
Yeah, you'll find it. It's not that deep. Oh, right there. Yeah.
Right here?
Yeah. See where it changes color?
You know.
I might be a little bit back. But anyways, oh yeah.
Popular, so I can.
Oh, this is crazy, bro. You're a wild dude for this, bro.
That's me. Just me.
Yes, I want to see this.
Hold on.
I like how the European Melina had no idea how to react, and the white passing Destiny who's like, and me and Abba are just like. I don't know, there's something fun about it. I really want Flagrant to ask me to come on so we can all have a slapping contest. I think it'd be so fun if like everyone just slapped the fuck out of each other. But again, like maybe that's, you know, maybe that's not what's gonna happen because like it's too controversial. But we'll get into that.
Hold on.
But we don't see it.
What the fuck is that? So disappointed.
Hold on.
What the fuck is that?
Hold on. There's the full clip somewhere else on YouTube.
You blue-pilled cock. Yo, you're so blue-pilled.
That was for me. It wasn't for the audience. You feel me? And I want to stay monetized.
Yo, that is the most.
I want to stay monetized. I gotta make my money.
I think you slapped her,
Bro, dude.
I think you did this to make your community happy, make you think you don't like white women.
Don't touch that hand. That soft-ass hand, dude.
Huh?
I haven't watched it since.
Dude, that's ridiculous. I can't believe that.
Son, I take back my honor.
Yeah,
that
bro.
that was hard.
That was crazy.
I mean, you pull up the clip. I just don't want it to be demonetized. That's what I'm saying. You know, it's for YouTube. But if
ABBA is really good at playing the monetization game, and one day if I'm ever really serious about my job, I might do it as well. But it's true, like I showed it on my channel, like the whole live show is on my channel, the slap is on my channel. Like I'm, you know what I mean? I'm not a very demonetized or not a very monetized channel as it is. But again, I'm curious about your thoughts. Like, does anyone feel a particular way while watching this? Is there anyone who feels like offended? I just can't feel offended at any of this. And I think it's all just really like a lot of good humor fun. Because again, like, yeah, ABBA, Knives says, never washing that hand again. ABBA saying he hasn't washed his hands since. Like, y'all know it's for the, like, it's for the entertainment. Like, obviously he's washed his hands. So like, it's a joke. It's like, oh, that's funny. It's like, when feminists say they're drinking male tears, it's like everyone's just trying to get up, feel offended. You know, they're having a moment, they're memeing, it's not a big deal. Like that's what I'm trying to say is like that's why I think it's funny and it's not harmful because again, there's nothing really serious happening here, right?
you guys want, just
why would it be demonetized? He's giving you permission.
Even if you give me YouTube, you know how YouTube be.
How does YouTube be?
You know how YouTube be.
Look at your face.
Yeah,
I'm so happy, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Hold on.
I don't know if you've had this, but
wait, there's got to be a video somewhere. There's no video of it anywhere?
No, there is. You just go on YouTube search and you go.
Keep going.
Just go on YouTube.
Yeah.
Slaps.
Mark, you gotta find that shit, dude. That was crazy how you cut that out, dude. Why are you
basically
censoring yourself?
I just want to talk to you as like
for real, man.
I think this is the full thing.
And get to know you as like a person. I
skip ahead.
think you said I was right, correct? You were the person who talked about me in the past.
So she slaps Destiny.
Yeah, she slaps him.
I mean, are we running out of things to do to be funny?
I have no idea if it's me.
Okay.
I just know that I have reviewed your content before, like on Twitch.
Okay,
dude, that was
so maybe it was, but maybe it wasn't. It doesn't matter. What matters is that this is your chance to talk to me and we get to know each other as people. So who are you, and can you explain to my audience like what you do?
My name's Cherry, like the fruit. CHAEIRY. I stream on Twitch. Pretty sporadic content from drama reviews to going over old lore, going over certain content creators' old content and like referencing it to current content.
Okay, great.
Or politics, or just playing video games.
What made you do it?
Which one? Just
like streaming, content creation to be a public figure.
Super bored over COVID and just kind of
even if you YouTube, you know,
and this is like the most socializing I probably have done since college.
Really? How old are you? Do you mind?
Yeah, I'm 32.
Oh, perfect. So we're like the same age. I'm 33. I'll be 34 in May. So what did you have in mind for today's conversation other than getting to know each other? Was there anything you specifically wanted to make sure we went over? Like from your perspective.
From my perspective, I feel like
Are you
I've
sure?
been painted as somebody who is like policing Destiny's attention. And sort of like his relationships. And like that's not me at all, and it's really annoying that that is still like the narrative. Just overall frustrating.
Yeah. Well, okay, I'll tell you this. The weirdest part about being an online content creator for me is just that this is our job. We put our stuff on the internet, and then people get to take that image and curate their own lore attached to it. And so there is going to be gossip, there is going to be misinformation, there is going to be drama. And so I definitely handle it personally within my like sphere with my inner circle, but I know that it impacts me emotionally even like 5% or more, just to have it like it's something I'm thinking about. I know that you must be feeling it, and I just think this is a part of the job, but I also know we as people can have moments like this to explain ourselves. So I am curious, after I've talked to Laugh, I've talked to Steven, I've talked to all these people, it always feels like we're having different experiences. So so with you, I think I heard there was like a twit logger. Is that what it's called? A twit logger?
Twit longer.
Longer?
So
oh,
we're-
like twit, like tweet longer. Okay.
Yes. Longer version of a tweet.
Okay, what was that about? I'm so lost. I absolutely knew nothing about it.
That has nothing to do with anything, is what that's about.
Okay.
That happened like over the summer. That's a thing between Steven and I.
Oh, okay.
That's me after a mushroom trip getting really fucking emotional and being unhealthy on the internet and basically sad girl posting.
Fair.
I don't know why it's been portrayed as if I like attacked him, had something over him.
Yeah.
I was like sad and like pathetic in a twit longer. And now I don't know why, but the fact that that exists to her means that the only reason that Steven would ever like acknowledge anything that I say is because, oh no, she's gonna do another one. It's I don't know.
We know that's not true though. We know Steven.
It's not true.
Steven would
He
never.
As much as I rag on like his League of Legends gameplay, he would love to not agree with me.
Yeah. Okay, now I'm curious because I know Laugh said a few things during that live stream that I just really don't know about. So does it matter to you that she shared that you and Steven have had a sexual relationship? Like, does that bother you?
Yes.
It does and it doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't because I have great taste in guys. There's a part that bothers me where she makes fun of like the idea like I wouldn't have sex with some 30-something-year-old guy who plays like League of Legends. That part.
I mean, obviously she would though, girl. Like we know she would. She admitted it 2 seconds later. She's like, "Oh, obviously I would. It's not off the table." So like she would. She's obviously just hurt, right? Like she's like lashing out with her feelings.
Yeah, and in the process, it's like she's hitting everyone on the way there. The part that irks me is it wasn't like super public information. Most people after my twit longer assumed that like I'm like a reject or something like that.
Oh, so it actually wasn't even because she said that it was. She implied that the post is what allowed. Oh shit! So she's kind of dropping like private information.
Yeah.
That's not good.
I don't know why she keeps prefacing it as oh, this is public information. This is public information. No, it's maybe there could be people who thought like any girl who pops up on stream, it's just assumed that happens.
Right.
But that was not the case. I was very much in a different fucking light than I am now.
What do you think? For you at least as a content creator, are you trying to make yourself separate from the drama panels? Are you trying to say that I'm a part of this ecosystem? Are you an orbiter of destinies? Like, how does it work for you?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I think I don't fight it anymore when people tell me I'm an orbiter. I am like, I'm newly going on his stream. I've been in the same space. We talk to the same people, do panels, do politics, but I am a very, very nervous person. I have a lot of anxiety. And so I don't do very well going on stream. And I was like sort of like getting out of my shell with that one. I do a lot better when I'm on my stream by myself.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Do panels, do politics, but I am a very, very nervous person. I have a lot of anxiety. And so I don't do very well going on stream. And I was like sort of like getting out of my shell with that one. I do a lot better when I'm on my stream by myself.
Yeah, I think even me, I've been asked a lot to do panels and stuff, and I appreciate that. So that will like what an honor. But at the same time, I can't handle the energy of some of those panels because it's too yelly. It's too,
That's the other.
Yeah, it's just a
That's
little
the
too
other thing is
too much.
I get to yelly.
Fair.
I go to 10. The part where the chill part is very difficult for me.
Yeah.
I'm like either very timid, shy, or on my stream I'm pretty comfortable being chill, or I get on a panel and I think somebody is full of shit, and all of a sudden I'm like a spicy fucking tamale and I can't stop.
How does this feel?
Uncomfortable
in
sometimes.
comparison. Is the one-on-one call better? Like the one-on-one conversation better?
No.
Oh, you still nervous?
I'm a little nervous. Yeah.
That's okay. Honestly, I forget people are watching sometimes, so I have a hard time remembering that this is a stream and I should be entertaining, and I'm mostly just thinking about how would I have this conversation with a person if I was with you just at a coffee shop. I'm just curious, I guess, about
That's how I
the goal
feel.
of us as adults on this content creator site, whether it's YouTube or Twitch. Like, what are we doing here? Is our goal to create drama? Is our goal to spill our beans about who we've had sex with? Or is our goal to discuss politics and ideas and philosophy?
Oh my god. That goal has changed for me.
Okay.
Several times.
Okay.
I came in just thinking that I wanted to talk politics. Realizing I would only like to talk politics that I know.
Reasonable.
Realizing the things that I don't know are the things that people would like to talk to me about. Like, which for me feels like you just want to sit and lecture to me. That's weird. And then realizing that, oh, people just like, they like me.
Yeah.
So maybe just like share my life.
Yeah.
Just talk about how I feel. Shoot the shit. There's certain things that I know about politics, that I read about politics,